Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live news desk here at Korea Blockchain Week 2025. We're coming to you straight from the Bitcoin.com booth powered by Threshold Network, and we're here for 2 full days of conversations, insights, and breaking updates from one of the biggest blockchain events in Asia. I'm Graham Stone, and I'll be hosting alongside 2 incredible co-hosts, David Sensel and Frederick Munawa. Together, we'll be talking with the founders, builders, investors, and innovators who are shaping the future of crypto. So over the next 2 days, you can expect exclusive interviews, real-time analysis of the biggest announcements happening here at the event, and a front row look at the ideas and technologies driving the next wave of crypto adoption. So David and Frederick, I'm excited to get your thoughts on what to expect here at KBW.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be great. But before that, we've got some very important housekeeping to
All
deal
right,
with,
let's do it.
which is I need to tell you about some awesome giveaways that we've got during the live stream here for our live stream audience. So first up, let's talk about the $2,000 of Bitcoin that we've got lined up thanks to our partnership with Threshold Network. So to be entered to win this, what you have to do is follow us on X at BTCTN, follow Threshold Network on X at the T Network, repost the live stream post on X, and get in the live stream comments, get in the chat. We're going to be selecting winners for the best comments, the best questions. Feel free to rip us apart.
Absolutely.
And we'll be selecting 3 winners. The grand prize will be taking away $1,000 of TBTC. That's Bitcoin on the Threshold Network. It's a wrapped version of Bitcoin, decentralized Bitcoin on Ethereum and other networks.
Some might say better than other wrapped products, but we won't get into that.
We will get into that later because we're gonna be having an interview with the CEO, I believe, of Threshold Network. So that's gonna be exciting.
Yeah.
And hear all about it.
But we will be checking the comments throughout the day, and any good comments, any funny comments that we see, we will mention on the live stream. So get in the comments, guys.
Yeah,
Want to read them.
Make sure your DMs are open because we'll be selecting winners. The first place, again, $1,000 in TBTC, and we got 2 $500 prizes for the runners-up. But there's more. We've also got another great giveaway to mention, which is our patented golden tickets, where you can see them lined up right here. So how this works is basically you scan a QR code and you can win up to $100 in Bitcoin.
From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app.
Right. So we've got over 100 of these tickets to give away during the live stream over the next 2 days. And what we're going to be doing is at random times, we're going to be basically showing these QR codes. Anyone who's watching the live stream can just scan the QR code from the Bitcoin.com wallet.
You have to do it from within the wallet app to make the QR code work.
That's right. The first person to scan the code is going to be able to claim the money. Again, anywhere between $5 and $100 per prize.
Of BTC.
So if you don't already have the Bitcoin.com wallet, head over to wallet.bitcoin.com or just Bitcoin.com. You can find it, download the app. And then once you've downloaded the app, sign in. There'll be a little QR code, QR reader icon. Tap that, scan the QR codes that are on the screen, and you can, if you're the first one to do it, you can claim the prizes. Again, we're going to be doing that throughout the live stream.
Just as a little color, this is a really cool technology. These are basically paper wallets. These are non-custodial Bitcoin. They're just on the network. So anyone can claim these.
First come, first serve.
We don't really have control of them. So claim it. It's automatically sent to your wallet.
Yeah, let's do a test right now, Dave.
All right, here we go.
So I'm going to bring up the Bitcoin.com wallet.
So again, from within the wallet app, you scan the big QR code here. The big QR code. You ready?
All right, so I got my my wallet open, scan the code.
Did anyone take it?
Oh, this one. Uh-oh.
No
value.
Did someone scan it already?
No value. Give me another one. Give me another
Here,
one.
let's use this one. Oh, boom.
I'm going to scan the big one.
Oh, here we go. $10. There we go. So I'm not going to claim that. I'll let someone else claim it. Come on, guys. Get on there. It hasn't been claimed yet. Anyone can claim it. So that's how it works. All right, so let's get into our preview here of Korea Blockchain Week. What are you guys most excited about? A lot of energy here. David, you and I
Walked around a little
walked around this morning. What are your first impressions?
bit. Very unique conference. I've been to a bunch of conferences in the past 14, 15 months, and this is spread over like 3 or 4 floors.
Yeah.
Which I've never really experienced. So you have some, I don't know, verticality to this.
Kind of amazed.
It's kind of like a maze.
But, I kind of enjoyed getting lost already.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this corner?
Just already, I've seen more games than like WebEx and some of the other conferences. So I'm wondering if there's going to be more of a focus on that. Not a lot of games compared to last year, but still more than the other conferences. And more meme coins, actually. Meme coins and stuff of that nature.
Coins, I see a lot of AI. I saw
So
probably
much AI.
at least 10% of the booths had AI mentions in them.
Yeah.
RWAs.
Yeah. Stable coins.
Yeah, Frederick, what are you excited? I know you're a bit
Bit less.
just came in from Canada last night on the red eye.
Yeah, and I've got red eyes. I'm excited about it. I don't know too much about the Asian crypto scene, but I do know that Korea has a long history in crypto. 2013, 2014, they launched their first crypto exchange. That's Corebit and Bithumb, right? So that's more than a decade in the game. One thing that I learned about Korea is that they love altcoins. So they're not as big into Bitcoin and Ether, more into altcoins. Maybe that explains why you saw so many meme coins. I know that it is not the biggest crypto scene when you compare it to the States or something like that. But I do know that they're working on regulations. There's a lot of interest in crypto generally, more than you'd find in other jurisdictions. So the fact that they're working on legislation around crypto, that's exciting. The fact that they've got this kimchi premium.
Yeah,
Talking about that.
It's about kimchi premium.
Yeah, it shows that people want to buy crypto regardless, even though there's this 2.23%, 10% premium on the assets. So that's a good sign in terms of the conference. I know the Trumps are going to be here, so that's exciting. That tells me that
I'm not sure. Yeah.
they were on the schedule, so I'm not sure if they'll actually show up, but they're on there. They're like the first picture on the KBW conference page. So that's exciting. That tells me that they're attracting the big names in crypto. So there must be something there. So I'm excited about that.
Nice.
Yeah.
You checking to see if it's been taken yet?
This one. Come on, you guys. No one's claimed this yet.
Nobody wants
Money.
free BTC.
I'm going to take it.
We should take it. we should just like get people around to take it.
Let's see if we can bribe a few people around here.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah.
All right, David. Any other thoughts before we?
Well, no, I'm really excited about the first guest we have.
Yeah.
We purposely chose somebody who really knows the Korean scene, can help us kind of lay the groundwork for the next 2 days about what we should be paying attention to.
Okay, yeah. So let's get into that. Basically, we got Steve Kim, CEO and co-founder of 4 Pillars, which is a global crypto research company based here in Korea. We're going to be having him right after this break. So stay tuned.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
This is the Federal Reserve, a private banking institution that prints paper money and controls how much money is printed. Not backed by gold or silver, there's nothing stopping the Federal Reserve from printing as many dollars as they want. In fact, since the Federal Reserve began in 1913, they have printed so much money, a single dollar is worth less than 5% of what it was back then. In short, the dollar that you work so hard for today is worth less by the time you wake up tomorrow. This is inflation, and whether you realize it or not, you are getting poorer by the minute. If you want to escape, there is only one option.
Okay, we are back with our live coverage at KBW with our first guest of the conference coverage, and it's a great first guest, Steve of Four Pillars, based in Korea. He is going to help Graham and myself kind of lay the groundwork for what we should be thinking about this conference in terms of Korea and the history of crypto in Korea.
It's my honor to be here with you guys, and very excited to talk about the Korean market, especially. So yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Right.
So before we start, let's get a little background on you.
Sure.
What was the path that you took to what you're doing now?
Got it. Yeah. So I studied in the state. I went to middle school and high school and college, and I majored in economics and philosophy. I was particularly interested in political philosophy back then. I was a very deep believer of libertarian ideas.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, there was how I got into whole Bitcoin movement, because I met a lot of Bitcoin maxis in 2015 during the end of Fed movement. I met a lot of anarchists who are really early in Bitcoin and crypto, and I got to know about Bitcoin. And then I just thought that this is something very disruptive, and this is something that is going to be really, really, really big opportunity for me. So I went back to Korea to read Bitcoin white paper and ETH white paper, and then whenever I do, I learn about something. I always try to write things, because that's the best way to learn really complex theory. So I started writing about Bitcoin and ETH in 2017 and 18.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where?
In Korean, Steemit. Steemit was a...
Oh, Steemit, of course. Yeah. Okay.
So I was
Very similar path, actually.
Yeah. So I was a big writer at Steemit in Korean, obviously. I was explaining how Bitcoin works, how ETH works, how other network works. And then, that was a whole starting point of my research. So I'm still doing the research, and I will continue to do so. So that's a whole my history about my career.
Gotta ask, when did you buy your first Bitcoin?
It was that hurt. It was 2016.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Early.
Yeah, only. But I was a college student, so I didn't have a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
So I just, whenever it went up, I just sold. Right.
Yeah.
I was not a good hodler, so unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, I can imagine you not being a good trader because of what you're doing now.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not a good trader because of what I'm doing right now.
Exactly.
All right, so what is Four Pillars? And this ties into why we should be like listening to you about
Got it.
yeah, Korea.
Yeah, like Four Pillars is like a crypto research company. We are based in Korea, but we are writing things in Korean and English. That's why we have like a global reach. And obviously, we have very strong influence in Korean market right now. Like a lot of people are reading our report whenever they try to trade something, right? Whenever they try to get into the ecosystem, they are reading our report as like a source of truth. So we have been 2.5 years old. Before that, I was the co-founder of Validator company. I was head of research there. So like we are doing a bunch of research about Bitcoin ecosystem. Nowadays, a lot of layer twos are trying to build on top of Bitcoin and ETH and other like alt layer one perplexes. So we're trying to provide like a neutral information, neutral insight to the people. And now, like since we are translating our article into the English, we have a lot of English audiences as well. So I have also, we are like the leading voices of a Korean stablecoin initiative as well. So we are talking to lawmakers, regulators, like how we are trying to give them advices how we can actually shape our like stablecoin initiatives in Korea. And that's why, I might be the best candidate to talk about how Korean market works and why Korean market is so unique. So like, that's basically like the background of Four Pillars.
Awesome. Who is your target audience usually, or who makes up your audience mostly?
We used to be targeting retail, like DGen like, right?
Yeah.
Because they are the only people who can actually understand how blockchain works, how the DeFi works in general. But now we're expanding the scope of our content to the institutional players as well, because now we are thinking about, institutional players are coming in the United States as well, and as well as in Korea. A lot of, Korean institutional bank and Korean, investment banking, private banking, equity, all those players are trying to come into the crypto market right now. So we just thought that it would be much better if we can write things that is suitable for those kind of players. So we are now expanding our scope of content right now.
So you said that retail I think you said retail is the only group that can understand how to use DeFi. What do you mean by that?
That was like a teaching. Like it was not like a retail like masses. It's like a particular group of people in Korea who actually know how the DeFi works. Like a very small part of chunk of masses. It was a very small part of the retail people. But now we are trying to explain things to the institutional players.
I got it.
So yeah, that's what it is.
So like institutions could never do that kind of on-chain degen stuff.
Exactly.
It's just too risky for them.
Exactly.
Only like individuals.
Yeah, they did not even try to understand because they just thought that DeFi is just a scam.
Yeah.
Back in the day, and now they're trying to get into these spaces because they know some aspect of DeFi is very very useful. Right?
Especially yield.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Yield is really attractive.
Yeah.
So now like institutionals are coming not just in the United States but in Korea as well.
Yeah. I can't wait. You mentioned two things that I can't wait to hear about as it pertains to Korea: stablecoins and the institutions.
Sure.
But let's take a step back, and can you just give me a little history of kind of crypto in Korea? I don't know how far back you want to go, but maybe like 2017-ish to the present. Like, what does the Korean market look like? How is it developed?
Yeah, like back in the day, I was just retail normal trader in 2017. Just wrote a bunch of random things on Steemit, and back in the day, no regulation, no laws whatsoever. There were like a couple of exchanges, and like Upbit appeared all of a sudden, and they try to list all of like different altcoin, and that's the when people try to ape in to the different.
That was 17.
Yeah, that was 17. Like Einsteinium. I don't know whether you guys remember this. Like NXT, like those kind of dinosaurs were really, really like hyped in Korea. And a lot of, there were like a lot of stories about, there's like a 3 years old guy who actually started trading with like 1,000 bucks. And now he's like his net worth is like $1 million, right?
Yeah.
Those kind of stories got viral to Korean retail, like people like me. And that's when all this younger generations start to get into the crypto and start getting into the CEX to trade their altcoin that actually they don't even know of. And that's like a beginning of whole crypto phenomenon in Korea, and now and then like the minister of Korea, he just declared that I'm gonna suspend every crypto exchanges in Korea.
When?
It was like in late 2017.
Oh, really? So before the bubble burst.
Yeah, and
Wow.
there was when the kimchi premium was traded at 50%.
Holy
Yeah.
crap. Yeah.
So he was like about to. So I'm gonna suspend every exchanges in Korea, and there was when Korean people just panic sell everything.
Oh, man.
So it went down like 30%, like in 2 seconds.
But that guy probably saved a lot of people, though, because that was before the bubble burst, right? That's before the ICL bubble burst.
Exactly. So like, by the time that he actually declared that, people try to kill him. Like he's the evil. He's like a pure evil. He doesn't know anything. And then the bubble pops up, and they just worship them, right? Yeah, he's a pioneer.
Thank you for
Yeah.
for selling.
Oh, my God.
Top.
I wish that had been in Japan. I would have been like, I lost. Yeah, of course.
Could you explain how the kimchi premium works? Why is it a thing? Because as far as I understand, FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried got his start trading that arbitrage between Korea and Japan.
Exactly. So like the reason why the kimchi premium exists is because it was almost impossible for retail investors to do the arbitrage. Because in order for us to do the arbitrage, we have to buy Bitcoin, or we have to send the dollars to the US and then buy Bitcoin.
Dollars.
Yeah, dollars to the US.
Yeah.
And then buy Bitcoin, and then
In dollars,
and then withdraw that Bitcoin to the Korean exchange and sell it. We have to do it over and over to actually do the arbitrage, right? But there is like a Korean law. Korea is very strict in terms of like foreign exchanges, right? So like we have like a really huge economic crisis in 1999. It was like an IMF crisis where our nation actually went bankrupt because we don't have any dollars whatsoever. So like our government is really afraid of dollar outflow out of Korea. So we have a huge restriction on dollar outflow. So people are not allowed to withdraw their dollar to the US and buy Bitcoin. So there was like the core reason why people cannot actually do the arbitrage, and then Bitcoin got viral. So people just keep buying it, even though there is a premium, because they just believe that this is like a future of money. So they just keep buying it, and nobody can actually do the arbitrage. So foreigner actually did it, right? Because
only foreigners have the ability to do the arbitrage.
But I also heard that then they would need like a Korean bank, right? Like so
Yes.
foreigners could buy the Bitcoin in dollars at a cheaper price, but then to complete the arbitrage circle, then they would need a Korean bank account.
So they actually pay premium for like and they bought actually some anonymous bank account in Korea,
Yeah.
and then they do the arbitrage. They got huge profit. SBF was known for this.
Yeah.
A lot of people actually became super rich by just trading that.
Yes. I remember at the time, actually, David, you and I were talking about, we should. Why can't we figure out some way to do this arbitrage play?
But I mean, just from the news side, a lot of this FTX, this so-called FTX beginning has been debunked as absolute BS.
Okay.
He could make a little money, right? But he said he made like 55 million or something ludicrous. It wasn't anything like that. So that's pretty much considered not how FTX got the bulk of their money to start it. But nonetheless, the premium exists. So okay, let me fast forward a little bit. So you have the bubble burst.
Yep.
The Korean market obviously suffered like everybody else in the world.
A lot, yes.
And then what about the 2021 cycle? Tell me about that from the Korean perspective.
Yeah, 2021 was, I think a lot of Koreans actually missed that opportunity, like DeFi summer.
Oh, really? Why?
Because, Koreans are not withdrawing their fund from the centralized exchanges.
Oh, really?
Because they're not used to do that. Like,
Interesting.
They're not used to self custody. They're not used to having a wallet. So majority of the trader who actually were the contributor behind the kimchi premium, they actually stayed at the CEX, and only tiny people who actually understand how the DeFi works and saw the opportunity in DeFi. They were the only group of people who were able to transfer funds from CEX to the on-chain. So I should say, like 99% of Koreans actually miss DeFi summer.
Brutal.
Yeah.
How about yourself?
I did. I knew it, right?
Okay.
I knew what is happening. Uniswap, they're launching their own token. It compounded it. So like I just thought it was like a huge opportunity. It was like more than 10,000 yields. It's crazy.
The what's it called? The all the different
Farming.
the vegetable farming, yam,
and got logged. So like they actually still a lot of majority of Korean people, like the older generation, they are very very hesitant to withdraw their fund from
Interesting.
CEX because they believe that just holding their fund on CEX like Upbit or Bitum is much safer than because they heard a lot of news about hacking, right? They don't want to risk their assets on chain, so they're just holding their assets on chain.
So, have there been any big centralized exchange hacks or bankruptcies in Korea?
Not yet. I think that's why. Upbit has never been hacked. Bitum has never been hacked. So like unlike Japan, right? We don't have any like big hack like history. So like a lot of people just trust the level of security that Upbit and Bitum provide, and they trust Bitum and Upbit more than just blockchain and smart contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Contrasting, of course, with Japan, ground zero for centralized exchange hackings with Mt. Gox and then later CoinCheck. So none of the big ones had big problems in Korea.
Korea, yes.
Okay.
Did Koreans then also miss NFTs as well
Yes.
in the 2021 cycle?
But NFT is kind of different because NFT were more much simpler. It was very simple concept, just buying a piece of art, right? But DeFi, you have to understand finances. You have to understand LTV, all those kind of complex vocabulary, complex concepts. But NFT was kind of different because a lot of people are trying to sell NFT. It was very easy concept.
Okay.
You are just buying this piece of art and you are owning the thing. Obviously, it was not, but they're pretending to be, right? So NFT was a hit. But as you know, the NFT bubble also popped up.
21.
Yeah.
All right, so then fast forward to 2022. Terrible start of the bear market. How did Korea handle that? Was it?
It was horrible because Do Kwon was Korean.
Oh, of course.
A lot of people
Am I thinking?
perceive Terra as a Korean chain.
Right.
Right. And people are complaining about a lot of people invest a huge amount of capital in Terra, Korean people. And now they lost everything, and they're complaining to the lawmakers, right? And lawmakers have to listen to the people right now. So like they are inviting every crypto-related people to the legislature, to their houses, to the Senate, and then they do the hearings. They try to condemn a lot of people. They try to send a lot of people to jail because that's the only way to actually make people calm, make people calm down. So like it was chaotic. I got the call from prosecutor as well, because I was one of the active researchers in Terra ecosystem. I was like a venture investor at Terra ecosystem as well. I wrote a bunch of things about Terra, so I got the call from the prosecutor.
Wow.
I told him I was not involved in anything like that. I was just doing the research. I was just writing, and I proved it, right? So I was also the victim of Terra incident. I invested in a lot of capital in Luna. I lost it. So it was horrible. And Terra was the cause, like root causes, why Korean regulators are so they hate crypto. The reason why
To this day.
not to this day.
Okay.
But
At that time.
our previous administration, Terra happened like 5 days after new administration actually started, and now the new president came up, and the previous president got impeached. But our previous president, he actually hated it because he was about to celebrate his new presidency, and Terra happened, and all people are suffering. So he hated it.
Wow.
He despised it. So that's why he tried to send everyone who are related to Terra to jail because people are so mad about it, right? So that was horrible.
Just good politics to send those people to jail again. Cynically speaking.
Graham's taking notes. All right, so I think that's a pretty good segue to where we stand today. Could you give us a overview of the current crypto regulatory framework in Korea as it stands in 2025?
Sure. To be honest, we don't have any concrete legislature yet. We are trying to push a lot of agenda in Korean legislature body and government as well. And new president is very friendly, very crypto friendly, like Trump, and he's trying to push a lot of great crypto agendas in Korea as well. And I think he also appointed one of his chief of staff as a very crypto guy, so he knows how crypto works and what is crypto. So he's trying to become very friendly, and we have tax redemption until 2026, which is really fortunate for us. So,
Could you explain that?
so whenever we make profit,
Uh-huh.
we don't pay capital gains tax. We don't pay
Crazy. That's wild.
until 2026.
Okay.
So we are like tax free.
What happens after 2026?
Then I think we're gonna pay capital gains tax.
Is it going to be the same as other
Stock.
equities?
Yeah,
okay,
stock.
so it's going to
Yeah,
be the same.
yeah.
Whereas in Japan, it's not. It's insane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
infamously, Japan's crypto taxation counts as income, so it can be taxed, as you probably know,
Up to 55, right?
to the max
That's
rate.
crazy. Yeah, that's
55%.
crazy. Right.
So maybe can we just step back for a second? Because a lot of people in the crypto world look at Korea and they think like, okay, what, like Koreans seem sort of crazy for crypto, and people speculate like, oh, it's because they're desperate. Like the economy's not doing so great, and if the people just see like crypto as the way that they can gamble their way out of gamble the way to the top. Like, is that just a stereotype, or is that like grounded in reality at all?
I think somewhat yes, because I think Koreans are really aggressive crypto trader because of tax redemption as well. Because they have huge advantage. If they are trading in Japan, obviously they have to pay taxes for every gains that they get. But in Korea, even if you get billion, right, you have no taxes whatsoever, right? So huge opportunity for not just younger generation, but older generation as well, who used to trade stocks, who used to trade like real estate. They're tax free. They're just going in aggressively. But I think as a Korean, I believe that Koreans are innately likes gambling. Like they love gambling. So whenever there's like a new coin, new token listed, they go aggressive because they believe that it is like it's binary, all or nothing, right? So they go aggressive. I think as a Korean, I also have that kind of aspect within myself. So I cannot say that the Koreans are not aggressive at all, and I cannot say they don't like gambling. They are in a sense, but that doesn't mean that Koreans are just dumb, just idiot, right? A lot of crypto projects are trying to use Korea as like extra liquidity for their
Oh, really?
yeah their tokens.
Interesting.
So that's why a lot of crypto projects overseas, they're coming to KBW and hosting more than 150 events because they want to appeal to Korean exchanges. Whenever up-and listed, Korean liquidity is coming, so they are trying to leverage that, right? They want to use that as an extra liquidity. There have been a lot of projects who actually listed op-ed and do nothing after that. So they are trying to use Korean as like extra liquidity. So folklores and other folks in Korea crypto industry, we are trying not to look like that. We trying to actually hinder a lot of crypto projects to do so because I don't want Korean to be used as that extra liquidity for a lot of scammy projects.
So one of the things you do is try to evaluate these projects critically.
We actually talk to the founders, right?
Yeah.
Because even though we are tech researchers, I think the most important thing is the people. Like, what are their intention and how long-term thinker are they? Those kind of things are really important, and we also do the due diligence. We're looking there like code, we're looking into their docs. So whenever we just find out that they're just looking for extra liquidity, we publicly try to say that do not trade this token. And please do not list this token whatsoever because this token has no vision whatsoever. And if you guys if CEX lists those tokens, then you guys are just gonna bring extra liquidity to those projects. So we try to be like vocal in Korean market, so we can protect a lot of Korean consumer, retail investors as well. But whenever Korean exchanges list up really good quality project, we actually encourage to explore some of the ecosystem. So I think that's our job. We try to be a gatekeeper of Korea, so we can protect them. But no matter what, Koreans are very aggressive traders in many ways.
So gatekeeper and also pointing out the opportunities.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
I mean, so many times on crypto Twitter, you'll see like the top 10 coins for the world, and it's kind of what you would expect. And then you see like the top 10 coins for Korea, and by volume, and it's like coins you've never heard of.
In a different world
It's
sometimes.
almost like a different world, yeah. So I mean that makes a lot of sense, and I like that. I like that framework of trying to not be excellent liquidity for a lot of projects. All right, so another big facet of Korea that's kind of unique, I think, is the prominence of the Korean conglomerates. I'm going to say this incorrectly. Is it Cheonbal?
Chaebol?
Chaebol. Chaebol. So in Japan, for example, the Japanese market in crypto and in traditional business is led by these mega corporations. And so you see a lot of the new developments actually come from these conglomerates, not from entrepreneurs. I imagine it's similar in Korea, or is it not? I'd love to hear how it is and how it is for crypto companies.
When during 2021, when gaming was kind of really huge hit and it was super hyped, a lot of gaming conglomerate in Korea, like Nexon, like Krafton, all those gaming giants are coming into the crypto, and they all fail because it is extremely difficult to actually make sustainable model for like play to earn kind of game, right?
It's struggle, man.
Yeah, it was
the gaming thing.
it was like problematic for all of them. And then all those conglomerate other than gaming company like SK, Naver, Kakao, they got in. And Kakao came up with their own chain, Layer 1. They forked it to come up with the very permission chain called Clayton. They failed because it was like a super cabal, like very centralized, and they try to give fund to the friends and family. It was very centralized. It was very corrupted in a sense. So I highly criticize them being not crypto friendly, and they fail. And they now like Lion, which is a #1 messenger company in Japan, and Kakao, they merged. So their blockchain initiative merged, and they came up with a new chain. Like it was what's it Kaya. Kaya is like a new one. But they're still struggling. They're trying to bring a Korean one stablecoin on chain, and Kakao, on the other hand, they're trying to do another initiative with the Korean stablecoin initiative. But I don't think they're gonna do well, in my opinion. Even though we got investment from Kakao, Kakao is our seed investor. But no matter what, I just don't think that they understand how the market works, how the business works in crypto. But there's only one meaningful initiative right now is happening. Upbit is teaming up with the Naver Pay, so they are gonna have their own stablecoin. So the reason why I think this is kind of workable is because Upbit has the most trading volume, and they don't use stablecoin as a core currency right now. But what if they use those new one stablecoin as a core currency? Then I think initial supply for that one stablecoin will be billions. So that's why I think that initial supply for that
Is this dollar denominated or
it's like
Korean
one
denominated?
denominated. Yes.
And so that's connected with Upbit Exchange.
yes.
Okay. So just digging deeper into stablecoins, I've heard of recently there was an announcement from BDAX and announcing a KRW1 stablecoin that's
Yes.
going to be on Avalanche.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that one?
Bearish.
Bearish. Okay.
Yeah, because I think in order for Korean stablecoin to work, we have to think about why people are not using one whatsoever in foreign countries. The one itself is not attractive asset. Now, there's no reason for a foreigner to actually use one currency if there is a dollar. The reason why the dollar stablecoin is thriving is because dollar itself is a key currency of the world, right? Dollar itself is very attractive asset for maybe like third world country, like developing country. Whenever they're suffering from inflation, they actually see dollar as a key store of value. But our currency, it's not better, right? So they're not gonna invest their money, and they're not gonna use like one stable coin as a store of value. So if our currency is not like somewhat attractive, then why do people think that Korean one stablecoin will be attractive? So I just think that is like very problematic.
Well,
I agree.
The thesis that if you have a Korean won stablecoin, it could be sort of the rails on which the Korean finance system could move to, like instead of doing bank transfers with whatever system is used, they upgrade to a blockchain-based system and have won on the blockchain.
Sure, that works, but I think it doesn't have a lot of efficiency and a lot of a lot of positivity because we already have really efficient
Exactly,
financial
So
system.
it's not like a 10-to-1 improvement.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
the same in the U.S. though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The traditional financial system in the U.S. works for people in the U.S.
Yeah.
The people who are using U.S. dollar denominated stablecoins, like actual real world usage, is in Asia, in Africa and Latin. Nobody in Western countries, Europe or America, needs that.
I always say it is not dramatic enough to move people from the traditional finance to the current stablecoin based infrastructure.
Yeah.
So
I would also add that you hinted at it earlier. The Korean government is worried about having enough dollars. The government itself is worried about having U.S. dollars. So,
Exactly.
I mean, anyway, I'm a big dollar bull, which is a
That's
thing.
like a current chairman of Korean Bank. He actually explicitly say that if we publicly mint Korean stablecoin on public chain, I'm kind of afraid that our nation wealth will outflow from our country to the U.S.
It'll make it easier. It'll
much
bypass that capital control you were
Exactly,
talking about before.
exactly.
Yeah, and then they'll go into dollars. Yeah. All right, two more questions. The first is about institutions.
Sure.
So, where are, and this is related to the dollar thing, are like Korean institutions, banks and whatnot, worried about U.S. dollar denominated stablecoins? Arthur Hayes has kind of hinted that pretty much every country is. You hear like Lagarde with the ECB, like make public statements of like condemning dollar denominated stablecoins.
Bank of England as well, just
Bank of
recently,
England, yeah.
proposal.
That's right, we talked
put
about that.
Caps on stablecoin holdings for
So
institutions.
everywhere it seems like countries, central banks are like worried about this. I imagine Korea's the same. What's going on with that?
Yeah, I think even worse because Koreans are they have like a trauma of losing their sovereignty, right? Sovereignty of their currencies. We did that in 1999 with the IMF. So like our Korean bank chairman, even the president, even the regulators, they're kind of very afraid of losing their sovereignty because now people are trading Tether. So whenever the B2B, like let's say I'm the maybe I'm like a trading commodity, let's say, I'm using Tether because I can avoid taxes much easier, and it's Tether is acceptable everywhere. So people are using like Tether B2B, and Korean Bank is finding out that a lot of B2B businesses are using Tether as a medium of exchanges, and that worries them a lot because it is about losing the the dominance of Korean won within our country right now. So a lot of regulators are talking about regulating the Tether, regulating the circle, because those two currencies are now listed on every exchanges in Korea.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it is listed on Upbit, Bitum. So it is really easy for normies to actually purchase dollars. It's easier than ever. So they're worried about what if people are just buy every dollar, and why do people just buy dollar and just sell their one token?
Yeah, stop saving in won,
Yeah,
start
exactly.
saving in dollars.
Exactly.
So they want to regulate it similar to the proposal that Bank of England made, like making a cap on how much you can hold, basically, or
That's consideration. That's in the consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe.
they haven't made it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So last question. We're running out of time. What are you excited about for Korean Blockchain Week? Like overall themes. What are you looking forward to? What do you think are going to be major themes for this conference?
I think stablecoin obviously is one of the hot topics. Our company is hosting one of the biggest side events, which is an Asia Stablecoin Conference. We're gonna co-host with Layer Zero and other folks at Ethina. So we're gonna talk about how to accelerate Asia stablecoin. We're gonna discuss a lot of that with Layer Zero and Ethina and all these guys, Wyoming. So a lot of people from United States and outside of Korea as well. That's the thing, and also RWA is one of the hot topics in Korea as well. Because a lot of institutional players are very interested in tokenizing the assets, tokenizing the equity, tokenizing, maybe doing the perp tax on equity. So like, now like things are moving really quickly. Obviously, even though our current administration is very harsh on stablecoin or other aspect of crypto, they're very friendly in many other ways. So they're trying to opening up the bank account for the crypto related company right now, and they're trying to be really friendly. So I think over the next few years we are going to be very crypto friendly over the next few years, and it's going to be very active. I think that's why a lot of companies outside of Korea are coming into Korea for KBW, because now we are opening up. We are slowly opening up our market right now to the global market. So the things are getting really exciting.
Very good. Graham, do you have any final questions or final words?
Yes.
Sign off. All right. Well, thank you, Steve, so much for this. I learned a lot about Korea.
Yeah.
And I might hit you up on Telegram if I have any more questions about
got it.
this country. Next up, we have Ken Sare. Is that
Ken Sare.
Sare. Ken Sare of Threshold Networks. He's the co-founder and CPO. That'll be coming up shortly. Stay tuned.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back, and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
you think your crypto is private? Think again. On Bitcoin, Ethereum, and most major blockchains, every transaction you make is public, traceable by anyone, anywhere. What you send, who you send it to, when you send it, how much you hold, all visible forever. That's not just transparency, it's surveillance. Confidential assets on the Zano blockchain changed the game. Built for privacy from the ground up, Zano's system extends its powerful protections like untraceability, unlinkability, and amount concealment to any token. This opens the door to fully private financial tools. Imagine a USD stablecoin, but shielded. Imagine Bitcoin wrapped and transacted anonymously. Imagine enterprise tokens that move without exposing sensitive details. Confidential assets make all of this possible. And now, with the Bitcoin.com wallet, you can hold, send, receive, and swap Zano's confidential assets, all inside a single, easy-to-use, self-custodial app. Privacy isn't just an add-on, it's the future. Update your Bitcoin.com wallet today and step into the next era of private crypto.
What if you got pages for exploring crypto? Read news, check prices, discover new projects, and stack rewards along the way. Over $1 million in rewards paid out so far, and we're just getting started. Download the Bitcoin.com wallet today. The wallet that pays you.
And we're back with our live coverage of Korea Blockchain Week 2025. I'm Graham Stone, hosting with Frederick Munawa. And now we are very excited to have Ken Sare, the co-founder and CPO of Threshold Labs. Threshold Labs is co-sponsoring our live stream today, and we've got some exciting giveaways. So make sure to repost the live stream post, get in there with your comments. We've got $2,000 of TBTC up for grabs, $1,000 to the winner, and 2 runner-ups for the best questions or comments in the live stream, so don't miss it. All right, Ken, thank you for doing this. Could you tell us a little bit about your background, what path you took to get to what you're doing today?
Sure, absolutely. And yeah, thanks for having me. So yeah, I've been in crypto since 2017. I guess I got first inspired by the idea of Bitcoin as a concept, like solving decentralized consensus in the way that it did, seeing this as a fundamentally new mechanism in terms of kind of global finance. And then paired with Ethereum, I think it really expanded my horizons in terms of what is possible with decentralized infrastructure in this emergent ecosystem of DeFi and these new products that we can build that simply weren't possible in the context of human-based trust. So now we have these digital systems that are providing trust as a result. And I found that very inspiring at the time. And I dropped out of university and I started my own kind of consulting company. And I ran that for a number of years and saw the rise of DeFi and these new applications and new chains and ICOs and all of this kind of stuff emerge. And through that was kind of formalization of DeFi to some extent to where we are now, these billions of dollars of on-chain liquidity in this growing ecosystem. And throughout that journey, I came in touch with actually the pre-Threshold projects that merged together to become Threshold. I was involved in those early communities. And then when Threshold came to be and TBTC V2 went live, I was involved as a kind of growth lead for TBTC V2. We bootstrapped it from zero to the TVL it has today. And we started getting very heavily involved in the Bitcoin DeFi space. And then in February of this year, having been working at Threshold DAO and consulting with Threshold DAO for a number of years, seeing the need for a structured labs entity to take over the product development and product roadmap for TBTC and do all of the growth functions and things that it's kind of harder to execute as a DAO. So that's a bit of how I started in crypto and came to the point where I'm running Threshold Labs, and super excited to be doing so.
Okay, so fellow class of 2017, I believe you as well, Frederick, a little bit earlier perhaps.
2016, 2017, same thing.
Yeah,
tomato.
A lot of people got into crypto around that time. Not the first wave of OGs, but
Early enough.
yeah. So
NFCs.
for those new to Threshold, Callan, what problem is Threshold solving, and why does it matter for Bitcoin and crypto broadly?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question because we have this like amazing asset in Bitcoin, and it has all these properties that are different to all other assets in the world. And if we want to use it, then we kind of have to compromise on some of its qualities in order to get value from it, at least in a centralized context. So if I have my Bitcoin and I want to borrow against it, or I want to use it as collateral in some situation, then I have to exchange my keys and the custody arrangement with a centralized entity, and then I have to compromise on the kind of fundamental value proposition of Bitcoin to some extent. And there's obviously like amazing products out there and custodians, and there's a lot of regulation and security in all of that. So I don't knock those products in themselves, but they still take some kind of compromise. And then we also have DeFi, this like amazing emergent ecosystem where trust is really reduced to the minimum requirements. Like there's new execution environments where you can have smart contract and business logic codified into these contracts and have it all public and open source. And I think that's just a better way of doing business generally, like having things in an open and transparent environment, and then being able to use the world's best asset in Bitcoin in that environment as well. And that's really where Threshold comes in. So we basically enable people to take Bitcoin from Bitcoin native and then to deploy that onto any of the endpoints in DeFi, whether that's a liquidity pool or a structured vault of some kind, a staking product, whatever it is. And we're solving that in a way that is really trust minimized and transparent. And in terms of how Threshold does that, we do it with a fully kind of auditable and on-chain system. So I think in terms of the Bitcoin wrappers that are out there, and I guess effectively at the end of the day, that's what TBTC is in crypto terms, is a Bitcoin wrapper. We secure the Bitcoin on the Bitcoin chain using a decentralized custody system, and then we mint TBTC onto Ethereum or whichever destination chain you're desiring, and then you can deploy that into crypto.
So speaking of Bitcoin wrappers, a lot of people are probably familiar with WBTC. Maybe it's the first Bitcoin wrapper. What is different about TBTC, Threshold Bitcoin? How is that different from WBTC or other Bitcoin wrappers?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally at the moment, the custody is very different. So you have BitGo, you have BitGlobal and Justin Sun Conglomerate securing the Bitcoin for WBTC. And that's kind of a centralized custody system. It's opaque. You don't really know what's going on. It seems to have been very trustworthy because it's lasted this long, but things have changed recently.
Basically a multi-sig.
Yeah, it seems to be like a 2 of 3 multi-sig at the moment with some kind of cold wallet setup as well. You know, BitGo has their own custody business, and I'm sure they do that very effectively. But then what we have is a decentralized and permissionless custody system. So rather than needing to go through a centralized entity such as BitGo and KYC and sign up for an account and provide your details, you can simply bring your Bitcoin wallets or your Ethereum account or whichever destination account you wish, and then you can mint Bitcoin directly from Bitcoin chain to your wallet. So rather than having to go through this CeFi kind of process, you can just bring the full DeFi experience and mint your assets directly from your wallet. So what that does is reduces the barriers to entry quite significantly. And as a result, we are one of the highest kind of like volume wrappers in the sense that we do the highest mint and redemption flow proportional to our TVL. And I think that's really where we distinguish ourselves in terms of how we're used, is that people come and go more freely.
People can mint and redeem easily, and they do. So there's a higher velocity than other wrapped versions of Bitcoin.
Yes, exactly.
Which I guess it's a proof that it's easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a much lower friction barrier to entry where you can just bring your wallet and sign up and go permissionlessly.
Okay, so can we talk a little bit, maybe get into the weeds a little bit here about threshold cryptography, the threshold's namesake? Like, what is that? What's the magic there? Like, without getting too technical, if it's possible to even keep that kind of question, that answer to that kind of question high level.
For sure, yeah. And at the end of the day, you have to work with the primitives that Bitcoin gives you on chain. And at the moment, Bitcoin supports multi-sig wallets, and so it's the way to secure Bitcoin on the Bitcoin chain is via a multi-sig wallet still. But it comes down to like how those seats on the wallet are selected and how many seats there are. So you could have like a 2 or 3 multi-sig, and the selection process is you buy into Bit Global or something like this. But in order to be a seat on the threshold multi-sig, you have T tokens, and you're part of the beta staker program, and then the seat selection in that multi-sig is based on a probabilistic function based on the number of T tokens that you hold. So it's more of like a random selection function, which makes that multi-sig much harder to game. And I think that's part of like where it distinguishes itself. And also at the moment, it's a 51 of 100 multi-sig rather than a lower seat selection. And that gets randomly selected between the nodes in our network. So
Okay, so perhaps butchering this, but a more decentralized version of a multi-sig, that like a safer, bigger multi-sig with some randomization that makes it so it can't just be controlled by a small group of people.
Exactly, yeah. And there's that probabilistic function that makes it harder to game because it's randomized. And there's also this wallet rotating mechanism that's built into the system such that you'll always kind of have forward security. So if you have a node that kind of goes offline or something like that, the wallets get rotated into the current set, which gets selected each time a new wallet is generated.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So let's zoom out to the big picture here for a minute. So Bitcoin's role in DeFi is still pretty small compared to EVM chains and stable coins. So what's your take on the obstacles holding it back? And is it just like that these like centralized wrap versions? Is that why it hasn't really exploded? Is there something with the inherent limitations in Bitcoin? And can Threshold actually like help overcome those obstacles and make DeFi great on Bitcoin, I guess?
Right, absolutely. I mean, I think the obstacles to Bitcoin in DeFi are similar to the obstacles to Bitcoin in the broader economy, in a sense. Like, we're seeing this broader adoption of Bitcoin as an asset. We're seeing these treasury companies come online, and they're buying up all this Bitcoin, and they're kind of like, what do we do with it? Like this kind of narrative of Bitcoin as digital gold, which is, I think, a strong narrative, but it's still a little bit short of the full potential of Bitcoin in a sense. So I think broadening the use cases on-chain and off-chain and increasing the volume of the Bitcoin economy generally, like people using Bitcoin to collateralize debts or to trade it or make money on top of it. So I think those kind of fundamental integration level things are part of the blockers. And just an example of that, a lot of crypto volume at the moment is in perps trading, for example, and USD C or USDT are commonly the only collateral assets available on some of the major perps trading venues. And if they started to accept Bitcoin as a collateral to perps trading as well, then maybe there'd be some kind of additional utility and better margins in Bitcoin yield if that was to be the case.
Right, and of course, you could never do that with native Bitcoin, at least unless without major changes to the protocol itself. So, thus the wrapped Bitcoin on a smart contract-enabled platform.
Exactly. And I think
what other smart contract platforms is TBTC available on? You mentioned Ethereum.
Yeah.
I know you guys are on Sui as well. What other platforms do you guys list on?
Yeah, I mean, we've recently launched on Sui. That was a great launch. We're on Starknet as well, Mesochain as well, which is this a Bitcoin lending app chain, effectively. And then a number of the L2, so Optimism, Base, Arbitrum, Polygon, and we're also live on Solana as well.
Cool.
Yeah. But on that point of barriers to adoption, I think there is also still this prevailing mentality in Bitcoin is around like set and forget. This is my generational wealth net, and putting it kind of in the background of my mind. And the utility of Bitcoin in day-to-day life or in day-to-day finance still hasn't been realized, partly because people are really wanting to protect their Bitcoin and protect their interest. And I completely understand that. And I also think that there is like a percentage of one's net worth or percentage of one's Bitcoin that could be put to work in a functional way to drive some kind of baseline revenue or cash flow to individuals with Bitcoin. So as Bitcoin appreciates, stacking Satoshis, earning more Bitcoin, I think that's an attractive proposition to lots of people. And that's what I would advocate for doing with a small portion of one's Bitcoin is trying to accumulate more Bitcoin, because that's how I see it for myself.
Okay. How about using your Bitcoin to get a loan? Are you seeing much adoption with TBTC of people actually doing that?
Yeah, it's actually a really significant portion of what people are using TBTC for at the moment. And you could point to Aave as an example of that. I think we have over 1,000 Bitcoin as collateral there. And generally people are borrowing USD against that. And they do so because you can do a lot of different farming opportunities with USD at the moment. And Bitcoin being a really great way to collateralize that position. So like I was saying with these perp dexes, for example, if you have Bitcoin, you can borrow USD, and you can either trade that on a DEX, or you can use that as collateral on a perp DEX and collect a funding rate or something like this. So it's just a very kind of basic yield strategy that we're seeing out there with Bitcoin. But what I think is interesting as well is when people start to think about their real life finances and not just financial activity with that, in the sense that maybe you want to use your Bitcoin to pay down your mortgage or something like this, and instead of then managing debts within the traditional financial system, you're managing your own debt position with like a decentralized protocol like MakerDAO or Spark or something like this. And you can shop around for your own interest rates. You can rotate in and out of those positions. There's a very low friction entry and exiting to these loans as well. And I think this is an exciting use case we're seeing, especially for TBTC in the context of Mezzo, where their whole thesis is around this lending market effectively, and they're doing like a curve-esque tokenomic kind of bootstrapping mechanism based on the interest paid by Bitcoin loans on their chain. So they're trying to build that as a use case in day-to-day finance. And I think they say something like, you want to be able to finance a burrito. Like, don't worry about your house. Just like start with the burrito, keep it simple and accessible to people. And really excited to see what they do there as well.
All right. Could you tell me about the adoption that TBTC has seen, and what metrics what metrics are you looking at? Is it number of coins minted? We talked about the velocity. Are there any other metrics that you're looking at? And could you just go over like what kind of adoption you've seen? Also, maybe what kind of people are using it? If you have any insight in there, is it retail, institutions?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, there are these classic metrics that everybody looks at. TVL obviously being this heuristic everybody's assessing these projects by. And TVL can be very fickle, I think, like based on where you are in your launch cycle, what kind of deals you have, what kind of time frame these have. So I'm really happy to say that our TVL crossed 6K Bitcoin today. And what I like most about our growth curve is that it's a very progressive and steady curve at the moment. And what that indicates to me is there is this kind of like natural flow that's taking place there. And of course, like we have plans in the works that are going to kind of, exponentiate that curve, which we're very excited about and are working on. But right now, in its current V2 version, TBTC V2, it's seeing this very steady growth and adoption, and it's just continuing to rise, where we're seeing other wrappers basically all decline at the moment as these kind of deals unwind in our perception. And in terms of the user base at the moment, like there isn't necessarily a lot of retail flow in the sense that people aren't coming with their funds as much as we're aware right now, and using it for day-to-day use cases. I think really where we're trying to position and have a conversation here is how do we set up the base layer of institutional infrastructure such that we can connect the dots of this emerging Bitcoin economy in a better programmable Bitcoin business environment, such as on-chain environments, and still have the same capacity to exit to mainnet Bitcoin with strong guarantees, such as Threshold provides. So I think really this institutional space, as we're seeing growing in the world at the moment, with all of these treasury companies or the stance of sovereign states and things like this, we want to support those endeavors and also give them something to do with their Bitcoin in a really secure way that helps them to build the wealth that they're securing at the moment.
What is Threshold's business model?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's based on bridge revenue. So we have a zero fee to mint, 0% fee, and then a 20 basis points, so 0.2% redemption fee. So when you bring your Bitcoin in, make your money, and then go back off chain, we take a 0.2% fee on that. But really how we're thinking about things is how do we enable this economy and set up these endpoints and then have a way of kind of generating revenue from people doing useful activity in DeFi. And that can look like a number of different things like vault strategies or staking products or things like that. And building out these different utility sinks and Bitcoin sinks that people can deploy their Bitcoin to. And by setting these up and creating these kind of more structured services, then we'll be able to capture some revenue from that. So I think shifting our revenue rather from like the base technology of enabling the connectivity and then generating value from where it actually arrives at the end of the day.
Okay, so you mentioned that there's a pool, a TBTC pool on Aave.
Yeah.
So how did that happen? Is that something that you guys was that like a partnership with Aave? Is that just the community did that? How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a long process. I think we were the first Bitcoin wrapper outside of WBTC to be on Aave. So we kind of paved the way in many cases for other wrappers to be listed there. But it has a number of strict requirements, like you have to have a certain depth of liquidity on chain. You have to have a chain link oracle, which when we were bootstrapping TBTC was actually very difficult to come by. And they also have liquidity requirements. So it's basically this process of taking TBTC, this new asset that doesn't have on-chain liquidity, that doesn't have these integrations, and doing the on-the-ground kind of guerrilla marketing and guerrilla business development to get these integrations, build the liquidity on-chain via token emissions and incentive schemes, and then get to the point where we qualify as this blue chip status. And now that we have these great venues in Aave and MakerDAO and Compound, etc., then we have this like nice stable base of liquidity. So it's been a really interesting process to go from 0 to 1 of this new asset in DeFi, and I think that's an experience that few in the world have kind of seen at the moment, and will become much more prevalent as DeFi becomes more dominant.
All right, let's focus a little bit on governance and community. I think you mentioned that Threshold DAO has recently restructured in some way to streamline committees and focus resources on TBTC. Is that accurate? And if so, like how has that shift impacted growth and execution?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really interesting process, and that is accurate in the sense that Threshold DAO was kind of operating TBTC not only kind of from a growth and marketing perspective, it was also, while the DAO doesn't have any direct impact on running the protocol, it's decentralized. It still has some of the governance controls and things that it manages, and the DAO treasury. So trying to run a product roadmap and growth strategy and these things via the DAO was very challenging to do. And so, and prior to that as well, there was the founding team of TBTC, Thesis, which was supporting TBTC as a product. They started to focus on their new product called Mezzo, and then they started to kind of focus more on that and withdraw some of the support they had for TBTC, which left the DAO kind of managing things by itself. And being in DAOs and seeing just decentralized governance generally, it's quite slow. It takes a lot of alignment to get anything done, and it's not exactly the best way to kind of own and operate a product. So seeing the opportunity for a more streamlined entity, this is where the founding of Threshold Labs came through, and there are a number of proposals on the forum, so you can actually go on the forum and see this whole process kind of play out in history. And this proposal said we should collapse the existing management structure that the DAO has in terms of like growth and marketing and these things, and put it inside a centralized execution entity, and also take on the development and product ownership of TBTC. So this was all passed by governance. The DAO is still functioning as it does, but it basically took away some of the roles and positions that the DAO was operating in its management context. And it still exists to manage there's the threshold committee now, which is the kind of, you could think of it kind of equivocally as the board of threshold to some extent, or whatever that is in a DAO context. And they still kind of oversee T-Lab's budget and things like that, and oversight on behalf of token holders. But at the end of the day, they don't have the same operational burden that they once had. And I think, to me, like, I'm a big believer in DAOs, but I also think that they need to have their specific functions that they're best suited to. And I think like governance and being slow is like a feature, not a bug of a DAO. And you just need to have them managing the right things that need to be slow and need to have a lot of due diligence, and the security of the protocol being those kind of having those kind of qualities. And then in terms of like speed of execution and growth and marketing and vision and product leadership, you need to put that in something that it can move a lot faster.
Okay, yeah, that's a very interesting evolution. Seems like you guys are on the right track there. So let's talk about the future roadmap. What's next for Threshold, and like what milestones are you most excited about looking forward next year, 2 years?
Yeah, I think through this process of Threshold Labs coming together, we've really looked at this from like a fundamental perspective. And we have like this amazing protocol that's been operating for 5 years without issue, and secures 6K in Bitcoin TVL at the moment. And it'd be easy to say, okay, that's great, let's just let people use it. But really, we're seeing the market change a lot. Like the retail sector kind of falling off in terms of DeFi at the moment, and there's large institutional groundswell happening. So this is really where we're building for at the moment, and building products and building integrations that we can support institutional capital flowing. And they have different requirements. They are not so content using permissionless or decentralized products in their traditional sense. And they needed kind of different security guarantees and trust assumptions in their model. So we're designing products not only where they can deploy, but that they can custody and support the kind of risk requirements of these larger institutions. So I think this is something that we're really excited about, positioning ourselves in this way.
So kind of hand-holding institutions to get them orange-pilled in the way that makes sense for them.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you handhold retail investors as well? Like, if I'm new to crypto and I want to engage in some of these more complex, like DeFi activities, like lending and borrowing, and I'm not comfortable and I don't want to lose my crypto, do you guys have entities or that do handholding for retail investors?
We don't have like a service arm per se, which I think would be interesting with the right kind of products. But I think really we want the ecosystem to kind of support that kind of thing.
Right.
Where if somebody wants to build a product on Bitcoin lending and have a retail focus and create an app and go to market with that, would be very supportive of that kind of thing, and would underpin the infrastructure and make sure it's all secure and automated and all these pieces. But in terms of doing that service arm ourselves, like it's not our core directive as the kind of technological infrastructure provider. Yeah.
All right, so Colin, I have to ask, you've got a Bitcoin-focused company. You've been in Bitcoin since 2017. Bitcoin's trading over $100,000. We see a little bit of dip in the last few days. People are talking about the cycle's going to be over in 6 months. Give us your take. What do you think? Does it matter? Is it all noise?
I mean, we're in such uncharted territories. I think a lot could happen. Like, I don't have a very directional take in this one, but how I think about it and how Threshold thinks about it generally, and how I know a lot of Bitcoiners think about it, is like multi-cycle, even multi-generational kind of shifts here. And we're quite an established protocol. Like, we've been around for 5 years, as I mentioned, live without a security incident. And we're building on a time horizon that is not necessarily so cyclical. So we want to establish the groundwork and the infrastructure so that we can get a baseline Bitcoin economy live in the world. One where you don't have to compromise your trust assumptions and you can still have this permissionless kind of entry and exit to the system. So this cycle, like, I think we probably have some room to grow still. Like, I've never seen a market more bullish on Bitcoin. I don't know how that translates into the rest of crypto per se, but I really do expect there to be a wider adoption of some of these basic principles of the Bitcoin economy. And that's what we're building for and positioning for, to enable that at scale.
Okay, and just to wrap things up, what should people do if they want to learn more about Threshold? How do they mint? Where should they go if they want to mint some TBTC?
Yeah, everybody should check out our website. It's threshold.network. We'll have all of the information there, and you can join our community, follow our X at the T Network, and try it out on the app.
Yeah.
I will just preface that there is a new front end and a new website in development. So stay tuned for those announcements, because it's going to look amazing and refreshed. So
Okay, great.
exciting.
So check out the Threshold website. Also, of course, check out the Bitcoin.com wallet, because you can learn about Threshold and get paid a little bit in TBTC to learn about what's happening with Threshold, the reward center in the wallet. Very excited about that partnership.
Absolutely.
All right, Ken Sare, thank you so much for your time. Up next, we've got the weekly. We're going to be going through the biggest Bitcoin and crypto news of the week. So we'll be right back with that. Stay tuned.
So I got into crypto around 2017 during that cycle, that ICO boom.
2017, I was first introduced to Bitcoin. Actually, my first love of crypto was Monero.
I got into crypto in 2017, mainly out of desperation. I started hearing about it, and basically, I'm like, okay, this is my ticket.
I got into crypto around 2017. Yeah, it seems quite classic at this point, but yeah, the big bull run basically. Got into mostly ETH at that point.
Discovered Bitcoin in probably mid-2016. Read all I could about it. Got really super interested in it. Put in a little bit of my money, and then just started building things for it.
I probably got into crypto around 2018-ish, and I knew about it for many years prior to that, but never really got into it.
I started my journey in crypto in 2010. Back when I first installed the Qt miner EXE.
I'm a full stack engineer, mainly deal with front-end web, but I've had my hands in a few different parts of the code bases.
I am a media product manager. I basically handle a lot of the Bitcoin.com news media.
I'm the marketing operations lead at Bitcoin.com. I manage the marketing team, so we've got video team, designers, copywriters, and yeah, we're just trying to spread the word about economic freedom and our products, make sure that everything looks cool.
And right now in particular, I'm kind of building a new exchange product with some of the new cool stuff that's coming out in Hyperliquid, DYDX, and trying to figure out how to make a new decentralized product that still looks like a custodial exchange.
I am the tech lead for revenue, which means I'm responsible for finding revenue streams.
I work with the film and video, do editing, film the conferences, making different content of that sort. Yeah.
So I'm basically leading up the engineering org, mostly managing all the engineering side of things at this point. Making sure we stay on track is basically what I'm doing, yeah.
Japan is one of the most peaceful countries in the world. The crime rate is quite low.
Everything works and it's safe. You can walk anywhere, you can just go anywhere. You never have to worry. You can leave your backpack on the train and you'll get it back. Like all of that stuff I really like.
The infrastructure is fantastic. You can go wherever you want to. Any time of day, day and night, everything's going on. It's full of energy. People always say like New York's a city that never sleeps, but I've been there and it does sleep, whereas Tokyo doesn't sleep.
The middle class experience in Japan is second to none. What in many countries would be like a 3-star restaurant, you get that like without really going out of your way.
Super clean, super safe. You know, you can walk anywhere, you can take the train anywhere, lots of good food. It's got like all of the pros.
It's fun, exciting, there's always something going on. People are really kind and friendly, food's amazing, and they've got amazing toilets. I can't think of any negatives about living in Japan. Maybe I think the language barrier is a bit tricky sometimes, and also the bureaucracy.
It's kind of disconnected from the rest of the world. It's easy to sort of lose touch with reality, I guess, with what's happening in the rest of the world.
They tend to misinterpret rules versus laws. That creates a lot of issues, especially for the crypto industry.
You know, everything's Japanese, you gotta speak the language, and if you don't, you're kind of always gonna be an outsider, I guess.
So it's hard to, I guess, like break into that culture.
I think number one piece of advice I have about visiting Japan is read up on the local customs, for lack of a better word, or mannerisms. Be polite, don't be an asshole tourist.
I personally think you shouldn't spend a lot of money on food. The ambient level of service and quality is so high that you can go to relatively inexpensive places and it'll blow you away.
You're gonna have to take the subway, you're gonna have to take the JR, you're gonna have to take the Shinkansen. Now, yeah, you can stop every station, get your little ticket and do whatever, but just get a transit card. It can be an app on your phone, it can be like the physical card like I have. That way you just put money on it, and then you can get in and out of the train. If you're buying individual tickets, it's not gonna make any sense to you at all.
I guess if you're traveling to Japan, is to mostly just go out a little bit from Tokyo and enjoy. Because I really like you get 1 hour, 2 hours out of Tokyo, like Hakone or Easy or somewhere like that. Everything changes. It goes from being this big city to becoming, you know, nature. And if you go far enough, you'll be the only tourist, right? If you go up the beaten path, you get a car, then you'll get you can go to the real place.
You can go anywhere and find something interesting to do. So I think like a lot of people just come and do the circuit of like Kyoto, Shibuya Scramble, maybe try and stay in an area that's a little bit off the beaten path and explore that area. There's lots of stuff.
I would avoid temples in Kyoto. Just go to like any medium-sized city outside of Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo, and you're gonna have a much better experience.
I think for sure you should spend some time to like scope out an area you like before like, I don't know, committing to like an apartment or something like that.
Be ready for the bureaucracy, and everything is gonna be in Japanese. So either you gotta, you know, get your Google translation game going, or you gotta find someone to help you.
Try to learn the language, try to learn the culture, but still be yourself. You're a different animal. Try to stay yourself.
Just do a lot of research. If you have friends living in Japan, talk to them, get as much information as you can before just jumping into it.
The things that make Japan great, like it's so clean, it's so safe, those are only possible because of the restrictions. Be prepared to be spending a lot of time sorting your trash, dealing with local regulations.
It's not the same as your home country, so just roll with it. Makes it more fun. Don't expect it to be like your home. Don't judge the things that are different. Just accept that that's how it is and go with it.
So the best thing about crypto, I think, is everything changes and that you never really know where you're going. When I started, if someone told me about NFTs or meme coins, I would have been like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I
think there's just always something new to learn, something new is happening in crypto. The trends come up often and go away just as often. So gotta ride the waves.
I get to see what's happening in this sort of new age of fintech and be ready to pounce on like these potential investment opportunities.
It can be a little bit stressful at times, especially once you get into the groove of working on a project and needing to change it like straight away. But I think learning new things is great, and because it's like building up my skill base as well as like creating new things for the company and the crypto community in general.
It's kind of a Wild West. You can kind of just play around with it, get it right, experiment. And because it moves fast, if it messes up, that's fine. Because everyone in crypto is used to things crashing and burning. Build it again, try different things, see what sticks.
In this video, we'll show you how to earn Bitcoin, currently at over 30% APY, by staking Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app using the low-fee Polygon network. You can also stake Verse on Ethereum, but for this walkthrough, we'll focus on Polygon. To get started, you'll need some Verse tokens. This is what you'll be staking to earn Bitcoin. You can earn Verse for free in the Rewards Center or buy or swap into it directly in the app. You'll also need a small amount of Matic, also sometimes called POL, which is the gas token on the Polygon network. You'll be using Matic to cover transaction fees, which are less than 1 cent in most cases. Now that we have everything we need, it's time to stake Verse to start earning Bitcoin. From the home screen, go to Web3 Explorer, then select Earn Bitcoin on Polygon. Next, you'll need to connect your wallet. Make sure to connect your Polygon wallet that has Verse and Matic in it. Then hit the Stake Verse button, enter the amount to stake, and confirm the transactions. The first transaction approves use of Verse. The second deposits your Verse into the staking smart contract, and that's it. You're now earning Bitcoin in the form of TBTC, a decentralized, one-to-one Bitcoin-backed token. You can claim your Bitcoin rewards at any time by tapping Claim Rewards. Just like when you staked your Verse, you'll again need a little Matic to cover the fee. Your rewards come in TBTC, a decentralized version of Bitcoin that's usable in Web3 apps and faster to transact than mainnet Bitcoin. It's always backed one-to-one with real Bitcoin on the Bitcoin blockchain, and you can swap it to mainnet Bitcoin anytime. You can unstake your Verse anytime, instantly, and without penalties. When you do, you'll get your Verse back, plus any unclaimed rewards. And that's it. Stake your Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app to start earning Bitcoin today, fast, simple, and self-custodial. Try it now.
All right, welcome back to the weekly. I'm Graham Stone, and I'm joined as usual by Bitcoin.com news and research gigabrain, Mr. David Sensel. And we are, of course, live at Korea Blockchain Week. We're on the floor bringing you 2 full days of conversations, insights, and breaking updates from one of Asia's biggest conferences.
That's right.
All right, David, let's get into the news. We're going to start off with some news from Bitcoin.com, which the Bitcoin.com ecosystem, which is that the OG Bitcoin ecosystem, which Bitcoin and crypto company that started in 2015, has just launched its very own accelerator. So basically how this works is if you're a Bitcoin or crypto startup, you can apply to join Bitcoin.com's accelerator program. And if you're selected, you're going to get up to $100,000 of credits to be used to support the growth of your project within the Bitcoin.com ecosystem. So that's press releases, everything from press releases to on Bitcoin.com news to integrations into the Bitcoin.com wallet app. You get access to Bitcoin.com's massive community to support the growth of your startup. And in exchange for that, you agree to allocate a small percentage of the project's tokens to Bitcoin.com. So you don't give up equity. It's a token-based agreement. That's the Bitcoin.com accelerator. So if you're interested, just, you could check it out at Bitcoin.com/accelerator, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Also, I mean, like that. It also includes things like maybe sharing a space at a conference.
Exactly. A lot of options to leverage the
Getting some visibility like that way. Maybe we can talk to them.
Yeah,
things
very
like that.
very excited about that. And the first, we already got our first participant. It's Game Mint, which is from someone we know, Esteban,
right.
who is developing. It's hard to describe, but we should get Esteban on for an
We honestly should, yeah.
Basically, it's a way to mint tokens related to games. It's a whole gaming token ecosystem thing. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Esteban is a pretty killer developer, so excited to be supporting that.
Especially around AI.
All right, now let's get into some other news here because we've got a bit of a decorrelation event, I think, happening. So first of all, there was a pretty massive drop in the crypto markets. I think there was at one point about $1 billion of liquidations within 1 hour. And perhaps the most interesting thing about this, from my perspective, David, is that it seems to be not the typical everything moving in tandem. So you have actually stocks are up.
Yeah.
Gold just hit a new time high, but Bitcoin and crypto down.
Down, yeah.
So some people are blaming this on basically a synchronized expiry of Bitcoin and Ethereum options, futures, and other derivatives. I don't really know how that works technically, but some people are pointing to that. And maybe one other thing to note on this is that, as you often do see in these market drawdowns, Bitcoin dominance spiked. So it spiked a full percentage point. So altcoins dropped more than Bitcoin, which is typical
as they should
in these drawdowns. So
as they should. Of course, I was and you were here at KBW getting ready for today, and I had to learn about the massive drawdown from a relatively normie friend who sent me a message being like, "What the heck's going on?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yes.
And then you're looking like, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
And just as another note, like it does feel like around major conferences, these things tend to happen.
Yeah.
It's a weird occurrence.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, but so we got a bit of chaos in the markets.
Yeah, but I mean, I have to say, I don't know. I'm not worried.
Yeah, you call that a drawdown. That's a drawdown for ants.
Yeah. But also the fact that it is not, it's not connected to the broader markets, to me shows a sign. It means that I'm not that worried, right? Like if you saw equities crash like this, or everything start to go down together, everything starts to correlate, then you're like, oh no, is this the start of something major?
Absolutely, because basically if you see gold ripping to new all-time highs, the stock market's ripping to new all-time highs, Bitcoin and crypto might be delayed, but as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty much a matter of time until it catches up and performs at a higher relative percentage.
Not financial advice, but buy the dip. We're talking about that.
Let's speaking of buying the dip. Well, actually, I don't know if these companies bought the dip, but over the last several days, we've had big announcements from the biggest Bitcoin digital asset treasury companies. So you got Strategy. Their latest purchase is 850 BTC for around 100 million. At $117,000 per coin.
These guys are uncanny.
Once again,
buying the top.
Buying the top. What are some of the other ones we got on the list? Metaplanet. Yeah, Metaplanet actually out-purchased Strategy for a change. So Tokyo listed Metaplanet announced yesterday that it acquired an additional 5,419 BTC for almost $500 million, $623 million.
Crazy, man.
And yeah, they did a little bit better than Strategy on the price, with their average price there of 16,700, but still
much better.
They're underwater on that purchase.
And as MetaPlanet often does, they love this like numerology kind of stuff. So their 5,419 BTC purchase brings their total to 25,555 BTC.
Yes. All right. There's another one, which is called Capital B, the blockchain group, and they confirmed the acquisition of 551 BTC. Not bad. So a cool $64.3 million.
Chump change.
So they're up to 2,800 BTC in total. And their average price of across all of their Bitcoin purchases is $109,500.
Yeah.
So this is actually something that we've seen with these digital asset treasury companies. Most of them, their average cost of acquisition of their holdings is not that much lower than what the current price of Bitcoin is.
Well, I would, I imagine what you'll see is a bifurcation in these DATs, and we can get into this later, not on the weekly, but Bitcoin DATs, I think, will be kind of like almost like passive investing, ETF-like. But the DATs for smart contract chains like Ethereum and Solana, Kyle Samani has talked about this. They'll be much more into active management, and I could imagine this will extend to being like trying to target a lower average cost of acquisition, in addition to like doing different things with the assets themselves.
Yeah, actually, now that you bring that up, I just thought of something, which is I wonder when we're going to see the first Bitcoin DAT that holds some version of wrapped Bitcoin that would enable them to have that form of active management, deploying their wrapped Bitcoin in EVM DeFi.
That'll never happen with Sailor. I doubt it'll happen with MetaPlanet. Maybe some of these smaller players, like my favorite one that I always mention is the Lingerie Fighting League. maybe they'll like actively manage their Bitcoin and get some wrapped version. But to me, I think that the issue is, for some reason, even though these DATs are custodying the Bitcoin, they take on a more maxi feeling, right? Like Bitcoin and nothing else. So I don't know.
Well, but that strategy could be a differentiator for an upstart. And I mean, the wrapped Bitcoin ecosystem is still pretty small, pretty nascent, but yeah, maybe one of these days that could actually be a play. So we got one more to mention here, David, which is
it Zoos?
Zoos. Now, this is touted to be the first dual-listed Bitcoin treasury company. So listed on NASDAQ and, I don't know, this is the Israeli Stock Exchange, right? TASE.
I'm not sure.
Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, they've done a PIPE deal. What does PIPE stand for again, David?
Oh God, I know. Pre-invest.
I always forget it.
I always forget too.
$180 million private investment
in public
equity.
Yeah.
PIPE in a new Bitcoin Treasury Reserve initiative. So the CEO opined, as Zoos solidifies its position as a dual-listed Bitcoin Treasury pioneer, U.S. and Israeli investors will now have seamless access to our model. So another entrant into the Bitcoin DAT space. Interesting to see. There are now, according to BitcoinTreasury.net, which is a site that I regularly track for DATs, there are now 332 Bitcoin Treasury companies in total.
Around the world. Yeah,
the list here.
And I imagine it's going to be like a Pareto distribution. You're going to have like the top 20% treasury companies hold 80% of the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And then just a long tail of small holders there.
Okay. Now, this is not a Bitcoin DAT, but I want to bring this up maybe to sort of point out the state of things with regards to DATs. So we have Florida cannabis company announcing a digital asset treasury, basically rebranding to 0G, which is an AI protocol. And I don't know, just I bring this up because cannabis companies, I don't know, it just seems like a business that's sort of operated by opportunists.
Well, was it in the COVID 2020 to 2021, what's it called? Money printing explosion. I don't know if you remember this on the traditional equity side, but cannabis companies were majorly speculated on in the US.
Absolutely. I remember
Robinhood.
I was in a few group chats and people were talking about their cannabis plays, especially in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, cannabis companies, especially with stock offerings, they have a history of being connected with speculation. So,
Okay, and so obviously some of these companies now they obviously haven't done that well. They're now pivoting to a new opportunity, which is to be the digital asset treasury for an AI coin.
that's so funny, man. Like, just like word salad. Digital asset treasury company, fine. For an AI company, oh,
0G.
Beautiful.
All right, let's talk about Aster.
All over crypto Twitter for the past week.
Okay, so Aster, the token launched a few days ago. It's up about 7,000%. So what is Aster? It's a decentralized exchange that seems that it's touted as a hyperliquid competitor.
Yeah, it's a perp dex.
Perp dex, so hyperliquid competitor. Word on the street, I haven't used it. Word on the street is that it's kind of broken, doesn't work very well.
And the liquidity on it is spoofed.
Okay, but shortly after the TGE, the token generation event, CZ, of course, CZ's back.
He also hates hyperliquid.
Obviously, I mean, he sees. How could he not see hyperliquid as being a competitor to Binance? Right now, Binance Binance backed Aster.
Yes.
CZ's on the timeline promoting this thing. It went nuts, up to like $2 billion market cap in a matter of 24 hours or something.
Yeah.
It has since pulled back. Last I checked earlier this morning, I think it was trading around 160 or one, but I just checked again a few minutes ago, down to 140, $1.40. It was over $2 at one point.
It's a couple cents though, like 5 days ago.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So it debuted at 2 cents.
There you go.
Yes. And I just want to read this quote from a crypto trader and angel investor who posted on X. Everyone knows it's complete garbage, but the worst part, you can't short it. And that's exactly what makes Aster bullish. They decide where the price goes because they control the entire supply. You can argue all day that supply control is bad, but this project is proof that it works. Heavily controlled supply equals bearish. Heavily controlled supply by trusted people equals bullish.
So basically, this is like a variant of the we know it's a rigged game.
Yes. Kind of like what are we talking about this in this context recently?
Pump.fun.
Pump.fun, World Liberty Finance.
Exactly. Yeah, that was my thesis for investing in World Liberty Finance, right?
Yes,
that same kind of thing. And yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about this though, most of the people who are watching this will know this because they're watching it on X probably. But good God, the FOMO. This was like my first twinge of like 2021 cycle FOMO.
Yeah.
Where everyone on the timeline is making 6 to 7 figures.
Yes.
Right. Everyone is like laughing in your face for missing out, for being a loser.
You missed out, David.
I missed out.
Yeah. I also missed out.
And I should have bought when CZ tweeted or posted.
Yeah. No, I saw it. I saw his post within, I think, within minutes of him posting, I happened to see it, and I was just like, wasn't thinking. It's too busy.
Well, I mean, like the one defense you can say is he posted about some like a couple things before in the past couple months, and it just like craters instantly.
Yeah.
So I just ignored it. I will say that Aster and I think one or two more. I don't want to name them because apparently some of them have been straight up scams. But a lot of people are saying that this is going to kick off a new perp dex meta. Taiki Maeda of Study Lads.
Yeah.
Shout out to the lads. He had a post saying, is this going to be like the Alt L1 rotation / kind of game that was in the 2021 cycle, where you just jump to the newest L1,
right,
ride it up, cash out.
I see.
My feeling on that so far, just because it's only been like a week of this new meta, is that thus far it has felt a lot like the meme coin seasons that we've had, and they burn out. They burn bright, but they burn out so fast.
Yeah.
And then there's not enough capital, I guess, created to sustain 1 month, 3 weeks of this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it just quickly burns out. So I don't know how you feel about this.
The bull case for Aster is that it's backed by Binance, and they have infinite money, and they have access to some of the best devs in the world. So you got to expect they're going to figure out how to make this thing actually work. Apparently it's garbage right now, but I don't expect it to be garbage much longer. And it seems like they're going to, CZ is always talking about how the future of exchanges is not centralized. They're investing heavily in decentralized tech. So,
yeah,
I mean, don't bet against CZ.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing though is there are a lot of strong competitors in this this like perp dex space, and some of the people that I follow, that I trust, they've talked about them, and there's like 4 or 5 of them. Hyperliquid. I don't want to go into all of them, but it's not just Hyperliquid, and so I mean the competition is fierce. I mean, I guess, yeah, you can't bet against Aster. Like, this guy's right. You'd be insane to short this.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be buying it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm going to regret that the rest of my life.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on it. If it dips, I would speculate at the very least.
Well, let me ask you a question. I mean, this is more of a token narratives thing, so maybe I should save it. But would you play this like the Alt L1 game of 2021? As in, like, I know of 2 or 3 really good perp dexes that have been building for a year or two, right? And I might follow them. They weren't Aster, but these are, like, I would say, Hyperliquid-like people, autists.
Yeah.
Would you play it like that and just like start to buy some of these other ones, or?
Well, I think if you're going to play that game, what you want to be looking at is the ones that have the most reach.
Yeah.
Right. So whatever I don't know the projects you're talking about it, but it sounds like they're kind of niche. They're actually good, maybe good products, and that's not gonna help. What they need,
they're not gonna win.
Coinbase has to launch one. If Coinbase launches one,
oh god,
right? Or like someone big, right? All right, let's move on. So let's look at some Korea-based news, because we are, of course, at Korea Blockchain Week. There was an announcement from BDAX, which is a Korean digital asset custodian, and they announced the launch of KRW1, so the Korean won 1, a South Korean won-backed stablecoin, and they announced the launch of it. Interestingly, it's going to be issued on the Avalanche blockchain. So the company said its system links fiat deposits, token issuance, and on-chain verification into a loop, backed by Woori Bank, which is a big bank here in Korea, providing banking API, proof of reserve checks. And the Korean Internet and Security Agency recently assessed Avalanche, the blockchain, and noted that it is suitable for public sector use. And so that's why BDAX, they're citing BDAX, BDAX is citing the Korean Internet and Security Agency's assessment of Avalanche as the reason for why it chose Avalanche to host this chain. And they are targeting remittances, payments, investments, and deposits, plus potentially public sector disbursement, such as emergency relief.
Yeah.
So, kind of like a Trump bucks or whatever. Biden like
Trump bucks,
like CBD, like airdrops for when the economy goes wrong.
So I mean, for those who missed our first guest, Steve of Four Pillars, you guys should watch that.
Very interesting.
He talks about Korean won denominated stablecoins, and specifically said he's bearish on this one. And I would agree for two reasons. One, he articulated during our interview, which is of course who wants a won denominated stablecoin. Koreans don't need it. But also the second one is, I think having it on Avalanche is probably a limiting factor, to be honest, right?
Yeah.
Like Avalanche is used by a lot of projects, but as far as I can tell, the biggest use case for Avalanche these days is basically people having their own subnets.
Right.
And then doing stuff on their own subnet. But in terms of like being connected to a bunch of different applications and cross chains and stuff like that, I feel like Avalanche is a little more isolated, at least right now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting because the way that I heard about this thing was from a post by the AI agent, AIXBT.
Yeah.
And it had like a really bullish post, like, oh, Avalanche, the Korean economy is $2.4 trillion. It's all going to be on Avalanche. So that inspired me to look into this, right? And then, you dig into it and you're like, what's going on with this AI agent? Like, where's it getting this from? It sounds so confident.
It's probably getting it from like some Korean influencer bull poster that was paid 50 won to talk about the new stablecoin.
Okay, so continuing on the stablecoin narrative, a little news here from Toyota, which is that in Bolivia, the exclusive dealer of Toyota is now accepting USDT payments for cars.
Awesome.
According to the press release issued by that dealer, which is called Toyosa, this is the first time that an automotive company has implemented large-scale USDT payments in Latin America, and one of the first in the world. So, pretty interesting. Starting to see.
Again, going back to that interview we had with old Steve, that's where you're seeing real stablecoin usage. It's not in developed countries like Korea, the United States, Europe. It's in Latin, Africa, Southeast Asia.
Countries where the local currency isn't exactly that desired.
Yeah, and credit card infrastructure is lacking. Banking is lacking. So,
all right, and for our last story for the week, let me see if I can find it here.
About the Ponzi scheme, yeah?
Yes. So this is always fun. A $200 million crypto Ponzi scheme has unraveled. So apparently 90,000 investors involved here. Basically, this is in the U.S. The U.S. Department of Justice, the DOJ, announced a few days ago that the chief executive of this global Bitcoin investment venture has admitted to orchestrating basically a Ponzi scheme. Ramil Ventura Palafox, and he was the director of Praetorian Group International, pleaded guilty to wire fraud, money laundering. Basically, they had a website where your account showed false numbers, like you invest. Oh yeah, it's going up. It's going up.
It was that blatant.
Yeah, and so on paper it looked like you're doing great. So of course you add more to the platform. Meanwhile, as all Ponzi schemes, that's how they work. The actual money was just being used by the managers for luxury yachts and things like that. So stay safe out there. Watch out for Ponzi schemes.
Yeah. And honestly, like names like that, they just kind of scream Praetorian Group International. Just like, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So that's it for the weekly. Thank you, David. Next up, we have got an interview with Justin Waldron, who is the CEO of Open Game Protocol. So looking forward to that. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
In this video, we'll show you how to earn Bitcoin, currently at over 30% APY, by staking Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app using the low-fee Polygon network. You can also stake Verse on Ethereum, but for this walkthrough, we'll focus on Polygon. To get started, you'll need some Verse tokens. This is what you'll be staking to earn Bitcoin. You can earn
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
In the last 7 years, the price of Bitcoin has grown by 50.6% per year on average, far outpacing stocks, commodities, gold, real estate, emerging markets, and bonds. At a $2.2 trillion market cap and growing, Bitcoin is now comparable to currencies like the Australian dollar, commodities like silver, and companies like Google. Bitcoin is here to stay, but as governments around the world print money and Bitcoin vacuums up global liquidity, it is poised to grow much larger. Here's how much one Bitcoin would be worth if it grew as big as a company like Nvidia, then gold, or the US dollar, global M2 money supply, global equities, global bonds, and global real estate. Nothing can stop this train.
We saw all of the exciting stuff happening with Dubai and crypto regulation. Their whole system is really trying to cater towards bringing more crypto innovators, builders, businesses, and just saying, we've got a framework, we've got a safe way to do this, and it's all by the book, it's all friendly, and they rolled out the red carpet for Bitcoin.com. So we saw it as a great opportunity to join the Dubai area and expand Bitcoin.com's reach into the MENA region. We're now operating out of the DMCC economic free zone. And I implore like every crypto builder, if you're looking for that legal support, the frameworks, the stability, and some support from banking, Dubai is still ahead of the US. You can't just fly into the US and be like, I'm setting up shop here, getting a bank tomorrow, ready to rock. But you can do that in Dubai. Moving is a pain in the butt, and moving companies is a pain in the butt. And if you don't have those like local contacts that can kind of guide you through the red tape, there's red tape everywhere, including in the UAE. It just felt like the Dubai entities and the DMCC really made that process a lot easier. They've got shared co-working spaces, office space, all the legal frameworks, all the VARA support, any of the legal compliance stuff that you got to do to just stay above board. They'll make sure that you've got that clear checklist and support you along the way, just guiding you through that process. The Dubai and DMCC guys, they went above and beyond. There was active boots on the ground really like welcoming us. I can't thank them enough. It's been really helpful for us.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back, and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
Until now, fiat balances only lived on centralized exchanges and fintech apps. Not anymore. Bitcoin.com Balance brings fiat balances to the decentralized world. That means you can buy and sell with ease, but you always keep complete control of your crypto. Once you've funded your Bitcoin.com balance, you can buy Bitcoin and 50 plus cryptos in seconds. No more failed transactions, lower fees, and you can sell back into your Bitcoin.com balance anytime. Need Bitcoin fast? Just tap, confirm, and boom, crypto in your wallet. No waiting, no friction. Bitcoin.com balance. The power and security of decentralization, the ease of a centralized exchange.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terror, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
Stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zano. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. Privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance. stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zano. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. Privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
Okay, we are back with our KBW coverage live from the conference floor. I'm looking out to see if people eating around us, but we're here with Justin Waldron and my co-host Frederick. Justin is the founder and CEO of Open Game Protocol. We spoke with him about a month ago at WebEx in Tokyo. Really enjoyed that conversation. Graham and I spoke about that conversation several times afterwards. So thank you for that, and thank you for coming back on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm excited.
Yeah. All right, so the first thing we're going to start with is I'm going to make a fool of myself and attempt to kind of encapsulate what Open Game Protocol is.
Sure, yeah.
Because I think it is quite a cool project, but if I'm honest, it's a little hard for maybe normies and dum-dums like myself to really kind of like get all the different parts involved. Okay. All right, so here we go. Open Game Protocol, I would say is almost like a marketplace where it meets three or more different parties and satisfies all of their needs. So it satisfies, for example, meme coin communities who want ways to kind of continue the interest and strengthen their communities. And basically right now they only have one thing to do, which is like make meme posts on like social media. Yep. It helps with game companies, especially at the beginning with smaller game companies, but it can be all game companies who spend an ungodly amount of money trying to get distribution and reach for their games. And this allows them a distribution with a much lower cost per acquisition, I guess, or something like that. And it also helps for like I would say crypto companies such as wallets, who also are trying to keep users engaged with their application and find more uses for buying or for using the wallet instead of just like buying or selling, speculating.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
Is that roughly?
It's pretty good.
Okay, go ahead.
But I think it's tough because there are different actors. But the simple way of thinking about it is, if Stripe allows you to spend 5 minutes as a developer implementing credit card transactions inside your application, we do the same for token rewards. So from a game developer's perspective, it's been a long undertaking to implement crypto into your game. And so most of them haven't done it. So it's taken large investments from some of the foundations to get these larger game developers on board. And it's taken 6 months or a year of development on these games to go build an economy around smart contracts. We're saying, wait a second, that's how credit cards used to be. In my first company, Zingo, when we started that, we actually had to go build a credit card processing team. We had 25 people that just did what Stripe does for you now, in-house, fraud, everything to do with payments, right? Then an API came out, and now everybody has their own team in Stripe to handle this stuff. So for us, for game developers, the simplest thing is, why don't you see crypto in every game in the App Store? It's too hard. And what if you could earn tokens after a 5-minute integration? That's the first piece. So Stripe, like what Stripe did for credit card processing, we do for token rewards inside of games. Super easy. The second part is, what if every token community that existed on Solana and these top EVM chains had its own game ecosystem? And what if traders had a reason to speculate on the game ecosystem that created rewards that then could be used to pay the developers who create the content and the players who play the games? So in other words, this unlocks the ability for a community like Fartcoin, which maybe has a lot of attention right now, to also have a Fartcoin game ecosystem, which just sounds ridiculous, but could really be a thing. There's a whole community of people who want to support this. There's certainly enough capital if you can get it allocated in the right places and then distributed to the right teams and the right players. So what we're trying to do is build the protocol that connects these groups to create this value.
Right. Yeah. Great. And that something that's always great about technology is, and you see this in other areas of crypto with a lot of the infrastructure that's been built out since like 2020, is a lot of these crypto companies have had to, like what you were talking about with credit card companies, they had to reinvent the wheel every time.
Yes.
Right. And every project had to create ways to, pull data from the blockchain and push data. And now they just use infrastructure companies to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. All right. So when we spoke at WebEx about a month ago, you said that you had some announcements or some news that you would be able to talk about in the forthcoming weeks. Well, we're a month past that. Where's that stand?
Yeah, so we're extremely close to shipping the actual full-fledged protocol. It should be in about the next week or two. And since then, we've actually closed a lot of partners that we can't talk about yet, but some of the top token communities from Solana are some that we'll be working with very, very quickly right out the gate. And so you could expect a lot of attention on the launch for sure. There's already at least 100 games ready to go on the platform at launch. This sounds like a lot, but it's because we're not asking of these game developers what some of the other platforms have asked in crypto before. We're not saying redesign your entire game economy around smart contracts and spend 2 years figuring it out. We're saying add some Fartcoin rewards to your game. It takes 5 minutes, right? And so we're allowing for this sort of collaboration that before was just too high costs of a transaction for anybody to really explore. And so we think there's just going to be a ton of interest and creativity that comes out of it.
Great. All right, 2 questions from that. The first is, when you say you're going to ship the protocol, what does that entail exactly?
Yeah, exactly. So there will be a place where you can go to the website and you can start to explore all these different game ecosystems. So maybe the Fartcoin game ecosystem, maybe WIF, maybe other large tokens you've heard of on Solana. And traders can participate in thinking about which game ecosystems they think would be the largest. And when they participate in speculation on these game ecosystems, that will also fund the reward pools, which will then go to pay the game developers who build games for this ecosystem. In other words, the more excited people get about a Fartcoin game ecosystem, the more funds there are to actually go and make it real by paying the developers to go create the content and paying the players for playing the game. So this has like a flywheel built in that sort of actually makes this thing get bigger as people believe in it more.
So it'll be an application, like a...
Yeah, so there's an application layer on Solana, but then there's the SDK that the game developers can integrate to make this work very easily that can pull from the rewards. And then the people that participate in deciding, growing the reward pools also get to decide where the reward pools go. So if they're most excited about this particular game about farts, that might be the game that gets most of the Fartcoin rewards, okay?
Right.
And then the other one might get a smaller and smaller piece. And then the players and the developers split these rewards. So what the protocol is doing is making sure all of the best contributors get the appropriate rewards for their contribution.
And you said, so the protocol and the SDK are being released
simultaneously. Yeah.
And then with that release, that launch, you're lining up 100 games.
Yeah. There'll be well over 100 games actually
at launch.
Yeah, at launch. And I think people, it's a little bit hard to imagine, but just think about it this way. Our view is that there's millions of games that already exist. And actually in Web3, a common complaint is, why are there no fun games with good tokenomics, right? Well, it's because building a great game is really hard, and building a great token is also really hard. Now, when you take the difficulty of building a great game and the difficulty of building a great token, and you multiply those chances together, you get almost zero, and that kind of explains why we're seeing what we're seeing. But if you go to the App Store, you go to these other places where games exist, there's hundreds of thousands of great games.
Yeah.
There's millions of games. There's hundreds of thousands that are amazing. So what if we just took the games that were already great and gave them the ability to become participants in crypto and work with these communities? What if there was a great game where they just add a little bit of fart humor to it, and now suddenly it's a great game for Fartcoin? Maybe that developer was struggling to get noticed, right? Maybe this is a new opportunity to take something they spent 2 years building and do a quick sort of adaptation of it that could be amazing for the Fartcoin community, right? There's a lot of unused assets out there. I like to think of it almost like Airbnb, right? Airbnb is a multi-sided marketplace.
Yeah.
You had all these empty houses sitting everywhere. Sometimes people lived in them. Sometimes they were vacation homes, whatever. You have inventory everywhere. For games, we have inventory everywhere. But that inventory was not accessible if you tell a game developer that they have to go and re-architect the entire way their game economy works.
Yeah.
It becomes accessible when it's as simple as just rewarding people a token in a game.
It also becomes like if you're just a game user, discovery becomes an issue as well, right?
Exactly.
The game maker is frustrated because they need to find a way to reach an audience, and the users get frustrated, like myself, I'm a game user, finding the gems.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, you just scroll and there's, like you said, hundreds of thousands, and
exactly.
how do you know what's good?
Yep.
And I feel like Open Game Protocol can help incentivize certain users to surface the games that are actually quite good.
Exactly, and traders are excited about more more developers showing up to their ecosystem. So as a Fartcoin Gamecoin trader, what do you care about? New games that are great are showing up, and communities can form about pulling in developers. They can say this game would be amazing, and they can go and pitch that developer on joining this ecosystem. It's permissionless, right?
Yeah.
Whereas we're not going to do a BD sprint and try to close AAA game devs on this protocol. This is something that anyone can contribute to making these ecosystems grow. And if they do, they benefit directly because they're getting rewarded from speculating on the game ecosystem that they helped create, right?
Yeah, I mean, which is great. So like, you could have traders or Beancoin community members who don't even necessarily really like games doing the due diligence of finding good games for gamers to play.
There are a lot of different roles in ways. I mean, think about Bitcoin as an ecosystem, right? There are so many different participants in the ecosystem that make Bitcoin what it is. And so if you really try to describe it, like in the beginning, the way that you described this, there's one way of describing Bitcoin that's incomprehensible.
Yeah.
Close to the description you gave in the beginning. No, but
I love it.
But you know what I mean? It's well, there's these miner guys, and then there's these other guys that they sell electricity to the miners, and these other guys, like, they make these FPGAs. They're selling the FPGA. The miners need the FPGAs, and there's it's just like, it becomes a jumbled mess. But the point is, if you have the right incentives, then all of these things plug in, and then all we get is magical internet money out of the other side, right?
Yeah.
So somebody has to go figure out the incentives for the ecosystem. But hopefully for people playing games, it's just like, I played a Fartcoin game and I earned some Fartcoin, right?
Yeah, and I liked it.
Yeah.
And I recommend it.
So this concept, it's an interesting concept. I like the matching incentives. So has this been proven yet to be successful? Either maybe somewhere else or maybe Open Protocol has done some tests that have shown good success for the launch.
We are I don't believe in the idea of pure original thought. So even at Zingo, my last company, a lot of people would call us pioneers of freemium gaming, right?
Okay.
But we are here today in Korea, and we got a lot of ideas from some companies in Korea. For people who really know their gaming history, their freemium model was going on in China and Korea in very small places, and it was really hard to study that stuff way back in 2007. It wasn't happening in the US, but we spent some time understanding what Nexon was doing with their Kart Rider game and all this stuff, and we figured out hey, is this just an Asian thing or is this a world thing? And so it's what I live in Japan now, and Masayoshi Son of SoftBank always talks about innovation time machine, which is this idea if you're in one place and you look at something, you find something that works, you bring it to something else. It doesn't necessarily look the same.
Right.
So what we're doing here is acknowledging some of the things that are working, but as a bundle, this has never been put together. But recently, what I think is showing a lot of proof for this is you go and look at what Pump.Fun is doing with streamers. So what Pump.Fun said is like, hey, we have this meme coin marketplace, but it turns out there's so much revenue being made. It's about $1 billion a year. What if we shared some of these fees with streamers who could then market the tokens? And it turns out the streamers make 10 to 100 times the amount of money per minute than they would make on any other platform. And so naturally, all the streamers start signing up and they get the content, right? So if you think about what Pump.Fun is for streamers, we are for games. These are two very different markets. I think I mentioned the last time, the interesting thing about games is $65 billion a year spent on mobile game advertising.
Crazy.
It is like the mother of all markets. Half of some of these large companies like Facebook's revenue is just games, and then it's e-commerce, and then after that there's not much left over. So if you can figure out a new way to distribute games, that's not a small thing. It's probably one of the biggest possible things you can build. $150 billion company, AppLovin, it's a public company. My company, Zynga, we got to around 15 billion because we were a game studio, the biggest mobile game developer. But AppLovin's a $150 billion company because they just do distribution. So it's a really big opportunity if done correctly.
Usually one of the top stocks of 2024.
Yeah, exactly.
And MicroStrategy and others, but
and
it's in the top 3.
And the way that we think about it in the game industry is that we just look at what works. We're ruthless on marketing because we convert the payers. We have the revenue to go spend $1 billion a year on marketing. Then we really look at all the channels, figure out what the cost of acquisition is, and we're very focused on that. So if we can offer a new channel that offers a lower cost of getting in front of a player, then people will start to shift their marketing spend over. So the traders can know that this is not just a crypto Ponzi scheme. This is something where a lot of game companies are going to see the value in buying into these markets and then distributing these games via these tokens later.
Yeah. All right. So let's focus on this Pump.Fun thing for a second. You briefly talked about it. I just want to start with, what do you make of this current, not pivot, but I guess they've started to target streaming. Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's has longevity? Just your general thoughts on it, and then I have one or two kind of more specific questions about it.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
But I'm biased. And so do I love every piece of content that's coming out of Pump.Fun? No. But as a model, we need to try more of this. This is, to me, the big unlock of how do we distribute the revenue that's being made from a protocol in a way that's fair and that people can, it's transparent and that helps people coordinate to build something bigger. This is something that's been missing. And I don't know that the first iteration of it will work, but I feel like as long as they're exploring that direction and they're at the beginning of this idea maze of figuring out what the hell it is, they or somebody else is going to figure out something here that's really, really interesting. And it's the beginning of a whole new wave of innovation in crypto that lets us go after these things we've been talking about for years. What if there was a social network powered by crypto?
Right.
You talk about how these things, whenever you have a new technology, we take the model that worked last time and we kind of smash it into whatever the new thing is. And often the way that it worked last time has to be transformed completely. And sometimes it takes us a long time to figure out what that should look like. To me, this is crypto starting to figure out what that should look like. Because before we might have just said, oh, we launch a token and then we pay it to the streamers, right? But now we're getting ideas of ways to do this that are quite sustainable and creator aligned and decentralized and permissionless and really scalable. So this is, to me, is what we were hoping we'd get out of all the sort of previous iterations of crypto native social networks. So it's starting to actually become a real thing.
Okay, great. I like that. For this though, so from what I understand, these streamers are basically making kind of like a meme coin, right? Like a creator coin.
Yeah.
I would classify that as a meme coin.
Yeah.
Something like that. Does that in any way fit in or compete with what Open Game Protocol is doing?
No, not at all. In fact, I think they could be really complementary, right? So our view is just if there's a token and people want to make games to distribute the token more widely, and there's traders that are interested in believing in that idea, then the reward pools will be there, and people should go and make content for it. We don't want to be opinionated about what will work and what won't work. And I think Pump.Fun, there are tokens like Fartcoin is a Pump.Fun token. Okay, so like the way we view it is they're one of the best places to launch token.
Yeah.
And there's going to be more interesting things that come out of there. So yeah, could be huge.
Yeah. Presumably these streamers could use their Pump.Fun token and then have an ecosystem of games around it.
Yeah, if they can support it. There are some really big streamers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are probably some who could. So
yeah, absolutely. Okay, great. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about Korea. Here we are in Korea. Korea, I would say, obviously really well known for gaming, especially mobile gaming, as you kind of mentioned earlier. In last cycle, and to be frank, last year, a lot of the big Web3 games were in Korea. I was wondering if you have any thoughts about like Korea's place as a Web3 gaming hub, and how you think it is today?
Yeah, it is interesting. I feel like Korea has been on the forefront of business models in games actually for a long time. Like I was mentioning before, even though my company Zynga often gets a lot of credit for inventing the freemium business model in the West, we popularized it for sure. There was stuff going on in China and Korea, and you got to ask yourself why that was. Piracy was rampant in Korea 20 years ago, absolutely rampant. You could not make money by selling a game here.
Wow.
Yeah, it was all bootlegs everywhere.
Wow.
Very little respect for IP law. So why were the Korean companies doing freemium? Because games as a service meant you could not piracy and steal the product.
Right.
Korean companies were forced to figure out, how the hell do I make money out of this economy that loves games, but is stealing every game? Okay, and they came up with this idea that, we give them the game for free and we make you pay for the things inside the game.
Yeah.
So constraint is the mother of innovation. Korea has been shaped by these constraints, and the big thing about Korea is that used to be a net cafe gaming culture, right?
Yes.
Which is actually very different than Japan. Japan did not have a net cafe gaming culture, and people put these countries in the same bucket. Japan is a mobile flip phone gaming culture, has been a mobile gaming culture longer than anywhere else in the world because it had the most advanced phones before any other country. It's had 3G internet-wide penetration before any other country. So it's had these game companies doing mobile games that were making $1 billion a year before the iPhone came out. These games existed in Japan. Korea is like the esports capital of the world because that's what comes out of these net cafes.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's these hardcore
fascinating
PC games, right? So the business model, the culture gets shaped by that, and that has to do with maybe the way the city is built and what things pop up, where people hang out. It's been really fascinating to see. But to me, that hardcore game community has been like very Web3 aligned and very open-minded, especially with such a large retail trading market, to this type of thing. It's a natural extension of a lot of the ways I've been thinking about things for a long time. So.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
I interviewed our first guest was a Korean guy who was talking about the history of Korea, and after this interview, I'm gonna have to think about. He kind of gave us a history of crypto in Korea, which is very unique to other countries, and I wonder how that has helped or hindered them with developing Web3 games. And I actually don't quite know at this moment, but. I wonder. So I walked around. I don't know if you've walked around at all today.
Yep.
Were you here last year?
Yes. Yep.
Are there more or less like gaming projects than last year, would you say?
That's a good question. Maybe it just feels like a little bit less. I think that there was a big gaming funding boom around when NFTs were working, and a lot of games raised money via NFT sales. And I think that some of them have run out of cash. So I think that as a space, it's been kind of tough to argue GameFi is the next thing. But the interesting thing is what I said before, which is like gaming is the mother of all markets. It is e-commerce and gaming that keep the wheels on the bus for all of the largest companies in the world via advertising. Google's advertising revenue, Meta's advertising revenue.
Wild.
It comes from these two sectors. So like you pull out gaming, you cut their revenue in half. So I think when you think of it that way, it's that we haven't solved the problem that these game companies have to deserve their money and their attention. And instead, we've been saying the skeuomorphic thing that I said before, which is you take the thing that worked in the past and you shove it in the new thing. We're like, oh, well, games have virtual items and virtual currencies. and we have cryptocurrencies and crypto items, these NFTs and ERC20s or whatever. Let's just smoosh them together. And like, why isn't this working? Because it almost never does, right? It's almost always like we got to spend a bunch of time breaking a bunch of stuff, figuring out what the hell works, and then coming up with what's new. So I think like GameFi, everybody knows like when someone gets this right, it's going to be huge.
Yeah.
But like then again, like it's been so hard. Like why is it so hard?
I don't know.
And I think it's like we've been stuck on one branch of the tree, right? There's all these things you can try, and you go straight for the one that looks like what last time was, and people spent maybe too much money too quickly hanging out in this branch of the tree, and we're now just kind of finally saying like, oh, I don't know, maybe that's not the right branch, and they're going back down to the trunk and they're going to go check some other branches, but there's a lot of interesting ones. So
yeah.
Yeah.
As a lifelong gamer, yeah, I've been a little I don't know, flummoxed that it hasn't worked yet, but
doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
What size did you say the industry is? The $65 billion figure? Was that the size of the industry? Or?
65 billion is just spending on mobile ads for games only.
Oh, okay.
So, and but it's over 100 billion a year made on games. So a lot of people think of Apple as the biggest beneficiary in this market because Apple takes 30% of a transaction.
Exactly.
But Facebook maybe takes 70 cents on the dollar. Apple takes 30 cents. Because Apple is in the middle of the payment, but Facebook is in the middle of distribution. But no one goes around, Tim Sweeney doesn't go around saying, what the hell, why is Facebook taking this money? Because it's a bidding system, it's fair. That's how much it costs to get your game in front of somebody right now.
Yeah.
So the lesson is that like distribution is the most monetizable thing in games, period, or for any developer, right? That's what everybody's looking for. So payments are also interesting, but we've been very focused on only the payments piece in crypto for so long. And it's very hard to get right. And frankly, I think like there's a lot of great solutions already out there. Like if you want to do stable coins in your game, you want to do great marketplaces with any currency you could want on many different chains, that technology exists. So like we don't need to go build that. That's the world is well served by a lot of really interesting companies.
Yeah, great. I love that. Distribution is the most monetizable space in gaming.
Yeah. I was just taking that note as well.
All right, I've got one last question, one last area to talk about, which is, so as you said, and I know this, you live in Japan, spend half a year, I think you said, something like that, between Japan and the West Coast, but in Japan. How would you contrast like Japan, like crypto in Japan with like crypto in Korea or gaming? Take any of that as you will.
Yeah.
Any part.
I love how dynamic the Korean market is. I feel like Japan has some really pragmatic, boring stuff that's holding it back from being a more dynamic retail market.
For example?
Tax law.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's almost 50% tax when you sell a token. So what you see is that Japanese are great holders because they can't sell because they're going to get taxed like crazy. Whereas Korea loves trading shitcoins because they love to rotate, right? And but if you look at Japan culturally, there's a huge Forex trading culture. Like they talk about the sort of Japanese housewives trading the yen against the dollar. They're a little bit degenerate, more than like we think of other markets. So some people just say, oh, it's culture. Like Koreans love like gambling in this way on retail, and Japan doesn't. I don't think that's it. I think that it costs money to rotate in Japan. Like it's not a good way to trade. And they're fixing that tax law very soon. It's already, and that's going to be to see what's always been one of the 2 to 3 biggest markets in the world for games and things like this, like Forex and stuff, to finally start maybe getting a little bit of a fuel on the fire to like start rotating could be huge. That could be as big of a catalyst as the U.S. Getting behind the regulatory ideas around crypto. Just getting Japan online and participating in retail in a way that they haven't could be really big. So I want to see it going more from Bitcoin and ETH and the stuff that they want to hold for years to like the day-to-day, speculation and engagement with different communities. It's happening, but it's very small compared to Korea. So to me, that's like the biggest difference and the biggest room for upside.
Very, very good. Frederick, do you have anything to say, anything to ask before we wrap up?
Yeah, so besides the tax thing or the lack of a tax on the altcoins, what else makes the Korean market so desirous, I guess, of these altcoins and that almost degenerate crypto culture.
Right. The other thing that hurt Japan on the tax side is they just fixed it, which is that founders or anybody who had tokens would get taxed immediately when they received them.
Oh, really?
Even if they were locked. So the reason that there are very few Japanese founders building projects is they had to leave, so everyone went to Singapore and stuff, and then you don't get the community of people making money and reinvesting it in local teams, right?
Wow.
So they're really starting over. That's fixed. But now those people they're gone. So like we need new people to start up, make some money, build out an ecosystem, but it's going to happen now. So I think Korea's had that, right? Korea's had great funds, local funds that have been part of the global crypto community since the beginning. And that's what Japan has struggled with. So like it's just so vibrant here, right? There's local founders, local teams, local retail, local VCs. You have everything you need to grow the ecosystem.
All right, I'll give you an opportunity for a hot take. You can decline if you want. Rank Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea, and Japan as crypto hubs. No?
I'm not going to take that bait.
All right.
Look, I actually think I don't want to give too political of an answer here because but I think the biggest thing I would just say to people who are thinking about this, like maybe founders or anybody really, is like they're such different markets, right?
Yeah.
They're so similar in some way. Like I said, I don't think there's a real cultural reason that Korea is so much different than Japan. I think you got to understand some things that are hard to understand about why people do what they do. And those things could change, which could lead to like more reasons to be bullish in the future about any of them. And so when I think about each of these, like I see too many founders are saying, I got to go to Asia. I got to like get people in Asia to buy my token or my NFTs without understanding the nuance in every market. Like these are different markets and they're huge now, right? In their own right. So I wouldn't sleep on any of them.
All right, there you go. Very nice, very nice. I was gonna make Frederick do it. I'll make Frederick do it later though. Give him time to think. All right. Oh no, the Asian ranking of cities, but you don't have to do it now. We'll do it later. Don't worry about it.
Wheels are turning already.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, thank you, Justin, for being on. And again, I'm excited for Open Game Protocol to come out. I'm definitely gonna be in there and kicking the tires.
All right.
See what it's like.
Yeah.
Up next, we have Joe Tu, the CoinX Director of Global Business Development. It's going to be a good conversation. I think it's going to be you and Graham, Frederick, doing that.
Yes.
So stay tuned. That's coming up. We're giving away free Bitcoin all throughout our live stream conference coverage. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. Throughout the conference coverage, you'll see these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner and scan the large QR code. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin into your wallet. You need to be ready, be fast, because anyone watching the live stream can get that Bitcoin.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back, and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
So I got into crypto around 2017 during that cycle, that ICO boom.
2017, I was first introduced to Bitcoin. Actually, my first love of crypto was Monero.
I got into crypto in 2017, mainly out of desperation. I started hearing about it, and basically, I'm like, okay, this is my ticket.
I got into crypto around 2017. Yeah, it seems quite classic at this point, but yeah, the big bull run basically. Got into mostly ETH at that point.
Discovered Bitcoin in probably mid-2016. Read all I could about it. Got really super interested in it. Put in a little bit of my money, and then yeah, just started building things for it.
I probably got into crypto around 2018-ish, and I knew about it for many years prior to that, but never really got into it.
I started my journey in crypto in 2010. Back when I first installed the Qt miner exe.
I'm a full stack engineer, mainly deal with front-end web, but I've had my hands in a few different parts of the code bases.
I am a media product manager. I basically handle a lot of the Bitcoin.com news media.
I'm the marketing operations lead at Bitcoin.com. I manage the marketing team, so we've got video team, designers, copywriters, and yeah, we're just trying to spread the word about economic freedom and our products, make sure that everything looks cool.
And right now in particular, I'm kind of building a new exchange product with some of the new cool stuff that's coming out in Hyperliquid, DYDX, and trying to figure out how to make a new decentralized product that still looks like a custodial exchange.
I am the tech lead for revenue, which means I'm responsible for finding revenue streams.
I work with the film and video, do editing, filming the conferences, making different content of that sort. Yeah.
So I'm basically leading up the engineering org, mostly managing all the engineering side of things at this point. Making sure we stay on track is basically what I'm doing, yeah.
Japan is one of the most peaceful countries in the world. The crime rate is quite low.
Everything works and it's safe. You can walk anywhere. You can just go anywhere. You never have to worry. You can leave your backpack on the train and you'll get it back. Like all of that stuff I really like.
The infrastructure is fantastic. You can go wherever you want to. Any time of day, day and night, everything's going on. It's full of energy. People always say like New York's a city that never sleeps, but I've been there and it does sleep, whereas Tokyo doesn't sleep.
The middle class experience in Japan is second to none. What in many countries would be like a 3-star restaurant, you can get that like without really going out of your way.
Super clean, super safe. You know, you can walk anywhere, you can take the train anywhere, lots of good food. It's got like all of the pros.
It's fun, exciting, there's always something going on. People are really kind and friendly, food's amazing, and they've got amazing toilets. I can't think of any negatives about living in Japan. Maybe I think the language barrier is a bit tricky sometimes, and also the bureaucracy.
It's kind of disconnected from the rest of the world. It's easy to sort of lose touch with reality, I guess, with what's happening in the rest of the world.
They tend to misinterpret rules versus laws. That creates a lot of issues, especially for the crypto industry.
You know, everything's Japanese. You gotta speak the language, and if you don't, you're kind of always gonna be an outsider, I guess.
So it's hard to, I guess, like break into that culture.
I think number one piece of advice I have about visiting Japan is read up on the local customs, for lack of a better word, or mannerisms. Be polite, don't be an asshole tourist.
I personally think you shouldn't spend a lot of money on food. The ambient level of service and quality is so high that you can go to relatively inexpensive places and it'll blow you away.
You're gonna have to take the subway, you're gonna have to take the JR, you're gonna have to take the Shinkansen. Now, yeah, you can stop every station, get your little ticket and do whatever, but just get a transit card. It can be an app on your phone, it can be like the physical card like I have. That way, you just put money on it, and then you can get in and out of the train. If you're buying individual tickets, it's not gonna make any sense to you at all.
I guess if you're traveling to Japan, is to mostly just go out a little bit from Tokyo and enjoy. Because I really like you get 1 hour, 2 hours out in Tokyo, like Hakone or Easy or somewhere like that. Everything changes. It goes from being this big city to becoming nature. And if you go far enough, you'll be the only tourist, right? If you go off the beaten path, you get a car, then you can go to the real place.
You can go anywhere and find something interesting to do. So I think like a lot of people just come and do the circuit of like Kyoto, Shibuya Scramble, maybe try and stay in an area that's a little bit off the beaten path and explore that area. There's lots of stuff.
I would avoid temples in Kyoto. Just go to like any medium-sized city outside of Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo, and you're gonna have a much better experience.
I think for sure you should spend some time to like scope out an area you like before like, I don't know, committing to like an apartment or something like that.
Be ready for the bureaucracy, and everything is going to be in Japanese. So either you gotta, get your Google translation game going, or you gotta find someone to help you.
Try to learn the language, try to learn the culture, but still be yourself. You're a different animal. Try to stay yourself.
Just do a lot of research. If you have friends living in Japan, talk to them, get as much information as you can before just jumping into it.
The things that make Japan great, like it's so clean, it's so safe, those are only possible because of the restrictions. Be prepared to be spending a lot of time sorting your trash, dealing with local regulations.
It's not the same as your home country, so just roll with it. Makes it more fun. Don't expect it to be like your home. Don't judge the things that are different. Just accept that that's how it is and go with it.
So the best thing about crypto, I think, is everything changes and that you never really know where you're going. When I started, if someone told me about NFTs or meme coins, I would have been like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I
think there's just always something new to learn, something new is happening in crypto. The trends come off often and go away just as often. So gotta ride the waves.
I get to see what's happening in this sort of new age of fintech and be ready to pounce on like these potential investment opportunities?
It can be a little bit stressful at times, especially once you get into the groove of working on a project and needing to change it like straight away. But I think learning new things is great, and because it's like building up my skill base as well as like creating new things for the company and the crypto community in general.
It's kind of a Wild West. You can kind of just play around with it, get it right, experiment. And because it moves fast, if it messes up, that's fine. Because everyone in crypto is used to things crashing and burning. Build it again, try different things, see what sticks.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
we're giving away free Bitcoin all throughout our live stream conference coverage. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. Throughout the conference coverage, you'll see these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner and scan the large QR code. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin into your wallet. You need to be ready, be fast, because anyone watching the live stream can get that Bitcoin.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
What if you got pages for exploring crypto? Read news, check prices, discover new projects, and stack rewards along the way. Over $1 million in rewards paid out so far, and we're just getting started. Download the Bitcoin.com wallet today. The wallet that pays you.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terror, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
Do you think your crypto is private? Think again. On Bitcoin, Ethereum, and most major blockchains, every transaction you make is public, traceable by anyone, anywhere. What you send, who you send it to, when you send it, how much you hold. All visible, forever. That's not just transparency, it's surveillance. Confidential assets on the Zano blockchain changed the game. Built for privacy from the ground up, Zano's system extends its powerful protections like untraceability, unlinkability, and amount concealment to any token. This opens the door to fully private financial tools. Imagine a USD stablecoin, but shielded. Imagine Bitcoin wrapped and transacted anonymously. Imagine enterprise tokens that move without exposing sensitive details. Confidential assets make all of this possible. And now, with the Bitcoin.com wallet, you can hold, send, receive, and swap Zano's confidential assets, all inside a single, easy-to-use, self-custodial app. Privacy isn't just an add-on, it's the future. Update your Bitcoin.com wallet today and step into the next era of private crypto.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back, and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem.
And we're back at Korea Blockchain Week, and we're here with Joe Tu, who is CoinEx Director of Global Business Development. Welcome, Joe, and thanks for coming. So, Joe, could you tell us about yourself? What do you do, and what was your journey into crypto? What path did you take to get here?
Thank you so much. It's my honor to be here, and thank you so much for the inviting. And hello, everyone. My name is Joe. I'm a Director BD from CoinEx, which is under like a VIBTC, one of the biggest mining pool in the world. So we have a whole ecosystem, including like exchange, wallet, smart chain, and also we have our own research team and etc. So what we do here in the market is we're trying to building a blockchain infrastructures for all the users around the world. We supporting 16 regions, and also supporting language for people who can understand more about blockchain and also cryptocurrency as well. And for me, like I said, I'm a BD from the group, and also I'm mainly working for expanding the market, letting people to understand what we do, and partnership with media, partnership with other communities, trying to getting more users understand more about our group and also our mission to this market. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So let's get into a little inside baseball. I'm really curious about BD in general. So what does that entail, being a business development for CoinEx Group Exchange via BTC? What does that actually entail? Did you go into that?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, actually. As a BD, I've been BD here for almost 4 years already. So for me, personally, I think BD is not only you going out for events, getting contacts or everything like that, but it's more about relationships. It's not like you're going to a place and, hey, can I get your contact? Maybe we can talking about deals, something like that. But yeah, it is important. But however, more importantly, you need to understand how to get extra value between both of the people, between the other people, between our company as well. So one is extra value. Two is in between of getting a deal as a partnership, but you can get in some extra a win-win situation, so that both of us can getting benefits throughout the market and everything like that. And also as a BD, I think more importantly is teamwork as well, because once you got the resources, you need to know how to actually getting the value from them. You need to working with your own team as well. So that's a lot of extra work. Yeah, that's what from my personal perspective. Yeah.
Could you go into a little bit more about that last part? What do you mean about team? So you're kind of a pivot point between the external partners and your team. How does that work for you?
Well, I mean, there's always a conflict, because you can't make everything smooth, I want a deal, please sign a contract, compliance team check contract, and financial team pay the money, right? So it's all about how you can balancing the benefits between internal team and external team as well. So that's how you're gonna manage to see how you can actually discussing with internal team, how you can just letting them know what's the benefit from the other partner, and letting the partner getting their expectation from what they want from us. Yeah, that's the most crucial thing, and it's more a time-consuming stuff as well. Yeah.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit, because via BTC, it's an OG in the space. Could you tell me a little about the history of via BTC?
Sure.
One of the, as far as I understand, one of the biggest Bitcoin mining pools there is.
Yeah, one of the biggest. Actually, we are the third largest mining pool. Yeah, third largest mining pool in the world, for BTC, and also we're the biggest for BCH. We've been in the market as a mining pool company for 9 years already, which is I wouldn't say OG, but we are long enough, to prove our value in the market. and also as a mining pool team, that's why we have been built up the whole ecosystem, like exchange, wallet, and everything, like I said earlier. Because of the Bitcoin halving, so the ROI for the mining machine, everything is like lowering down. So that's why we're searching out the other way to getting more like a value in the market. And the blockchain is a very big market and it's a trendy market. So we are still learning, studying, and researching and understand the market and providing what we can do for the market as well.
So fair to say that your via BTC is trying to diversify out away from just mining.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe that's a good transition to tell us about CoinX research.
Yep. So for CoinX research, like I said, we are trying to building a more understandable market for most of newbie users. So a lot of people want to understand about blockchain, they want to understand about cryptocurrency, but however, there's not much way for them to learn as newcomers. So that we're trying to building a academy place for them to understand, start from zero, understand about what blockchain is, what crypto is, what's the history of the crypto, and also what's the trendy coins. And we have a specific team called CoinX research team. We are doing a CoinX daily report, which is about everyday's trends, about the key news from the cryptocurrency and the blockchain around the global. And then for people to see what is going on here. And also, of course, there's including the price of key coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and also Dogecoins, etc. So that for them to day by day learn about a little bit topics about the coins, the market, and what's the key news related to crypto or related to blockchain, so that for them to understand more. Yeah.
And how would you say the growth of CoinX research has gone? Are you finding people are you getting good feedback from the people who are using it? Who's actually adopting CoinX research? Who's actually using that?
Yeah, basically this is adopting to all the CoinX registered users. So for them, it's easier, very easy for them to finding the gateway to the research, so that every our CoinX users, they'll be happy to see. And also we are putting on our X account as well in every region. So basically we have our CoinX global account, we have a different regions account specifically for different language like Japanese, Korean, Spanish, Portuguese, things like that. So all the people, they can see their local language to understand what we are researching on, and in CoinX Daily as well, in CoinX Research as well, and we have our own academy center called Help Center. So we got all the research articles there. So basically, they can all getting on that as well.
Is it from the user perspective for the CoinX Academy? Is it kind of self-serve, or is it there's a curriculum?
Well, it's more about a self-serve, for them to see the daily news, and also they can find a specific keyword what they want to learn, about specific token, which we just listed. We have all the basic information, background about the projects and everything, so that they can find everything possible that they want to research on.
Okay, so being involved in research in the crypto space, I suppose you may have some insights as to what's hot.
Yeah.
So what are you excited about these days?
I mean, in terms of research-wise, I wouldn't say I would perfect traders, but in terms of research, that's what we always trying to persuading our users. Before you buying token, any other projects, do your research first. That's what we always mention in our articles and also in our research team. For me as well, whatever token it is, even it's trendy, everyone is talking about it, there's a lot of articles, but you need to do your own research first before you actually want to put in your investment inside. That's my suggestion to all the users as well. For me to going out to BD and also meeting some community leaders, talking to their users, that's what always talking to them. Do your research, very important. Understand before you investigate. Yep.
And do you remember the first time you came across crypto and you were a newbie? You said that via BTC was 9 years ago.
Yeah.
So when did you first encounter Bitcoin or any other kind of cryptocurrency?
Yeah. For me, I was kind of a newbie, though. I got into this industry 5-6 years ago. Okay. Not that OG, but I can't say I know a lot, but I kind of understand what the logic is in this industry. But like the question you asked, what do I do when I first met the Bitcoin? For me, it's like a mystery that time because I personally know Bitcoin because of blockchain. I saw the blockchain. Oh, I say this terminology sounds interesting. What's about that? And I looking around the Bitcoin white paper, and I'm looking around all the research and also article news related to this. Oh wow, this is interesting. It's different from traditional Chinese traditional finance, and also I was trying to like listening some podcasts and try to watching on YouTube, try to search some keywords and see what's different from traditional finance, and also how can I just getting involved into this cryptocurrency, because I do traditional financing investment as well. So I see the difference, and then I do the research. I see, because like years ago the crypto, it's like booming. Like every coin they apply like 100x, like 10x easily. So that like, people saw, oh, there's easy money. So that's why I got interested in it, and I'm trying to see how I can get involved as well. That's how I first met Bitcoin and everything like that.
Okay, so you said you have a history in investing in traditional finance assets, and now more focused in the crypto space. So, wondering if you have any insights on how to look at investing in TradFi versus investing in crypto. Like, what are some? I mean, with cryptocurrency projects, blockchain projects, it can be hard to come up with a valuation for the token, whereas in TradFi with stocks, there's tried and true valuation models. So how do you think about the differences in terms of evaluating a project for the potentially investing in it?
Well, comparing to traditional finance, crypto is more like flexible. What I say, there's kind of things like that, and because crypto is like 24/7, right? You can't really predict it, and but for traditional finance, I mean, the difference is not too huge, but like they are like investment. But for the traditional one, it's easier for you to trace it, because you see you got a company, you got the listing company, you can easily find their background. But for the crypto wise, it's more mystery. That's what I come. Yeah.
So one thing I've noticed with investing in crypto is it's very much narrative and momentum driven.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, totally agree with that.
All right. So BTC is coming at it originally from Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. Now the crypto space is much bigger than that. So how are you thinking about this rising importance of Web3, interoperability, DeFi, stablecoins, all that, and like how do you think about how the industry has evolved and maybe which direction things are heading?
Well, 100% I was being like a positive about this industry, and for the future, of course, it's gonna be being better and better. And we see a lot of countries, they trying to put in their own compliance regulation, trying to make it more regulated. It's been before traditional finance, people putting more rules, putting more compliance regulation, and more people getting interested and more people getting involved. I mean, it's more we can see it's being common in people's mind, and also I will be positive in the future. There's more and more people going to be getting involved in this industry, and also more government will be get involved into this as well, get compliance, and also we don't get any more scammers, things like that. So I'll be positive on this.
Do you so you said you're familiar with the Asian crypto environment. When you compare the different Asian markets, like right now we are at Korea Blockchain Week, we're in Seoul. Maybe you can compare that to Japan and Tokyo and Hong Kong. What are some of the differences that you see, between the different markets?
Yeah, there's a lot of difference actually from country to country. I mean, one because of their culture, two because of the regulation, and maybe three because of the people there might have different like a leader. Someone they follows the KOL, someone follows the trader, someone follows the government. Let's take Korean and Japan for example. They are more regulated, and the government is putting more regulation on top of that. But for the Southeast Asia wise, like in Vietnam, Indonesia, it's more about like gray area. I mean, even though the government is trying to, putting like a legislation on top of that, but again, it took a little bit time. But for now, they still like having their own community. It's easier for them to getting like an offline event, doing promotion, doing like getting some, probably like offline workouts, things like that. But for Japan wise, it's more like they are more following about their government, and also Japanese people, because of their culture, they're more loyalty to one like the exchange that they like trusted in. So it's very difficult for us to get into the Japanese market because we need to get in their trust first, which is one of the biggest obstacle. And Korea-wise, compliance is always the biggest obstacle because of travel rule here. So that we need to find out a way and to get into their community, to trying to building our infrastructures and our education, and also how we can do it more in a legal way. Yeah, and also in Southeast Asia wise, we need to prepare for the movement from their government side. Yeah.
Okay, so you're keeping an eye on things in different countries, seeing where the opportunities are. All right, so we're here at Korea Blockchain Week, obviously, and just wondering if you've had a chance to walk around, if anything has caught your eye so far, thoughts on the conference, like any themes you've seen that have stuck out to you?
Well, I mean, Korean Blockchain Week is huge, man. It's huge, and the first impression for me is, man, there's a lot of people here. Comparing to other events, this place is crowded, and also I see people's passion in terms of getting in. When I get in, there's a long queue, like at least 100 meters away. Like the queuing, people are still like passionate to get in and try to find some valuable things here. For me, the impression here, I didn't get a chance to like deeply walking around, but for me, it's like this place is very organized, and also we can see a lot of different like projects, wallet, exchange, and very diversified. I will get a chance later after this interview to walking more around here and to getting more deep insights. Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's zoom out a little bit. I'd love to get your thoughts on what you view Bitcoin's role. We're Bitcoin.com. We focus on Bitcoin. How do you view Bitcoin's role in the global economy? Is it, for example, is it a store of value? Is there some other aspect of Bitcoin that you think is being more important, like a censorship-resistant form of money? How do you think about Bitcoin personally?
For me, like Bitcoin is more about the core coin in terms of crypto, because from the history we can tell, like Bitcoin from the very beginning, like little cents until now, you can see like 100K, like 120K. It's still keep growing and keep like developing. And like I said, I'm very positive about the future for crypto. And of course, Bitcoin is one of the key in terms of crypto. And I'm sure a lot of people knowing about the cryptocurrency because of Bitcoin, and people get interested about it because of Bitcoin. So I was like very positive about this to be like a core market in terms of finance and also traditional finance. Yeah.
All right. Frederick, do you have any other questions you'd like to ask?
Well, I'm curious, any price predictions for Bitcoin? I know you mentioned that, 120K, it did go up to 124 in August. What do you think Bitcoin is going to be by the end of the year, mate? What's your prediction?
Well, I mean, just like a literally personal idea. It's like it's not like. But for me, of course, I want it to like going higher because I hold Bitcoin as well. So of course, for me, I personally want to go to 150K, like 200K ideally. But like I said, we never know how it goes for crypto. It's unpredictable. So for me personally, I wish it can go to 200K at the end of this year.
is there anything you're looking at specifically, anything you're tracking? A lot of people, when they think about what Bitcoin's going to do, they think about global liquidity, the global liquidity cycle, global M2 money supply, how much governments around the world are printing, and they sort of look at that and be like, okay, global liquidity is increasing. That means the price of Bitcoin is going to keep increasing. Is there anything you're specifically looking at to kind of predict medium, short term, like what the price is going to do, what the market's going to do for Bitcoin?
Yeah, personally, I think it really depends on those whales, right? Yeah, depending on how they want to decide to hold it, or they want to keep selling it, or they want to what they're gonna do for the next step, to kind of manipulating the market. But personally, I not really want to predicting this because it's quite risky. Yeah.
So you see whales as being sort of instrumental. That's interesting because in the last few months, we've seen quite a few longtime Bitcoin holders seemingly divest from their Bitcoin. I think a few weeks ago there was an OG sold 50,000 Bitcoin worth several $billion. So, I mean, does that bearish to you, or is that just a sign of those early adopters passing the torch to the next generation of long-term Bitcoin holders?
I mean, in this industry, everything is possible to happen, right? We couldn't prevent from that one, but it's part of history. We just witness the history, just seeing what they're gonna do, and what we can do is we trying to building our own infrastructure and following the trends. I think that's enough for us.
All right. So, Joe, just to wrap things up here, is there anything you'd like people to know about BTC, CoinEx Research? Any place that you'd recommend people to follow or get more information?
Yeah, so for VIBDC, it's a very big group company. If anyone get interested, feel free to follow our X account. VIBDC, you can always find it on X. And also for CoinEx research-wise, again, you can follow our CoinEx Global account to see what is there. Like I said, the Research Daily and other articles. Feel free to follow it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Joe, too. Up next, we've got a preview of our exclusive interview with Justin Sun. So don't miss that. We'll be right back.
Do you think your crypto is private? Think again. On Bitcoin, Ethereum, and most major blockchains, every transaction you make is public, traceable by anyone, anywhere. What you send, who you send it to, when you send it, how much you hold. All visible, forever. That's not just transparency, it's surveillance. Confidential assets on the Zano blockchain changed the game. Built for privacy from the ground up, Zano's system extends its powerful protections, like untraceability, unlinkability, and amount concealment to any token. This opens the door to fully private financial tools. Imagine a USD stablecoin, but shielded. Imagine Bitcoin wrapped and transacted anonymously. Imagine enterprise tokens that move without exposing sensitive details. Confidential assets make all of this possible. And now, with the Bitcoin.com wallet, you can hold, send, receive, and swap Zano's confidential assets, all inside a single, easy-to-use, self-custodial app. Privacy isn't just an add-on, it's the future. Update your Bitcoin.com wallet today and step into the next era of private crypto.
giving away free Bitcoin all throughout our live stream conference coverage. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. Throughout the conference coverage, you'll see these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner and scan the large QR code. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin into your wallet. You need to be ready, be fast, because anyone watching the live stream can get that Bitcoin.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
What if you got pages for exploring crypto? Read news, check prices, discover new projects, and stack rewards along the way. Over $1 million in rewards paid out so far, and we're just getting started. Download the Bitcoin.com wallet today. The wallet that pays you.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terror, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
Do you think your crypto is private? Think again. On Bitcoin, Ethereum, and most major blockchains, every transaction you make is public, traceable by anyone, anywhere. What you send, who you send it to, when you send it, how much you hold. All visible, forever. That's not just transparency, it's surveillance. Confidential assets on the Zano blockchain change the game. Built for privacy from the ground up, Zano's system extends its powerful protections like untraceability, unlinkability, and amount concealment to any token. This opens the door to fully private financial tools. Imagine a USD stablecoin, but shielded. Imagine Bitcoin wrapped and transacted anonymously. Imagine enterprise tokens that move without exposing sensitive details. Confidential assets make all of this possible. And now, with the Bitcoin.com wallet, you can hold, send, receive, and swap Zano's confidential assets, all inside a single, easy-to-use, self-custodial app. Privacy isn't just an add-on, it's the future. Update your Bitcoin.com wallet today and step into the next era of private crypto.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect.
Okay, we are back with our KBW live coverage from the Bitcoin.com news desk powered by Threshold Network. Coming up next is an interview that I filmed yesterday with Justin Sun.
His Excellency.
His Excellency, I apologize, sir, if you're watching. It was a great interview. I had a lot of fun with it. I think for me, just to kind of tease it a little bit for people watching and for yourself, I talked with him about his space trip. I asked him if the Earth was indeed flat.
Okay. Excited to see the answer.
Yeah. But also, like, honestly, though, I've been a big space nerd for my whole life, so I asked some questions that I've never heard people ask, and some of his answers were pretty awesome. Just like if you care about this kind of stuff. More on topic, though, we talked about DATs, and you know that I've been quite outspoken against DATs. I think my stance has been they've been really scammy, kind of, I don't know, unproductive, whatever. Believe it or not, it was Justin Sun who has convinced me of their efficacy. Not about Bitcoin, whatever, but about proper digital asset treasuries. And now I'm like sold. I'm 100% sold.
Okay, now why are you surprised that that information comes from Justin Sun?
I was just making a little joke because some people in the crypto space are, I think, a little too harsh on His Excellency, and unjustly so, I think, to be honest. So I'm not a fanboy. I'm not, whatever. But I do think he gets hated on more than he should. And so yeah, it was a fun interview. I used some new interview techniques. And for those of you who are watching, get into the live stream comments and let me know what you think. I think people are gonna either really hate it or really hate it.
Speaking of getting into the live stream comments, I'd be remiss to if I didn't remind our viewers that we got $2,000 of Bitcoin on the line here for anyone who gets into the live stream comments, rips us apart, asks a good question, anything. We're gonna address these on the live stream. and you can win up to $1,000 in Bitcoin. So get in there, comment. We got $2,000 Bitcoin on the line.
TBTC.
Yeah. Thanks to our shout out again to our partner Threshold. All right, David, what is this?
Okay, so His Excellency gave me a parting gift, and I think we should unbox it now. What do you think? Well,
Yeah,
live
let's do it.
unboxing?
Yeah.
Here, you got one.
One each? Got one.
I've got one. Here we go. Intriguing, sir.
Okay.
You have any comments about the boxing
Yes,
unboxing experience?
There's some cryptic symbolism here on the side. Banana tape. It's like okay.
All right, shall we open it?
Let's open it up.
Here we go.
Got here. Oh. And Forbes.
Whoa.
Forbes.
And look at that.
There it is.
There's the man himself.
The $6 million banana. Well, one of them has got to be the real one.
So these were given to us by hand, physically in his presence. So, as you said off camera, does this mean one of these is worth $6 million?
I'm going to assume yes. Which means that we need to eat them, I believe.
So what I think we should do is we should eat these bananas. Little repast. We missed the food line, the zoo, and listen to this interview. What do you say?
Yeah, sounds great.
Let's do it.
All right. Tastes like money.
Please enjoy this interview. Me and Justin's son. Have fun.
Thank you very much, sir, for doing this. I appreciate it. For this interview, I'm going to have some props to try to keep it interesting.
Yes.
All righty, let's see. The first one is around here. There we go.
$20.
$20, the old greenback.
Yes.
So this is representing stable coins.
Yes.
Obviously, one of the biggest narratives this year. Scott Bessent thinks there'll be $2 trillion in U.S. denominated stable coins.
Yes.
Arthur Hayes thinks 11 trillion.
Yes.
Then you have like new blockchains like Tempo and Google's Gcol.
Yes.
Coming around, focusing on stable coins.
Yes.
USDT is the largest stablecoin.
Yes.
And most of the traffic is on Tron.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, are you worried about these competitors? Are you thinking about them? And what strategy do you have moving forward?
Yes. So first of all, stablecoin settlement network is a very big industry. I think this year coming along with the Circle going IPO in United States, really bring this to the mainstream audience. Before that, it's still a large industry, but I don't think like public pay that attention to this industry. But I think it's a good news. More and more people start to get into this industry and start to realize, digital dollars is better than the traditional one. So that's why I think we are happy to contribute and to be part of it. And actually, I think big companies. I think we have heard, JP Morgan, Citibank at that time also wants to do a stablecoin based blockchain. I think the more big enterprise interested about it is a good thing. No matter what they eventually launch the product, I think first of all is bring the awareness to the public, which is good for every participant in the space. And if they launch a good stable coin, in my view, all the stable coin kinds help each other because you all have like share pool to share the liquidity. So eventually, for example, if Google doing a stable coin, the banking channel on that stable coin will help other stable coin grow. So that's my theory. So that's why I think the more stablecoin we have, the stronger the industry is.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of that saying, a rising tide lifts all boats.
Yes.
Right? Like, so the liquidity.
Yes,
Okay. I see. Cool. All right. Well, let's take another look in here. This is a lighter one. And I have a little rocket ship.
Yes. Yes.
So last month, you took a rocket ship into space.
Yes.
And you got a view of the Earth much higher than we are here now.
Yes.
My first question about that is, the Earth is flat, right?
Yes. So first of all, my first view is Earth is very small. So if you see it from space, it's just a very small planet. Actually, right, everything we care about, everything we think of is actually all in a very small planet. And also at the same time, if you look at from the space, it will be, I think you will feel Earth is fragile, anything happen in the space might have impact on Earth, right? So that's why I think it's also we need to cherish this opportunity to live in this planet and do best we can to protect it. I think that's also very important. And third, I'm the 112th person go to space.
Small group.
Yes, yeah. Since Gagarin, right? I think in 1960s, something, 61. But I think that's gonna be the future of planet. More and more people will be in the space, and just as Elon Musk predict, I think the future of human will be multi-planet, and also people will go to space in the future, just like we are taking flights today.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, also right, make a very important next step. Even for myself, I will take more chance energy to see how we can facilitate and help space industry to grow in the end.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, that sounds awesome. I hope it happens in my lifetime.
Yes.
Just a couple questions personally about this. I've always been fascinated by space.
Yes.
Was it claustrophobic? Like the size of the craft, that kind of thing?
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
Because I think today, spaceship, it's not like what I've seen in the past. I think 20 years, 30 years ago, the design, especially internal, it's not that good. But today, I think all the spaceship internally designed like an iPhone.
Okay.
So it's not different from I think what you feels like living in hotel.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's the first thing. And then the second thing is actually very user friendly. So they're not gonna be like the pilot, in front of them is like 100 buttons. You don't need, don't know like which one to push.
Right.
For us, there's only few buttons. And very user friendly interface, so like what to do. And of course, everyone before they go to space, they have been rehearsal, doing it like repeatedly. So that's why when you go to space, you will feel safe, and you will have much more room, and be prepared for it.
Cool. Okay, just a couple more questions about space because it's fascinating.
Yes.
Did they make you not eat beforehand? Were you allowed to eat food beforehand or not? What about like drinks? Was it water only? How was the conversation or rapport with your crew members?
Yes. So first of all, yeah, I don't think uh, drink drink or eat too much of the food before taking off is a bad idea. So don't do that. So myself, I stop I think eating food around 24 hours before taking flights. And only drink, small amount of the water. But of course, everyone don't want things to go wrong. So that's why we all wear diapers, before taking off.
Right, of course.
Yeah, but minimize the food and the water taking before the rocket is important, because you might for us we are lucky, so we are 8 minutes I think a delay with the launch, but most of the time I think few hours delay is very common. So sometimes I even heard 8 hours,
and you're just sitting there.
Yes, and right now I think these days few hours should be fine. But if you are in the past, 20, 30 years ago, I heard like even a day delay is
Good Lord, wow,
is common. So that's why don't recommend to drink or eat. A little bit should be fine, but uh, don't drink too much, eat too much, and also I think we are as a team, right? 6 people all going there together. So that's why I think the relationship between the astronaut is also very important. So our team has a very unique name called One Earth.
One Earth.
Yes, because every one of us is come from a different country, actually different continent.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that's why I think this name is represents everything, and also it is important for us to work together, right?
Yeah.
To go into the space together. So that's why both like ISS and the space exploration always advocate for unity, right? Advocates for working together, even with a different country. Even today, right? As you have Russia, US, all together, but we need to learn, how to work together. So that's also like very important.
Very cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, let's return to our world, blockchain.
Yes.
And let's see what we got here. Running low on things. Da-da-da-da. Oh, what is this?
Yes.
Little piggy bank. All right, this is representing the another huge narrative in crypto right now, which is the revenue narrative.
Yes.
I think kind of the biggest, most popular examples of this would be like Hyperliquid or Pump.fun.
Yes.
It's really captured, I think, the crypto industry.
Yes.
First of all, do you have any general thoughts about this revenue narrative? And is Tron looking at doing something in this narrative? Are there example projects of this?
Yes.
For example, I know that recently Tron network revenue has seen an uptick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So first of all, we really believe in PerpDex. So that's why we launched a SunPerp 3 days ago. So we just launched the product. I believe decentralized perps has a great future in general. First of all, because perp is like one of the, I think, since originally invented by blockchain industry.
That's right.
Right. Another one is of course stablecoin.
Yep,
right.
that's right.
So our industry invented stablecoin, invented perpetual futures trading. So that's why I think it has a big use case. And also at the same time, I think decentralized perps has lots of advantage because people can feel free to trade. They can guarantee their privacy, and not risking their funds with counterparty risk. And also on the same time, they can enjoy the liquidity because perpetual trading has a better liquidity than future than spot trading because of the leverage. I think that's in general. And on Tron, we are also supported perpetual future very much with some perp. One of the reason is because this get Tron more exposure and more trading opportunities. Before that, Tron, Solana, Ethereum, all has different, for example, meme coin launch platform, right? On Tron is some pump, on Solana it's pump.fun. But always the trading opportunity happen across all different blockchain.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why traders needs to move their funds between different blockchain to capture the trading opportunities at the end. But after some perp, for example, launch on Tron, because perps can trade all different cryptos.
That's right.
They don't need to be based on that blockchain, right? For example, some perp right now launch on Tron blockchain support 35 assets. We are expand to 200 assets very soon. And that's why the support range of the assets is wide. So that's why the money don't need to leave Tron now. You can feel free to get exposure to all different assets in the world. So that's why I think perpetual future on Tron is very special and important for Tron blockchain if we want to keep all the users, keep all the traders on the blockchain. And also in the future, I think perps represents the trading future for blockchain. One of the biggest reason is capital efficiency. So on perps, you can trade $10 for $100, right? But for the spot, you can only trade $1 for $1. So that's why I think perps has more liquidity efficiency. So that's why I believe perp will eventually. I mean, today is occupy a very big amount of liquidity in the blockchain markets, and I do believe that will continue to do so.
Oh yeah, that makes sense to me. So you think that this like emerging perp dex meta is gonna continue on?
Yes, yes, I do believe that. And I think more and more people will start to learn about perp trading because perp needs some understanding of the basic financial knowledge to do perp trading. Because spot trading is very easy, like everybody is doing it on the stocks market, right? Just buy stock when it's grow high, sell it, make money, right? Easy to understand, but perps is a little bit difficult, but it's more powerful because it has more leverage. It has more, you can short, you can long, right? It's two sides. It's basically more advanced than spot trading, but you need to understand some basic concept. Take 5 minutes, but still need some time to learn about it because it's about funding rate, position, close position, open position, and it's about you need to know a little bit about the time. Time is important because it's related to open interest rate, liquidation price, liquidation threshold, all this type of the concept. You need to learn about it for trading. But learn that is good because it represents better capital efficiency, better liquidity. So that's why I think perp is definitely the future.
Yeah. And I've heard, for example, like futures, right, which perpetual futures are based off of.
Yes.
I think are even more complex and much harder for retail to get into. And that's why you don't see like on Robinhood 5 years ago, nobody was trading futures. It was all options.
Yes.
So perpetual futures is a much better, much more suited product, I think, for most people.
Yes.
Including myself.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Here we go. A little present here, a little wrapping. What we got it here? Here we go. A little gift. Tron here. This is my attempt to talk about digital asset treasuries.
Yes.
Some call these wrappers.
Yes.
Right? Like TradFi wrappers for crypto assets.
Yes.
First, do you think that's kind of a good description of it, or would you describe it differently?
Yes. So first of all, I think it's definitely a good option for the whole crypto industry. One of the for several reasons. I think first of all, I think DAT in general is better than ETF. Because ETF, everybody knows, we have gold ETF, Bitcoin ETF. It's not an active managed strategy. So basically
passive.
Yeah, passive, and you have one-to-one, and it's very hard to capture. I think for Bitcoin, it's a little bit different because you won't have much of the difference on Bitcoin anyway, right? So that's why I think macro strategy is kind of like similar to Bitcoin ETF, but I mean different in other ways. I will explain that later. But for Ethereum, like Tron, like other blockchain, actually I think DAT company is important because first of all, you have basic yield of the blockchain.
Right.
Right.
Staking.
Staking. And you can get the basic yield actually if you invest into DAT companies. It won't be like in short term make a much difference because there is 4 or 5% APY. But if you talk about like 10 years, right, there's 50% difference. And also on Ethereum and Tron blockchain, you have DeFi, right? You have perpetual future, decentralized perpetual future, lots of yield opportunities. So basically, for Tron, you can have STRX for 8% you land in the energy. So all these type of the opportunities can be captured by the DAT companies. But of course, we are talking about the major DAT companies which gonna focus building on those blockchains, right? Because I know there's some of companies they pivoted to DAT company, want to save their price, want to save the stock price. Other than that, I think if a DAT company is focused on building the protocol, I think in the long term, the yield difference every single year, the difference could be 20, 30%.
Wow. Yeah.
So if you are talking about even 3 years, that's going to be 100% difference.
Yeah.
In the long term. So that's why the first thing I think DAT company is better than the ETF, and also the flexibility on DAT company is is better, because ETF is just like ETF, right? It's a wrap coin. So basically, there will be no like any difference about the blockchain, the future about blockchain, because it's always a wrap coin.
Yeah.
But for the DAT company, it's different, because the company, especially with a good management team, they can basically tune themselves into the blockchain industry to better use of the capital markets to benefit the blockchain ecosystem the most. So that's why for me, I think DAT is better. At the same time, I think MicroStrategy better than ETF is because also some regulation rules.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because some basically a lot of the funds, they are not allowed to buy ETF because it's passive.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So they can buy public listed companies, but they cannot buy ETF. There are lots of the fund requirements. Basically, I think in conclusion, DAT companies has more availability compared to the ETF.
Yeah.
But I think in the future, at the end of the day, all the major tokens will have ETF in United States too.
Yeah.
But they will also have active management DAT companies. So both of them serve different purposes, and I think it's gonna be common in the industry.
Cool. 2 follow-up questions very quickly on this, because this is very interesting.
Yeah.
It sounds to me like you're saying that, this is just my thought from hearing you, that DAT companies are even better. Like, so if you compare Bitcoin DATs to like Tron or Ethereum, Solana DAT companies, they're much more powerful on the non-Bitcoin.
Yes.
I mean, they're still good for Bitcoin, but they're even more powerful for these other tokens. Would you agree with that?
Yes, totally. I want to take some possibilities that happened in the past, because we just got DAT companies, right? So for example, like the Tron TRX, like DAT companies actually can stake their TRX for energy lending.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, they can get the vol yield, which is staking yield on Tron, and on top of that, they can get the staking yield for 5%. Right. On Ethereum, they have the same kind services like EtherFi, right, EigenLayer, right. And you can also on Solana, you have like Jupiter, right, and other services.
Interesting.
Right. And also you can pull those things into lending services too. But of course, get you some exposure to the hack problem. You need to be careful on that. But I think did add an extra layer of the yield. So and also I think if DAT companies with a very large percentage of the funds, they can get even more subsidies on that, because the project wants them to stake with them, right? So those projects as commercial terms too, they can give you more tokens in return for you to stake on their protocol. So that's why in the end, I think DAT companies will have more flexibilities if they manage in the right way, right? But of course, if they manage bad, they might lose their money. That's the problems too. But I think in the future's perspective, smart contract DAT companies, if they manage in the right way, they can actually get lots of extra yield for their shareholders.
That's so interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this. I haven't thought about it in this respect.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. We have one more question.
Yes.
One more topic. Oh, it's not here. Prop, please. Korean snack, very yummy. We're here in Korea.
Yes.
In Asia.
Yeah.
From the news side, I think the focus for this year has been on the USA.
Yes.
For obvious reasons.
Yes.
I was wondering if you feel the same way. Has the focus of the crypto industry been on America? And what do you think about like America versus Asia in crypto right now?
Yes. So first of all, I definitely believe this year, everyone is focusing on USA because of the policy change, right? Because of the US government is way more friendly than crypto, compared to the past. But also, of course, I think crypto in Asia is definitely growing, right? So we have consensus in Hong Kong, KBW in Korea, WebEx in Japan, and Token 2049 in Singapore, right?
Major conferences.
And right, so we see Dubai growing, Thailand, Vietnam, it's all growing. So that's why I definitely believe Asia has become like one of the major place for crypto. Besides like United States, I think we have Asia, US, Europe, be the major crypto markets now. Africa is emerging markets, but don't have that much of the traffic. But I think in terms of the volume, interest, Asia and United States is the biggest.
Yeah. I think I've noticed just from traveling all around, more like regular users in Asia.
Yeah.
And then in the US, it's not, I'm not going to say speculation, but it's more like an investment.
Yeah.
And they're not like using it
yes.
for actual things. I don't
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. I think US is kind of slow on crypto usage. I won't expected lots of US users. It's very degen. I think one of the reason is because the regulation in the past has been quite slow.
Yeah. And about Korea, do you have any thoughts about Korea? Like Korea's place in crypto? I live in Japan, so I think I have a feel for Japan, but I don't really know much about Korea's crypto scene other than the kimchi premium, which everyone knows.
Yes.
Do you have any thoughts about Korea's place?
Yeah, I think Korea is one of the leading place in crypto. One of the reason is because Korean government is always very friendly, I think, in terms of crypto support. For the major crypto exchange in Korea, you can actually, trade most of the crypto, right? But for Japan,
very difficult.
It's way less.
Yeah.
And the Korean government charge less capital gain tax compared to Japan as well. So that's why I think Korean has always been one of the most important markets for the whole crypto industry.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, sir. I know you're busy. I know you have a keynote tomorrow, so I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
We're done. We're giving away free Bitcoin all throughout our live stream conference coverage. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. Throughout the conference coverage, you'll see these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner and scan the large QR code. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin into your wallet. You need to be ready, be fast, because anyone watching the live stream can get that Bitcoin.
of global strategy at Gurufin. Welcome, sir. Hiner, could you start by telling us about your background and how you came to be involved with Gurufin?
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me here. I had been working in the Colombia Central Bank for about 20 years. I work in different areas, but mostly in macroeconomic research and also payment systems, besides some treasury functions. And working in the central bank comes with many situations where you start analyzing the market and understanding the distortions that happen in there. One of the main things that I can realize from the central banking is how fragile is the trust whenever we talk about money. And this is one of the things that makes me realize that in some point the things has to change. Anyway, let's talk about this later, more deeper in this regard. And I came to Korea to specialize in my studies. And while studying here, I finished my studies in master degree. I start working in the industry in Korea, and I get to know Gurufin and the project that they were working, and I got this feeling and this connection that the company was doing exactly what I was thinking before, that the economy needs a kind of improve, a refreshment in the infrastructure. So discussing with the company management, we make this kind of connection. I start getting involved with the company.
Okay, so you said that you came into the industry kind of looking at the financial industry as it's lacking trust, or there's issues with trust. Is that correct to say, summarize?
In some part, I came to South Korea because it's one of the countries in the world where the technology is pushing forward with more strength. So my studies was in technology management. So this is technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, of course, all the centralized finances. So studying in this area, I get in contact with all the environment in blockchain technology in Korea, and that's how I got the information about Gurufin.
Okay, so let's get into Gurufin. Could you tell me about it? What problem does it solve?
That's very interesting. In the market right now, there are many problems. Previously, I told you one of the main things whenever it comes about money, when it comes from your money, your pocket money, is about trust. You will not deposit your money in someone or somewhere that you don't rely completely. This is happening in all the systems, from the very basic to the most advanced. So what is happening right now is the system is outdated. We are working with a network, the SWIFT network, that is already more than 60 years in the market and keep working in the same, almost the same condition. Of course, they have been upgrading in terms of technology, but the philosophy is almost the same. People has to pay excessive fees, and also whenever it comes about to trade or exchange, the time for effective transaction is too long. So basically, the technology that we are implementing right now pretend to solve these issues: the time for the transaction and also the cost.
Okay, so you refer to Gurufin as Swift 3.0 for Web3. Could you break that down? What does that mean?
Exactly, yes. As I mentioned before, the SWIFT network currently is outdated in terms of the fees, in terms of the time delay for the effective transaction. What Gurufin is doing right now is launching to the market a set of stable coins. This is going to be our own stable coins, and all this is going to happen in a Gurufin environment. This is something that we call Guru Station. So in Guru Station, we are going to allow to happen the trading of the stable coins. Initially, our own stable coins, but also will be possible to trade another stable coins from different sources. This is for one side. In the other side, also people will be allowed to do foreign exchange. Everything is going to happen in our network and always going to be a one-to-one fiat based. What it means is when you introduce the money in our system, in our station, Guru station, always the money will be backed in a custodial bank. So this is a guarantee that will let you know that your money is safe because you don't have the hesitation that if Gurufin as a company will use the money, your own money, for our own purposes. Your money will be backed. And how we are going to warranty this? We have a technology called SLR, Smart Life Radar, which is a simple, indeed, it's a kind of balance that let you know that your money is in the custodial bank. And you can do this with a refresh rate of the second. Right now, the standard in the economy is you can get access to the information, auditing information, with a refresh rate maybe 1 month or a quarter.
Okay.
But as you know, the market is fluctuating every day, every minute. So if you are an investor, you need to take decisions. And for taking this decision, information is precious. This is what we are providing to the investors or people who trust in Gurufin, the potential to take decisions with a second, because you know where is your money and you have the tranquility that no one is using your money for another purposes. So this is one of the warranties that we are doing right now in Gurufin.
Okay. Now, if I understand it correctly, what you're building is a kind of cross-border FX exchange stablecoin network. How is that different from, for example, Ripple or just stablecoins in general, like USDC or USDT?
You are right. Our platform is first open source cross-border payment platform. This is important to mention it. And how we are differentiated from Ripple or any other payment system that exists in the world. Well, the main differentiation is that first, we are open source. So what we are going to do is to provide the world with a platform that they can use, they can access, they can modify, they can adapt, they can customize as they wish. This is the first differentiator. The second differentiator is that, as I already told you, whenever people introduce liquidity in our platform, will be one-to-one fiat based. And this is a particular characteristic of our platform. We are not just going to let the people to pick fiat based in the US dollar. We are going to provide our own stable coins, which means we are going to provide Korean stable coin with our own label, which is KRGX, also GPGX for Japan, also PHGX for the case of Philippines. And of course, we are going to provide the option of the US dollar level with GX. So this is creating a variety of stable coins, giving the countries and the local economy the power to compete. Because here is the quid of all the philosophy, the ethos of the company. We want to introduce in the world something beyond the dollar-wise economy. Right now, if you check the stablecoin universe, there are more than 200 stablecoins. And 90% of these stablecoins, they are US dollar based. What it means is, countries in the world, they are giving up the sovereignty, the economic sovereignty, the decision making in the level government and in the monetary government, because they cannot take decisions in order to control effectively the inflation, stagnation, monetary policy. Those policies depend of the issuer of the fiat money, and this case is 80%, 90% US dollar. So what really differentiates Gurufin is that we are going to provide this set of stable coins for the countries and the governments and policymakers to invest in a stable coin that will protect the economy.
So essentially giving local, different countries around the world the opportunity or the tools needed to fight back or compete against US dollar stablecoins?
In some words, it can be understood in that way, but we prefer to say like we are going to give the market more options to have a more democratic payment system, not a hegemonic payment system.
I see. And in your marketing materials, it's mentioned several times about compliance. Could you go into how you think about that compliance in the various jurisdictions around the world?
You know, when we talk about compliance, this is one of the main limitations that the stable coins and even crypto has so far in the market, because it's difficult for a digital asset to comply with specific regulations of every country. So the most of the digital assets, they have a compliance locally, maybe with the United States regulations, maybe with some European countries, but they cannot be universal compliant. As I told you before, at Gurufin, we really matter about this. So our stable coins, they are locally compliant, which means in every country that we are going to launch these stable coins, they comply with the government regulations. The main regulation is that auditing system must be the most effective possible. And I already told you, we have the live radar system, which allow people and also allow policymakers and governments to check the custodial bank accounts balance. This is one of the main part, most important part of the compliance. Also complying with the international financial regulations. We are fully compliant of the Basel Level 3 regulations, which means the system is at the same level of the financial institutions.
Okay, so I believe you mentioned Korean won, Philippine peso. Could you explain why you're going with those regions?
Yes.
Is that because they have some form of regulation in place already, or some other reason, the market?
Yes. In the case of the United States, you know, as you know, this year was released the Genius Act that completely regulate the digital assets market. And additional to this, we cannot avoid the fact that the US dollar is the kind of global currency up to date. So it's understandable that we have to address this market. In the case of the Korean won, Gurufin is a Korean startup, and our natural market is South Korea. That's why we want to launch the stable coins on our Gurufin station, covering this currency, the Korean won. Now, talking about Japan and Philippines, this is our closest markets. Our company has already developed some market in Japan. We really believe that the transactions that is happening between Japan and Korea justify to provide this stable coin to support this market. And in the case of Philippines, there is a particular situation, and is how the remittance happening in Philippines, and it's a very important component of this country. So we expect that from the remittance part, we will have a positive response in Philippines. This is also something that it can be emulated in another Southeast Asian countries in development conditions, like Vietnam and Thailand. But in the first stage, we will go with the Philippines.
I see. And so basically you're saying these markets you've identified, you have relationships in these markets. Are you working directly with regulators, or just looking at the regulations that have already been drafted and trying to work within those?
In the case of United States and Japan, we are working with the regulations that they already issued for this purpose. And in the case of South Korea and Philippines, there is a closer relationship with the policy makers, and we are kind of partnering and following closely what is the advice from governments.
Okay. So I believe that Gurufin's mainnet is set to be launching soon this month. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so could you go into who you see as the first adopters of the technology, and are you reaching out to specific types of people? Is this going to be B2B focused or retail focused?
Yes. Yes, first and foremost, in this month we are releasing our testnet. This is a great milestone for our company because it's the result of 4 years of development, trial error, and many ups and downs. But right now we are ready to launch to the market, to the world this testnet, and answering who is going to be the customer. We are planning Gurufin will be open to B2B and B2C. But in the first stage, what we really want to address is in a B2C model, but specifically we want to direct all the efforts to involve governments. We want central banks or financial institutions to watch Gurufin not as a competitor, but as a partner that can improve the infrastructure of the financial system in every country. So we really want the central banks kind of evaluate, as they did with the CBDC, they evaluate the possibility of stable coins and the potential to introduce stable coins backed by our technology.
Okay. Now, can we touch for a moment on some of the other components of the ecosystem? I believe there's something called Guru Shop and Guru Tap. Could you explain what those are, and how they might contribute to the ecosystem?
Yes, a Guru environment, the Guru Hub, is a multi-layer system. As I already mentioned, we have the stable coins and we have the FX layer. And also on top of that, we have Guru Shop. Guru Shop is an environment where we plan to possibilitate all kind of trading, all kind of business. And in this part of the Gurufin layer, we expect happen all the NFT trading and RW trading. So the possibilities are unlimited because this is where business and institutions can come and trade without boundaries, without restrictions, and also, as I mentioned in the beginning, with a very low fees and in a instant rate response.
Okay, so Gurufin obviously is focused on stable coins and tokenized assets. How does Bitcoin fit into that, or does it at all?
Yes, Gurufin station has been conceived from the beginning, from the very cornerstone, with a infrastructure that will allow to grow stronger and stable. So how is this comprised? First, we are based on a Cosmos SDK, which means this is giving a kind of universal compatibility. With the blockchain environment, we can intercommunicate with IBC protocol. So any digital asset which is IBC native will be able to be imported and exported in our platform in a native way. For those who are not native, we also, because we have the Cosmos, we also have the capability to import with the Ethereum virtual machine and wrap it, those assets, and ticketing as if they were part of the Gurufin environment. So we have the potential to trade with the IBC and EVM. So this means it's almost universal with all the blockchain and stable coins that exist in the market.
Okay. All right. Now, as we wrap up, if Gurufin is successful, how will the financial world be changed in the future, 5-10 years from now? If your wildest dreams come true.
Yes, this is the big picture, and this is the dream and the vision that we want to share with the world. What we really want to bring to the life is a new platform where people will be able to trade first with very low fees. Second, with instant payments. And finally, we want a platform that give even to institutions, governments, the sovereignty about their investments. So they will not be forced to use just one single currency. They will have the option to select which currency they want to trade.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Hiner Kamacho.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
We're giving away free Bitcoin all throughout our live stream conference coverage. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. Throughout the conference coverage, you'll see these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner and scan the large QR code. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin into your wallet. You need to be ready, be fast, because anyone watching the live stream can get that Bitcoin. we're giving away free Bitcoin all throughout our live stream conference coverage. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. Throughout the conference coverage, you'll see these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner and scan the large QR code. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin into your wallet. You need to be ready, be fast, because anyone watching the live stream can get that Bitcoin.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
What if you got pages for exploring crypto? Read news, check prices, discover new projects, and stack rewards along the way. Over $1 million in rewards paid out so far, and we're just getting started. Download the Bitcoin.com wallet today. The wallet that pays you.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terror, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
Do you think your crypto is private? Think again. On Bitcoin, Ethereum, and most major blockchains, every transaction you make is public, traceable by anyone, anywhere. What you send, who you send it to, when you send it, how much you hold. All visible, forever. That's not just transparency, it's surveillance. Confidential assets on the Zano blockchain changed the game. Built for privacy from the ground up, Zano's system extends its powerful protections, like untraceability, unlinkability, and amount concealment to any token. This opens the door to fully private financial tools. Imagine a USD stablecoin, but shielded. Imagine Bitcoin wrapped and transacted anonymously. Imagine enterprise tokens that move without exposing sensitive details. Confidential assets make all of this possible. And now, with the Bitcoin.com wallet, you can hold, send, receive, and swap Zano's confidential assets, all inside a single, easy-to-use, self-custodial app. Privacy isn't just an add-on, it's the future. Update your Bitcoin.com wallet today and step into the next era of private crypto.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back, and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet. In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using
We saw all of the exciting stuff happening with Dubai and crypto regulation. Their whole system is really trying to cater towards bringing more crypto innovators, builders, businesses, and just saying, we've got a framework, we've got a safe way to do this, and it's all by the book, it's all friendly, and they rolled out the red carpet for Bitcoin.com. So we saw it as a great opportunity to join the Dubai area and expand Bitcoin.com's reach into the MENA region. We're now operating out of the DMCC economic free zone. And I implore like every crypto builder, if you're looking for that legal support, the the frameworks, the stability, and some support from banking, Dubai is still ahead of the US. You can't just fly into the US and be like, I'm setting up shop here, getting a bank tomorrow, ready to rock. So you can do that in Dubai. Moving is a pain in the butt, and moving companies is a pain in the butt. And if you don't have those like local contacts that can kind of guide you through the red tape, there's red tape everywhere, including in the UAE. It just felt like the Dubai entities and the DMCC really made that process a lot easier. They've got shared co-working spaces, office space, all the legal frameworks, all the VARA support, any of the legal compliance stuff that you got to do to just stay above board. They'll make sure that you've got that clear checklist and support you along the way, just guiding you through that process. The Dubai and DMCC guys, they went above and beyond. There was active boots on the ground really like welcoming us. I can't thank them enough. It's been really helpful for us.
Okay, we are back with our KBW live coverage from the Bitcoin.com news desk powered by Threshold Network. I'm with the amazing Graham Stone, who's been here all day. And we have Joseph. I always mess up your last name. It's French.
It's Coleman. You can,
Coleman.
Coleman is fine, yeah.
I don't have the French dulcet tones to make it sound cool. He's the chief legal officer with Bitcoin.com and the head of news. How you doing, sir?
Doing amazing. It's great to see you guys and amazing setup. Super proud of you.
Awesome. Good attaboy, right?
You guys have, we can go into details as far as, where the company, came from, but like you guys completely built this new live stream studio. It's amazing. You guys were in Tokyo, Korea. Now we're, in a week we'll be in Singapore, and next year we're going to have a lot of cool events as well.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. To start with, can you please tell me a little bit about your history? I actually don't know.
Sure. I'll be quick because it's not that interesting. But basically, I'm a lawyer by trade. After law school, I was, started getting obsessed with crypto. I went to my partner in the law firm that I worked at. I was an associate. I told her, look, we really gotta, try to develop the crypto, part of the business for the law firm. And I think I got fired like maybe like 6 months later. So I decided to create, what we call the first crypto-only law firm in the U.S. with one of my law school buddy who introduced me to Bitcoin. His name is Rafael. Shout out to Rafael. And we created the CryptoLawyers.com. So at that point, it was 2017.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, 2017, and it was kind of early-ish, especially for like law firms to get involved and to advertise that they were doing this. And we ran the firm for a little bit. Bitcoin.com was actually a client.
No.
And then I really loved working with Roger, the founder. And I quit the firm, so I kind of gave my shares to Rafael. And the firm still exists. It does extremely well, the cryptolawyers.com. And but I'm super happy to have joined Bitcoin.com.
Right. What were you first interested in crypto? Was it Bitcoin?
So when I remember in 2013, Rafael was like actually trading Bitcoin, and I thought it was kind of a scam, like everyone.
Of course, yeah.
And what really got me into crypto was actually Ethereum. Back of like summer 2017, I feel there was a bit of a craze about Ethereum, the whole like smart contract capabilities. It's gonna change the whole like chain and everything. Just people were raving about it, especially from a legal perspective, having like no middle parties. So it really got me into Ethereum, and then I started studying the whole libertarian ideology because it's kind of like crypto friendly, and I really fell into the BTC rabbit hole. And I'm not a BTC maxi, but I think it's vastly superior to most crypto assets.
Yeah. It's funny. I feel like that's a common theme with this company is that Ethereum actually got people interested. Like Andreas, who we interviewed at WebEx, said the same thing. I think Andre did too.
Well, they're developers, so as a developer, there's just a lot more, obviously, to be interested about when it comes to smart contract platforms. Joseph, I wanted to ask, in those early days of BitcoinLawyer.com,
That is the cryptolawyers.com. It's fine. It's the third time we plug it in, but it's good. He's gonna get some money. We got a rev share going. Don't worry.
What were some of the very first clients, or what kind of service? What were they looking for?
So we started. It's a great question, and I think a lot of lawyers, if they watch this, they're gonna recognize themselves. 2017, 2018. You're really looking at legal opinions and like all those ICOs, right? That they launched all those tokens. So now they're sitting on millions and they're being traded, and they're kind of worrying about the SEC. And I forgot the name of the SEC head that was during the first Trump term, but basically everyone was kind of freaking out because they had raised millions of dollars, and so they were going to lawyers basically trying to get an opinion saying, hey, my token is not a security, so they can list on all the exchanges. And back then, you got to remember, Coinbase only did BTC, BCH, and ETH, right? And so you had Binance, Bitrex. Bitrex was a huge crypto exchange in the US. I think Qcoin was there, but like at some point, all those exchanges, they wanted those legal opinions. So we made like a small fortune just like writing illegal opinions, and that's how we started. Yeah.
Dude, I had flashbacks. I remember. Do you remember Bittrex? Well, not only Bittrex, but Binance. That's how Binance became the #1 exchange. Is they just started listing everything there. So they must have just been ignoring that.
So
right?
at some point, I think it was like maybe 2019, Bittrex started being a bit more harder on the requirements and getting like asking for legal opinions, kind of being scared of having securities. Binance didn't give a damn. They were just like, you guys come in. Obviously, since then they've changed a lot. They're fully regulated exchange now, but it was kind of the Wild West. And I think in a way they paid dearly. It's CZ, etc. But that's how they made money too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could probably argue that they made the right decision to just list anything because in addition to just having like a good infrastructure, good exchange, that was the thing that people wanted. They wanted all the coins, and they paid their fines, but they wouldn't have risen to the top if they hadn't done that. So
for sure, and I think when you're in a space that's over-regulated, unfortunately, you don't really see innovation. I don't know if you like crypto tokens and meme tokens. I don't know if you can call them innovation, but at some point they evolve into more serious protocols and products, and so. Binance has played a huge role in this space by, at some point, I think we can say that they were a bit of a pirate ship, and that's, thank you for leading this this effort, because I don't think we'd be there today without them.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the model now. Like Coinbase lists everything, right? Like they were reasonably early to like the Trump coin released earlier this year, Coinbase and stuff like that. All right, so let's stick with this legal topic. The new administration, Trump 2.0, came in, and we've seen quite a change in the U.S. Where do you put like the U.S. from a legal perspective now versus like other jurisdictions? Is it still behind? Is it on par? Is it ahead?
I think like if you're talking about the regulatory infrastructure, I think it's really behind. A lot of places like Dubai, Singapore, because there's not that many regulatory frameworks that fit within crypto. Now, if you're talking about like the place to actually build, I think the U.S. is insane. I mean, you're looking at Trump. 2 nights before the inauguration, he had the nomination, but before the inauguration, he did the crypto ball. That night, he launched his token.
That's right. Yeah.
And so he went up to all those guys. I don't know if it was there physically, but I know his team, was there, and they're like, "Look, we're launching this. Get all those whales, at Mar-a-Lago." Everyone bought into the Trump token. A week later, or a few weeks later, there was Melania. And, I think it's hard for the SEC, who, is appointed, the head is appointed by Trump. And it's hard for a lot, even all those committees, regulators, they come in and they try to regulate, but they see that the president has a meme token. The token doesn't really have actual utility. It's just a pure, pump token. And so it's going to be hard for the regulators to go after projects that literally do the same thing, because it wouldn't be fair, right?
Yeah.
So I think, is infrastructure from a regulatory perspective, is it good in the US? I don't think so. Is the legal, not framework, but like, is the legal temperature and what's going on right now good for builders? Absolutely, 100%. I'd say if you were to launch a token right now, you would do it in the US. Last year or 2 years ago under Biden, like everyone was scared, and look at the conferences, consensus, all those conferences in the U.S. They were kind of boring.
And they were empty apparently. Like
empty. There's no casinos. There's no cool token. There's no cool memes. It was just like L2s and KYC vendors and kind of the boring stuff a little bit.
Yeah.
No, by the way, L2s are great. Got a great sponsor, Threshold. Love you guys. But, let's be honest, this is kind of the nerdy infrastructure. It's not like the super pumpy, fun stuff.
Yeah. You live in Dubai.
Correct.
What's the legal regulatory environment there?
So VARA is this regulator for digital assets in Dubai. And it's just night and day from any type of other governments. When we set up a company, as part of the setup, they were asking us to get in touch with VARA to make sure that we're not a quote-unquote financial institution, or we didn't have the equivalent securities. And actually, VARA just emailed us. And we did a phone call, we cleared everything, and, that would never happen. So in Dubai, depending on where, because you have different free zones, and depending on if you're in the free zone in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi, it differs. But there's a real it's easy to approach regulators. It's easy to talk to them, and they want to attract business. I think we've seen Corbyn talk about the regulators, and he's right. Like, if you are an entrepreneur and your business is starting to grow, you don't want to pay taxes on a personal level. You want to come to Dubai and have make your life easy from a regulatory perspective. I think Dubai is the place to be.
So it's kind of this thesis that people have had for a long time. It's playing out like this regulatory arbitrage, or from the perspective of the country. Countries around the world want to attract business.
Yeah.
So it's only natural that you're going to see some jurisdictions come up with policies that attract business.
Absolutely. I think if you look at Dubai, and I didn't really believe that. A lot of people are talking about Dubai in a great way. and it's hard to understand until you get there. Yes, there's a lot of bureaucracy on a personal level, but on the business level, you're in the middle of the world. Time zone wise, you can work with Europe, you can work with the US, you can work with Asia, and then there's a lot of towns that, yes, rent is increasing, yes, the city is getting crowded, but I still think it's way ahead a lot of, especially if you look at the US or Europe. If you don't like paying taxes, right? Or if you're in France, you're like me and you're paying, I don't know, between social security and actual income tax, you're at 60%. It doesn't make a lot of sense for people. So, illegally, they just go to another jurisdiction, set up business where it's going to be more friendly, where the regulator understands what you're doing, and when, your tax burden is a bit lighter.
So I was just thinking though, you mentioned like, launching tokens in the US is probably the thing to do. Meme coins, obviously Trump launched one. Does the UAE kind of frown upon that, or are they just like, yeah, go ahead, go ham?
I think the concern of the UAE again, it depends on like what free zone you are, like right. Who regulates you, but I'm not going to talk for them. But I think the consumers need to be protected, right? And so that's the approach of the UAE in general, is to ensure that the consumers are protected. So if you launch a coin that's an outright scam, whether you're in the UAE or another jurisdiction, you're going to get in trouble, right? I think the UAE has a slightly more laissez-faire approach, but again, like the consequences for scamming someone in the UAE are much harsher than other places like the US or Europe. Yeah. So I don't think it's necessarily a jurisdiction where bad actors want to set up, because again, like, great way to do business, but consequences are definitely harsher for sure.
Right. All right, let's switch topics to the other hat you wear now, which is news. Yeah, you kind of took that over like a year ago, I would say. You want to get a little
exactly a year ago, yeah.
Yeah. Could you give a little background on just Bitcoin.com news in general?
Yeah.
A little history, and then bring us up to the present.
So the company was founded, Roger bought the domain in 2014, right? www.bitcoin.com. In 2015, he launched a website. I think it was with a handful of people, and it was just a news business. It was like CoinDesk, Cointelegraph. I think CoinDesk and Cointelegraph were slightly before, but like we're probably the third crypto news website, and the company has evolved into this kind of all-in-one Bitcoin solution today, where we have a wallet, we have staking, we have a DEX, we've got like a lot of different things, but we still have this news DNA, like, and last year I kind of took on the role of trying to see where news was heading. And, we met, I remember we met in Singapore, and, I told David, like, I can't do it by myself. I need some help. And you guys came in, and I think, you did something amazing, because our viewership visibility has absolutely exploded. I think in terms of institutional credibility, we're interviewing a lot of people. I think you had to say no to a lot of people to come on the show, right?
Right. Yeah.
You guys, the podcast that you guys are doing, absolutely exploding, and that's all you guys. We're a very small team right now. There's basically one person, right? Aurélien, who's behind the scene. There's another guy taking pictures of me. But like, we're a very small team, and you look at CoinDesk, they have a booth. You look at Cointelegraph, they have a booth. Their booth is like 10 times the size. They have a whole like TV, AV production team. It probably costs $1 million for their setup to pay everyone. And honestly, with all due respect, I don't know if they're generating as much visibility and views as we are. We don't want to get into like who has the best content, but the reality is that we're a super lean and mean team, and I think we want to keep it that way. Our goal is really to bring the best content possible to our users. Like, that's what I told you guys. I want our users to come on X or website or X channel or news.bitcoin.com and basically feel like they're getting smarter. So, we poached Chris from CoinDesk. He's our new head of social media.
Rock star.
He's a rock star. And we're just trying to get to become more credible instead of mindlessly reposting about news. And I think people like it, and really, hopefully, 2026 is going to be an amazing year. But thank you guys, like for being rock stars with this. Like seriously, you're making our job at Bitcoin.com so much easier.
I'll say this: these live streams are a lot of fun, David. Especially, we get to meet and talk to some of the luminaries in the crypto space.
Pretty wild, actually.
Eat bananas with the tape on them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of scared that you guys are meeting so many people. You're just gonna you're just gonna leave, right? And be like, fuck this. I'm getting a better job with Justin Sun, right? You're basically buddy Justin Sun.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
Arthur Hayes and all those people. So I think it's cool, and hopefully you guys stick around for a little bit, at least for 1 or 2 years, please.
Yeah. Just what's it called? Just for the audience, we weren't asking for compliments, okay? So we weren't fishing for compliments there. All those nice things you said. So you and I have had a lot of conversations about crypto news in general. I'm wondering what you think about the crypto news landscape now and where you think it's going.
I think I'm gonna swear a little bit because I'm French. I'm allowed to.
Do it.
Yeah, I think the whole crypto news landscape has kind of gone to shit, and I think, again, I'm being biased because I'm with Bitcoin.com, but I think you look at, I'm not gonna name names, but you look at the biggest player, and they're definitely not doing better, right? I think we still have a little bit of road to catch them, especially in terms of credibility, the type of guests we have on the show, journalism, but in terms of visibility and the way we turn around quickly the news and breaking news, I think we're already ahead of them. And I think you guys know, running a news organization is hard, right? The advantage that we have at Bitcoin.com is that yes, we are a news organization, but we have a whole ecosystem of products and services. So we're able to kind of piggyback. You guys are talking to a lot of smart people. We partner with those people in other ways. We're not just a website that do advertisement and that makes money when there's a bull market, right? And doesn't when there's a bear market. I think it's a slightly different strategy. But yeah, if you look at the biggest player, I think it's reasonable to argue that their content has not really improved. The quality of production, same thing. And a lot of weird things going on with the website and a lot of changes that are not necessarily good for the users.
Yeah. Now, I would also say not to pat ourselves on the back as a company, but the last week, East Tokyo, we have team members who won the hackathon.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So then we get to
shout out to Shrey.
Yeah.
Shrey, you need to behave. I love you, man, but you need to behave. But you're very smart, and Shrey is one of our lead engineer at Bitcoin.com. He's amazing, and he won the hackathon in Tokyo. So I forgot the name of the hackathon, but they had an AI related project, and they were first. So congratulations, Shrey.
Yeah. Maybe this is a good transition to talk about the accelerator, because Bitcoin.com is it's more than just news and media. It's a whole ecosystem. Yeah. So I feel like those things that are very much connected and synergistic. Maybe you could
absolutely
give your
marketing word alert.
Give your opinions on the vision behind the Bitcoin.com accelerator, which we just launched.
Absolutely, yeah. So since our news is getting more visibility and we're able to talk to great people, we figured that a lot of people that we're talking to have really good projects. Some of those projects, they don't really have visibility, right? I think it's hard. There's a lot of noise when you come into the ecosystem and you don't really have a budget for marketing. X is super crowded. So what we offer is the Bitcoin.com accelerator, and it's essentially, it's kind of like the Y Combinator, but except of us getting equity in your project, we will get tokens, right? So it depends on the project, the caliber of the project, the type of project, but we're willing to work with you with Bitcoin.com resources, whether it's, news related, so getting coverage through our news channel, or we got 3.2 million followers on X, whether it's legal, right? Whether it's business development, we have an amazing sales team. We're essentially here to help you promote your project and make sure that you're able to reach as many people as possible. And in exchange, yes, we take a little bit of tokens. It's very, very reasonable. It's our way for us to have almost a venture arm and get the upside on some really cool projects, that are going on.
And I mean, additionally, there's the opportunity, if it makes sense for the project to integrate into the wallet somehow. So
yeah, that's one of the perks of Bitcoin.com is we plug you in, within our news, but we also have products, within the website. We can do integration within the wallets. We got 40 million wallets that have been created. 1 million monthly active users. So a lot of people, a lot of views. And we just launched a project. Right now, we only have one project. Has it been announced?
Game Mint.
Yeah, Game Mint.
Yes.
Big shout out to Game Mint. Should we talk about it? Should we do a plug for a second?
Yeah, I mean, what is it? Like, it's leveraging generative AI to produce games that have tokens, a token economy attached.
100%.
It's like,
Yeah. So the way that I see it, because we're about the same age. I mean, you're a bit older than me, but essentially, when we were kids, you had those books where it's like you start the adventure, and then you have to roll dice, or you have to go to page 2, and then the adventure is going to be different, depending on the choice you make within the book. This is kind of like this, but with AI. So you can create games, and then you can play games, right? So a lot of cool games and RPG style a little bit, and each game has its own token ecosystem that's built on what's the token name?
Game Mint.
GM, the GM token. But I've played. They have a pirate game that I played. They have a lot of cool games that I played, and it really reminded me of like those, kind of like old school times. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah,
or
Dungeons and Dragons type of
things of that nature. Yeah.
Stuff, but really cool. So that's the first project that we're, accelerating, and then we'll be looking on lookout. So if you guys have any cool projects, please, reach out to us. You can email Graham at Bitcoin.com.
That's right.
And David.Sensel.
David.Sensel.
At Bitcoin.com. Don't email me because I get too many emails. I won't tell you my email, but that's my first name. First name at Bitcoin.com.
Yeah, I don't get too many emails.
There is a landing page for the accelerator.
Okay, slide.
We could throw that in the comments later, but there's a form you could fill out or evaluate the projects. Right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're getting close to our allotted time here. I guess I would like to end on some topical news. A little bit of a downer after that, but we're in the news business. So it was quite shocking. Charlie Kirk, what happened to Charlie Kirk, right? Yeah. And it dominated the news cycle. And I know that people at Bitcoin.com, including myself, have, were affected by it. And I was wondering if you have any thoughts you'd like to share on that whole situation.
Yeah, I think it's a touchy subject. I want to try to be as mindful as possible. I think whatever you say, Charlie was a champion of freedom. He died wearing a freedom t-shirt. And the format of his discourse was going on campus and opening dialogue. Charlie was the main driving force behind asking the pardon for Ross Ulbricht. And, he's been a business partner as far as Bitcoin.com was the main sponsor for the Charlie Kirk show. So obviously, huge shock. I think it's a bit hard to talk about, but yeah, America is not doing too well right now.
Yeah.
So, a person who's just very much aligned with the idea of personal freedom. And it's something that I think people who are into Bitcoin and crypto, it resonates with them. So, I mean, that's why we set up a fundraiser where you could, if you're so inclined, you can donate money. 100% of the proceeds, or 100% of the donations, go directly to support Charlie Kirk's family.
Yeah, I mean, I think, at least from the news side, the crypto news side, the circles that I swim in on the news side, pretty much everybody in the crypto community felt the same way, right? Like, very much crypto aligned. It's like core tenets of freedom and.
I think if you're into crypto, you have to have a little bit of this libertarian mindset, and whether you agree or disagree with what Charlie was saying, you have to agree like it's a force of like freedom and freedom of speech, and it's just kind of insane to see what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah. So that's all I have. Graham, do you have any other topics you'd like to ask?
We can end it there.
Yeah. Thank you very much for being on.
Thank you, guys.
It,
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
All right. So up next, we have Altius co-founder and CEO, Annabelle Huang. Stay tuned for that. Graham, I think you'll be leading that, or will Frederick?
Yeah, that's me.
All right.
We'll be right back.
See you guys. We're giving away free Bitcoin all throughout our live stream conference coverage. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. Throughout the conference coverage, you'll see these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner and scan the large QR code. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin into your wallet. You need to be ready, be fast, because anyone watching the live stream can get that Bitcoin.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
What if you got pages for exploring crypto? Read news, check prices, discover new projects, and stack rewards along the way. Over $1 million in rewards paid out so far, and we're just getting started. Download the Bitcoin.com wallet today. The wallet that pays you.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, stereo, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
Do you think your crypto is private? Think again. On Bitcoin, Ethereum, and most major blockchains, every transaction you make is public, traceable by anyone, anywhere. What you send, who you send it to, when you send it, how much you hold. All visible, forever. That's not just transparency, it's surveillance. Confidential assets on the Zano blockchain changed the game. Built for privacy from the ground up, Zano's system extends its powerful protections, like untraceability, unlinkability, and amount concealment to any token. This opens the door to fully private financial tools. Imagine a USD stablecoin, but shielded. Imagine Bitcoin wrapped and transacted anonymously. Imagine enterprise tokens that move without exposing sensitive details. Confidential assets make all of this possible. And now, with the Bitcoin.com wallet, you can hold, send, receive, and swap Zano's confidential assets, all inside a single, easy-to-use, self-custodial app. Privacy isn't just an add-on, it's the future. Update your Bitcoin.com wallet today and step into the next era of private crypto.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back. and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
Welcome back, folks, to the Bitcoin live stream. This is Frederick, and I've got my co-pilot here, David, and we have our guest, Annabelle Wang. She is the co-founder and CEO of Altius, which is a Web3 infrastructure company, and you guys bring high performance to any chain at the execution layer. That's your tagline. We'll get more into that. So before we do that, I'd like to know a bit of history about you. How did you get into crypto?
Yeah, well, that's kind of story down the memory lane. So I was working in New York on Wall Street as one of the FX traders at a bank. Started looking at crypto, but mostly just trading it. Didn't think I could make a whole career out of it, but by chance, so I went to Carnegie Mellon, and there were a few CMU alumni that were building the first generation decentralized exchange on top of Ethereum back in 2017, and that was the first I have heard of you could actually build things on top of blockchain, because I thought Bitcoin is just what you buy and you hold. So I started researching a lot more into it. It was a fantastic team, so I decided to take a leap of faith. I left my job on Wall Street and dived right into DeFi back in 2018.
Wow, I call that faith, you know. So 2017, 2018, that's the time of the ICO boom. Did that play a factor in your choice?
To be honest, the reason why I didn't join until 2018 was because the 2017 ICO boom, I felt like there was so much noise, a lot of scammers. I wasn't sure what the space was about.
Right.
But I did take some time to look at, despite all the noise, what is the underlying technology? How is it different from maybe the Web 2 or the FinTech era? And is there an opportunity for me or for a new generations of talents to do more on top? So I actually waited until kind of the ICO boom died down before I decided to fully take the plunge. And when I realized, even after all that, there's still serious people, smart talents working in the industry to build for the next 10, 20 years, as opposed to, a quick sort of ICO scheme. So, yeah.
Can I ask you 2 follow-up questions about that? One, it sounds like Bitcoin wasn't the thing that pulled you in. It was like Ethereum.
That's true. Well, Bitcoin is, I have held Bitcoin from maybe when I was in college. I went to a very technical school. People were telling me about Bitcoin as more of a distributed system or cryptography related project. So I thought, okay, that's interesting. I bought it when I started trading FX. Then I started to look at Bitcoin, Ethereum as more of a currency or commodity.
Right.
So I traded it, but it was really Ethereum and the smart contract and the capability to build things on top that drew me to build full-time in the industry.
Sorry, one last follow-up question. You were not dissuaded, or you didn't have second thoughts when the bust happened in 2018? You were like, oh my God, what have I done?
Well, definitely everybody's taking inventory on what your crypto holding looks like then. But I think I was really driven by being able to work with a great team. AirSwap was under the consensus boat led by Joe Lubin, one of the Ethereum co-founders, and just the smart people all around to build things and really truly believe in the future of finance or decentralized finance. And that to me is almost like reliving the fintech boom moment that I felt like I had missed, especially I was born in China and all of the Alibaba, the WeChat Pay, the fintech craze. I felt like that was maybe my opportunity to do that again.
Yeah, that's interesting because I think that segues nicely into what your company does, because you talked about smart contracts, the technology, and Ethereum being the kind of blockchain that has now segregated, the execution layer and the consensus layer. We'll get into that. But first, before we do that, I know it's related. Tell us about your company, Altius, how it works, and why do you call it, the company that will bring high performance to any chain? Because I thought that's a big claim, but
of course,
you can go into it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say that after AirSwap, I spent the next sort of 6 years focusing on bringing liquidity to crypto. So playing more of a market making or liquidity provision role, leading Amber Group, and now it's listed on NASDAQ as well.
Yeah.
But the true passion is really what I said earlier, to be able to build that foundation for using blockchain as infra to build the foundation of the Web3 world. That's why last year I decided to leave and build LTS to really tackle the infrastructure gap before I see really the next wave of adoption on chain. So we're talking about financial applications. Sure, we can be satisfied with what we have now, but can the top high-frequency trading firms actually trade more assets or even more sort of Web3 native assets on chain? The infrastructure doesn't support that yet. So I want to tackle that, and that's why I teamed up with my team, my co-founder, who came from 15 years of experience building core infra at Hudson River Trading, to really leverage the knowledge we have in Web3 and also in Web2 and distributed systems to build LTS. And what we mean by bring performance to any blockchain is really decoupling the execution layer from the blockchain stack and bring a lot of optimizations around it within that specific layer that then can be plugged into any blockchain ecosystem or any blockchain stack. So our role is to not build another fast L1 or L2, but actually building the infra solution to empower crypto native teams or institutions, enterprises to build their own high performance chain.
Yeah. David, any comments? I know you've got the computer science background.
So
does that intrigue you in any way?
It does. It does. How does this work in practice? Can you walk me through an example?
Of course. So, for example, there are a few of the app chains are currently using maybe an OP stack that's and building a L2 on top of Ethereum.
Yeah.
OP stack is great. It gives you the stack you need to build an L2. But within the OP stack, it's still using the OP EVM, which is the same as the Ethereum mainnet. And that technology is built more than 10 years ago. So how do we scale that without requiring the teams to rebuild the whole chain? So what our idea is, you can use the OP stack, but at the same time, you can also use the LTS stack. And we will give you, for example, the LTS EVM that incorporates parallel execution with more optimized state access that addresses a lot of the EVM bottlenecks. One is that EVM execution sequential.
Yeah.
There is definitely better ways, multi-threaded ways to handle or to improve there. And then around a bottleneck around database read-write bottleneck, that's also a huge one. So we're working a lot around databases and state access optimizations.
So the goal then would be, for example, please correct me because would be to like a team could kind of remove the OP part of that open stack and then plug yours in its place.
Correct. It's just via one API call.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
To get that instant upgrade. And our goal is to not just a one-time upgrade, but we'll continue to maintain our stack to do more and more optimization. So the teams working with us will always get the up-to-speed or up-to-date infrastructure. They'll always stay at the forefront of the performance side. So they can focus on building the ecosystem, building the adoption that they need.
So your potential clients, your potential customers would be basically blockchains, L1s, L2s, and those are the people you're going after.
Yes, and I think more so we're seeing more of the app chain demand these days, where I think the applications realize that in order to maybe bring more adoption or to build better UI UX for their users, they also want to customize more of their stack. And it's hard to do when you're building on top of Ethereum or, for example, Solana. You cannot ask the huge underlying chain to just customize one thing for you. So they're looking to own more of their underlying stack as well. But actually building infra takes a lot of technical expertise that maybe the app builders don't have. So our goal is to be that technical partner for them to bring high performance as the baseline for their own app chain.
So do you foresee, I guess, the base chains? First, let me ask this, I guess, this way. So you've got a lot of these app chains that are adopting your stack. But do you see some of these base chains, the L1s, at some point also adopting your stack after it's been proven at the L2 level? Do you think they'll be more willing to then adopt it at the L1 level, starting with maybe, the EVM, the original EVM, like Ethereum?
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. The way that we designed our architecture is that it doesn't work with just EVM L2s. It works with other L1 architecture as well. Obviously, there might be more work involved with the layer 1, depending on what their existing architecture is. But even now, we're seeing more enterprises or even more apps looking to build their own L1 instead, right? With Stripe, with Robinhood. Well, I guess Robinhood is building an L2, but Stripe is building its own L1. Circle is building its own L1. Yeah. So I think maybe there is this more debate around what is a better architecture, L1 and L2. There are different trade-offs, but we're here to service both use cases. As an L1, we're also a modular execution layer that can work with their existing consensus design and the rest of the architecture as well.
So Stripe and Circle, just you don't have to disclose this if you are not allowed to, but are they by any chance using Altius?
I would say currently not, but we have a few other partners that hopefully we can announce soon. And that's more centered around trading use cases. So specifically for DEXs or perp DEXs that want to bring higher frequency trading on chain. So we're super excited about that. That's also, what our backgrounds are. So we understand what they need.
Are you getting more interest from like app chain projects or more like just base layer, like general purpose chains?
I would say actually a combination of both.
Yeah.
There are applications are thinking about building their new app chain, so that's kind of like working from scratch. How do you design the most performant L1 or L2 that caters to their need? And then with the other pocket, the existing ecosystems, they have the need to upgrade without rewriting or redoing the entire stack. That could take years.
Right.
So they're interested in a solution that maybe bring that upgrade they need within a matter of weeks. And that's what we are here for. And I think it's interesting because we spoke to a lot of the L1s or L2s are very closely tied with the exchanges. And I think they're also realizing that with the rise of Hyperliquid, they also want to be competitive there. They want to build more of their own on-chain ecosystem as well, not just within their centralized exchange side. So that is actually a pretty big trend.
And they must be scrambling with like Hyperliquid kind of punching them in the nose in the past year. And so they need a performance, ostensibly decentralized kind of version of themselves. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting because when we start building this maybe a year ago, I get a lot of questions like, why do we need performance? You know, there's enough chains and people not using it. And then when Hyperliquid launched, you see that when you build a very performant, purpose-built chain, and that can bring good UI UX is what users need, you can see the difference there. So I think I'm glad that that validated our thesis.
And what do you see as your biggest challenge? I always like to ask this question because in crypto you also have this cultural obstacle, as it were, to overcome. So if you're, for example, you've got a chain that has certain values, you have developers who have certain values as well, and they want to develop in a certain way and work with certain kinds of companies, companies that are open source, that are pro-privacy, that kind of stuff. That's kind of the challenge that I would see, depending on the kind of chain you're working with. But maybe you can tell us what challenges you see in getting other chains to adopt your stack.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think you're quite on point there. I think when you're building your own infrastructure stack that's so crucial to your ecosystem, then I think when you're looking at upgrades or you're doing something else, you would try to do it in-house, or maybe you would try to work with third party, and sometimes maybe you want to keep it in-house, so you want to go out and acquire certain solutions. And I think that's pretty similar to Web2 situation as well. Like, do you use use a SaaS solution, or do you try to build it in-house or acquire teams to do it for you? I think we're seeing similar dynamics here, although I would say the Web3, I would say our industry is still a bit more open-minded, happy to try out early open source products and build together, especially I would say from the West. That's what I observe. People like to build together, keen to try out each other's stack and seeing the improvements there. Like, we're a part of our stack is built on top of Rust Ethereum, that's done by Paradigm, and using their open source hardware, and our partners will be using what we provide. So I think that's what I love about Web3 as well, is there's more decentralized collaboration between the teams.
Okay, that's awesome. All right. Another thing that I wanted to ask was, and you might have seen this, so Bitcoin is not like other blockchains, right? Like, you've got, nowadays you have the fancy chains, and they like I said, they segregate. Yeah, the fancy pants chains, right? But still, Bitcoin is still this 400-pound gorilla in the blockchain world. And I was curious if, and this doesn't have to be something that you're attempting to do, but if you were trying to get like the Bitcoin core team to upgrade the Bitcoin blockchain, because it's, what is it, 5, 7, 9, whatever,
5
TPS?
Yes, basically 5
right?
7, yeah.
It's the one thing that would probably make the biggest difference. Like, if the performance went up.
Sacrilege.
Yes, sacrilege. Now,
we've been through that before, right?
Yeah, cultural debates aside, how would you, if Altius was assigned to upgrade the Bitcoin blockchain, how would you go about doing that? Just hypothetically.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I don't think it would take just the LTS team. It would take a much bigger community effort, just given how decentralized Bitcoin is.
Right.
Ultimately, you need all the, all the node operators buy-in, validators buy-in to be able to upgrade.
Yeah.
Correct. And I think from a technical perspective, we're definitely still a bit ways away from being able to optimize the Bitcoin side better just because we need to build a virtual machine first. Bitcoin is so simplistic. It's beautiful, but simplistic in a sense how it's set up, that we've seen so many other teams are trying to build BitVM on top of Bitcoin or other sort of ZK solutions that can allow for certain smart contract capability. So I think once we are able to get to that stage, then that's where LTS can come in to apply our stack to the BitVM, for example, and whether that is sort of like the Bitcoin base layer or maybe it's some sort of like an side chain. I think that it really depends on what the users want. But I think, I think that should be driven by use cases as well. Right now, I think most people are happy owning the Bitcoin, maybe trying to use it for some yield optimization strategies. But do we need high frequency trading to happen on top of the Bitcoin chain, right? I think that is exactly. So
I have my personal opinion, but yeah.
So I think we live in a multi-chain world. Maybe we should look at what is really needed to happen on certain chain instead of just scaling. But hopefully one day we'll get to work on something within the Bitcoin ecosystem as well. I think that is the one thing that connects all of us.
Right. And do you have any other areas in terms of blockchains are about performance, but there are many other things as well. Interesting consensus protocols and mechanisms that have been put out there. Do you guys focus on other aspects of blockchain technology besides the core performance of a chain, or do you go into other areas as well?
Yeah, so I think performance comes in really all layers. I would say we took a stand to focus more on the execution layer. It's because we see there's a lot more low-hanging fruit or immediate improvements we can bring.
Less competition too.
Yeah,
exactly. A lot of the teams that come from similar backgrounds are opted to build their own high-performance chain. So there's no one building this as a stack that we can offer to the different chains that might need it. But when we think about performance, the consensus layer matters as well. That is ultimately how everybody agrees on the final state of the chain. And there's a lot of overhead and networking around it. There are different ways to address it. And I think we definitely collectively as an industry, spend a lot more time researching to consensus and new consensus protocols than we have paid attention to execution. That's why we wanted to tackle execution, but at the same time, we're also experts around consensus because it's very closely related. And when we work with other layer one partners, the questions inevitably are, okay, we've upgraded the execution. Are there next steps or other areas we can improve? So I would say we look at it as the full stack, but our first iteration of the core product focuses more on the execution layer that nobody else has really tried to optimize before.
Are both of those layers equally as modular by nature, like consensus versus execution? To me, just as a layman, it would seem that consensus would be a little more tricky to do like a Lego block.
Correct. Actually, I would think the more legacy chains, sort of maybe before the 2017 era chains, most of them have coupled execution and consensus together.
Yeah.
And it's more of the modern chains would be all the L1s using the Cosmos stack, and then could put an EVM, like execution on top. Then we're seeing more modular fashion. And then 2-3 years ago, we have Celestia taking out the data availability layer and then really pushing on the modularity. So I think we've definitely seen the iteration of the technical stack and the improvements there, iterations there. But I would say, it really depends on what the existing architecture looks like. Sometimes maybe it's not modular at all. Then how do we think about improving performance within that?
Yeah.
So
also, I think maybe from a cultural perspective, consensus tends to rile people up more, right? Because you get into questions of decentralization and what.
Correct.
So,
yeah.
It would probably be a lot harder just from a cultural perspective, even if the tech is there.
Exactly. But sometimes I think there's also give and take, right? What's the sacrifice between maybe decentralization to a certain extent to catering to what your users want on your ecosystem? We can argue that some of these more performant or the most performant chains are probably the least decentralized. But I think, you give users the choice to choose.
So you've basically solved I think what Vitalik called Zico's triangle. Is that Is it safe to say? So that was the, what is it? Security, scalability, and decentralization.
Decentralization.
Yeah. So you guys have solved, is it safe to say?
We are, I think we're at a given, maybe, I think of it as maybe the different axes. At a given level, we're just trying to push performance as much as you can with a given decentralization percentage, I guess.
That's fair enough, fair enough. So, okay, so we're live here in Seoul, South Korea. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to walk the floor, or if you know of any interesting projects that are maybe not even at this conference. But is there, besides your project, I know you're high on Altius, right? But are there any other projects that you either know about, that are here or not here, that you're excited about, or that have caught your eye at this conference?
I was just about to say, because this conference is so hectic, I barely got to walk around, mostly trying to find my way through things.
Did you get lost? I got lost.
Multiple times. I got sent to different floors, and then at least I made it here and made it everything on time. But I wanted to just say what I observed, because over the years I've been to so many different crypto conferences. I think in Korea, I think just the level of participation and the demographic of the attendees here is so different. I do see that the retail adoption and intention here, where you're seeing not just industry participants, but actually people that are curious about the space and coming, and they're oftentimes drawn by not by a very heavy infra or jargons, but by plushies or some different IPs, and look at where people are lining up. Yeah, spinning wheels, and I think that's just it's also interesting to think about. Okay, what does adoption mean, and how we drive that, and what each of our role is. So it's always interesting to be here in Korea and really feel that different vibe.
David, any interesting things that you might want to ask?
Yeah. I had one or two, but we're running out of time, so I guess I'll just get one.
Condense it into one.
So, what's your business model? How do you guys make money?
It's a great question. So I really wanted to see if in Web3 we can also build upon the Web2 SaaS model in a sense. It's kind of interesting where when you have a steady cash flow in Web2, that's great. You can, base your valuation of it. But in Web3, sometimes it's almost frowned upon. And I think here people understand the revenue versus business model as much. I think we're moving to an era, a new paradigm where the industry has matured even further. The retail investors or institutional investors care a lot about what your project is doing. Is it a sustainable business model? And we're seeing some of these tokens that have outperformed is because they have a clear buyback, sort of revenue-driven tokenomics.
Actual revenue stream.
Exactly. So the way I'm thinking about it is we are the infrastructure provider, so it could be similar to a SaaS model, but we still have the network value that we can monetize further via the network. And we want to work with various L1s, L2s. It could be, and I want the business model or the partnership to be more long-term. So instead of charging them like a one-time integration fee, we actually want to be maybe part of their validator network or their sequencer network. So we are participating, we're maintaining the network, and we're also participating in the long-term success of the underlying chains that we help empower. So I think that's also something unique about Web3 as well, of different tokenomics, that you can let that happen.
Yeah. And sorry, one last one. Yeah. I know we talked off camera, you're going to be at Token.
Correct.
I was wondering, are you looking forward to anything other than your own stuff at Token?
Of course. I mean, Singapore is what I call home. Right. So it's always great. And seeing everybody there as well. We are hosting more of a founder-focused events with the Ethereum Foundation and Optimism and a few others. And also just wanted to see what other new trends there are. I think there's a lot of talks around stablecoin, around RWA, and if you guys want to see what maybe Singapore or Asia as a region, what the direction it's going, then I think Singapore is a great place to feel it out.
We'll be there.
Yeah, and I think Asia is off to a good start in terms of making an impact on the crypto ecosystem. So there you have it, guys. Annabelle Wang. She's the co-founder and CEO of Altius. And thanks for watching, guys. Next up is David doing our end of day walkthrough. So
wrap up.
Don't.
It's going to be all of us.
Wrap up.
You're going to be there too, buddy. Don't worry.
Wrap up. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be there too. I didn't know that. Now I do. So I'll see you in a little while. Thanks for watching.
Awesome. That was great.
Guys, yeah. In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin : and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back, and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
We're giving away free Bitcoin all throughout our live stream conference coverage. First, you need to download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. Throughout the conference coverage, you'll see these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner and scan the large QR code. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin into your wallet. You need to be ready, be fast, because anyone watching the live stream can get that Bitcoin.
The safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
Are you a Bitcoin holder ready to explore the world of decentralized finance? With TBTC, you can lend, borrow, provide liquidity, and engage in a wide range of DeFi activities, all securely and free from centralized control. Unlike options like WBTC, where Bitcoin is held by centralized custodians, TBTC is secured by a network of independent nodes, ensuring that no single entity ever has control over your assets. TBTC empowers you to seamlessly integrate your Bitcoin into the DeFi ecosystem, unlocking the vast potential of smart contracts and dApps while maintaining the security of your Bitcoin. Fully backed one-to-one with Bitcoin reserves and protected by a decentralized network of nodes, TBTC ensures that you can always reclaim your Bitcoin or swap your TBTC without relying on intermediaries. As the blockchain space continues to evolve, TBTC on the Threshold network offers you the confidence to put your Bitcoin to work, knowing your assets are secured by a decentralized network, not by a central authority.
What if you got pages for exploring crypto? Read news, check prices, discover new projects, and stack rewards along the way. Over $1 million in rewards paid out so far, and we're just getting started. Download the Bitcoin.com wallet today. The wallet that pays you.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, terra, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
Do you think your crypto is private? Think again. On Bitcoin, Ethereum, and most major blockchains, every transaction you make is public, traceable by anyone, anywhere. What you send, who you send it to, when you send it, how much you hold, all visible forever. That's not just transparency, it's surveillance. Confidential assets on the Zano blockchain change the game. Built for privacy from the ground up, Zano's system extends its powerful protections like untraceability, unlinkability, and amount concealment to any token. This opens the door to fully private financial tools. Imagine a USD stablecoin, but shielded. Imagine Bitcoin wrapped and transacted anonymously. Imagine enterprise tokens that move without exposing sensitive details. Confidential assets make all of this possible. And now, with the Bitcoin.com wallet, you can hold, send, receive, and swap Zano's confidential assets, all inside a single, easy-to-use, self-custodial app. Privacy isn't just an add-on, it's the future. Update your Bitcoin.com wallet today and step into the next era of private crypto.
the safest and easiest to use Bitcoin wallet. Send and receive Bitcoin and crypto to anyone, anywhere in the world without permission. Now the best Bitcoin wallet for all your favorite assets. Buy as little as $50 of Bitcoin or anything else. Earn Bitcoin by staking. Access Web3 and DeFi. And now introducing in-app rewards, letting you earn free crypto just for using the app. Join the millions who are already in. Install now for free.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back, and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
And we're back here to wrap up day one of Korea Blockchain Week.
I need a beer.
David, and with David and Frederick, I'd love to get your thoughts. What was your favorite segment or most interesting insight of the day?
Favorite segment, I think, yeah, we had so many interesting guests. I would say maybe the last person that we talked about, maybe you can talk
Annabelle.
Yeah, about her as well. She has, so Annabelle Wang is the CEO and co-founder of Altius, which is like a crypto infrastructure firm. She's got a good, really strong background in TradFi and early crypto with Joe Lubin's Consensus before it was called Consensus. So she had a great interview with
Yeah, man, she was awesome, personable, friendly, knowledgeable, helped break down this, I would say, on the surface, confusing, but important kind of project, you know?
Yeah.
For me,
is there any way you could I missed the entire thing. Is there any way you could give me the TLDR?
You want to do it?
You can do it because I know you thought she was great as well. So I'll talk about Threshold. We had Threshold.
Yeah,
I
okay.
can talk a little bit more about that as well.
She's one of these infra plays, which are, I think, maybe the biggest indicator of the maturity of crypto. And basically, she's she's taking out the Lego piece of the execution layer and allowing any project, especially L1s, L2s, but even app chains, to plug in their execution layer, which will constantly be updating, constantly be at the forefront of performance and whatnot. And it basically just gives projects the ability to, number one, not reinvent the wheel and have all this kind of, you have to hire all these people and everything like that, but it lets them focus on other aspects.
So providing some of the building blocks.
Yeah. So Annabelle was I think my second favorite, but it was very close. My first was probably Steve, our very first interview of the day.
Yeah.
I like this as just a segment that hopefully we're going to start doing regularly, which is you're going to a new country, or for me, it was a new country.
Yeah.
I don't really know much about crypto as it pertains to Korea.
Yeah.
Except on like a superficial level. So it was really quite nice to have him give like a primer for Korea.
Absolutely.
And it set me up for the day to kind of see the conference, I think, from a much better perspective.
Yeah.
So from that in that way, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, what I really learned from that one that stood out for me was, I did not know this, but no capital gains on crypto taxing, no capital gains on crypto trading in Korea
until
2026, which makes me wonder, how is that going to affect? I mean, that might have an effect on the entire global crypto market, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not just Korea, because as we've seen, I believe I saw some statistics a few months ago. Altcoin trading in Korea accounts for something like 30% of all global crypto trading.
It's wild, yeah. And also, that one phrase he said has stuck with me, which is he's been fighting the good fight to make Korea and Koreans not exit liquidity for all these kind of I would say maybe unscrupulous projects who see that Korea does all that kind of altcoin trading, and then just comes here, really promotes the thing, and just.
Yeah, Fredericks, you mentioned Threshold. I thought that was very interesting as well. Do you have some thoughts there?
Yeah, I like the fact that they have a decentralized wrapped version of Bitcoin, because there've been a few criticisms of wrapped WBTC wrapped Bitcoin, which is the biggest player in that ecosystem. So I think the fact that it's got decentralized custodians, and they're more privacy focused, and you don't need an account or to be an institutional firm to be able to get your own wrapped Bitcoin. I think those are big factors. I've talked to their co-founder, another co-founder of Threshold, the other co-founder of Threshold before, so I find them pretty interesting. But another person that I liked talking to was the Open Game Protocol guy.
Justin Waldron.
Yeah, very interesting concept, the Open Game Protocol. Once you wrap your head around it, you're like, okay, this is big. This could be huge.
Dude, he had another stat for me, which kind of blew my mind. Gaming, the marketing arm of gaming fuels most of the profits for Facebook and Google.
Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, gaming is obviously huge. It's bigger than Hollywood. It has been for decades in terms of the amount of revenue it creates. But the amount of money they spend on marketing powers the profits for some of the biggest tech companies in the world.
Right.
Holy moly. I mean, that's the kind of that's the TAM.
The
right?
TAM is massive, yeah. Huge opportunity there if someone can figure it out. And I mean, it looks like he's on the open game protocol. It's taking a unique approach that, who knows if it'll actually work, but he's got the chops.
He's got the history, right? The background to be viable. So can't wait for the protocol to come out.
Yeah. Thoughts about the conference itself, energy, vibes?
I mean, I think I speak for all of us. I'll do the easy, low-hanging one, which is like it's on 4 levels.
Labyrinthian.
It's labyrinthian, and it's also like it's got this like almost visually to me it's like a tree.
Yeah.
Again, this trunk would be like the elevators and the staircases, and then all these branches have these little pockets of booths, and so it's a bit hard to go and see all the booths because you have to keep going out on a branch to.
But also kind of fun because every corner you turn, you're like, oh, I didn't see that before.
Yeah,
surprises everywhere.
I was doing a walkthrough with Josh over there, and there was a whole area that I hadn't seen before until then. I was like,
okay. Yeah,
what is this? Oh,
see if you can point that out to me tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Exactly.
Great food. Don't forget about the
food's
food.
Good. Yeah, absolutely.
So if people like that kind, if you want to taste the great food of Korea, so South Korea.
Oh, really? WebEx had no food.
WebEx, I don't think so.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
No.
They had full catering for the folks here, and everybody was eating. We didn't get a chance to do that because we had to be here with you guys. So,
but we got to watch them eat. You're watching us.
Yeah, and I could smell the food. We should
smell the food. I could see them eating and looking at me as I was talking about decentralized protocols.
Yeah, lots of fun.
How about you? any thoughts from you on the conference that we haven't mentioned yet?
Nothing too insightful, but a lot of young people here.
Yes. Annabelle mentioned that.
That bodes well, I think, for the industry in general. It's good to see. I don't see too many. It's not like overrun by suits, as some conferences are. Blazer, got a blazer.
Yeah. Blazer.
All right, what are you guys looking forward to tomorrow? Day 2.
Day 2. We have a lot of good interviews tomorrow. And I have to say, the one I'm looking forward to the most is going to be led by Mr. Frederick over here, Tristan Thompson.
Yeah,
former NBA player. I'm really looking forward to it. You're going to be doing that with Bitcoin.com COO Jason Sheeman, and he is very enthusiastic about this individual, and so. Man, I really want to watch that, and I'm going to.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, Tristan Thompson, 2016 NBA champion.
Good God.
And he played with LeBron James, the Cavs, in 2016. That's when he got the ring. Enormous guy, 6'9", 200 and some pounds, maybe even 300 pounds. I don't know, but we'll see. You guys will see him. Is a big man, but lots of interesting conversations about AI and basketball.fun, which is a project that he's working on. So we'll have lots of interesting conversations about crypto and.
Apparently he likes self-custody. So that's awesome. Good for him.
All right, and I'm excited for our interview tomorrow, which we just confirmed with Bo Hines, who is was the executive director of the President's Council of Advisors on Digital Assets. Sorry, I had to look.
That's a long title.
It's a mouthful. White House advisor, formerly White House advisor, turned Tether, U.S. Tether CEO, is it? Is the
I'm not exactly. I think he has some like strategic role, like but obviously he was very important in Trump's first year as it pertains to crypto, which was, I would say, a major part of Trump's campaign. And as we've talked about at this conference, especially WebEx and other conferences I've been to, the U.S. has been the center of attention in the crypto world because of how different the Trump administration has been towards this industry. And so Heinz has been absolutely involved in that.
Yeah, so really looking forward to that. All right, any last thoughts to wrap up today?
I mean, just one other thing. It's awesome that this is in like this big hotel complex, because as soon as we're done, I can just go slam my head into a pillow.
Nice. Yes, absolutely. Get a little food first, though, of course. All right, we're going to wrap it up. Don't forget, we've got $2,000 of Bitcoin to give away during this live stream today and tomorrow. We're going to be selecting winners by whoever follows us, follows our sponsor, Threshold Bitcoin, on X, and reposts and comments in any of our live stream posts. $2,000 of Bitcoin up for grabs. Get in there, make your comments, get your money.
Who's the most handsome? Come on, get in the comments, guys.
All right. That's it. We're going to wrap it up. See you tomorrow. We're out.